Chapter 9:57. The day of the Martial Arts Circle Convention drew closer. More and more outer martial artists came out of the mountains and entered the bustling city. These people usually stayed in the deep mountains and forests to train. Now that they entered the city, they would lose themselves at any moment. Most of the people who came out of the mountains went to Devil Beast Mountain. This was because Devil Beast Mountain had an abundance of spiritual herbs and spiritual plants. Everyone wanted to break through their cultivation before the Martial Arts Circle Convention began. Devil Beast Mountain and Hero City faced each other across the river. Moreover, they built a bridge over the river so they could enter and exit the city. Now, Hero City entered the eyes of the outer martial artists. Not only did the herbal sect discover Hero City's excellent location, but the outer martial artists also thought highly of Hero City. Martial Uncle Yuan Zhen. The castle is located in a treasured land with rich spiritual energy. It's surrounded by mountains on both sides, and it faces Devil Beast Mountain across the river. It's the best place to build a sect. A young monk dressed in a long gray cloth said to the old monk beside him, "If Yuan Zhen had been arrogant and hot-tempered in the past, he would have immediately led the Shaolin disciples out of the mountains to occupy Hero City. However, after the disturbance in the martial arts circle, Yuan Zhen kept a low profile. He had witnessed the crouching tigers and hidden dragons of China. When he was beaten up by the young Qin Feng, Yuan Zhen didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. He was afraid that another young brat would appear and defeat all the Shaolin disciples. It's indeed a treasured land, but there's no hurry to seize it." Yuan Zhen glanced at the dozen or so disciples around him. These people were going to participate in the Martial Arts Circle Convention. Actually, Yuan Zhen had another concern. Not only was Shaolin Temple eyeing Hero City, but the dozens of outer martial arts sects were also eyeing Hero City. This was especially so for the herbal sect. Their sect master, Bai Yufei, had recently mobilized a large number of disciples to Hero City. It was obvious that he was going to attack Hero City. Who would be so bored as to interfere? He's here. Bai Yufei is here. It's really the herbal sect master, Bai Yufei. His aura is so strange. Why can't I feel it? It can't be. Did Bai Yufei break through to the true energy stage? Only true Qi stage experts can completely suppress their true Qi to the level of an ordinary person. Some of the foreign martial artists who passed by Hero City stopped. Not too far away, a group of people dressed in robes made of white leaves walked over. There were more than 30 of them, and all of them held weapons in their hands. They were dressed like ancient people, and if they walked down the street, they would think that they were filming a historical drama. At the very front of the crowd was a man of unknown age. The man was in high spirits. His long hair was tied behind his head, fluttering in the wind. Both sides of his temples were long, and he held a slender sword in his hand. He looked just like Murong Fu from the demigods and semi-devils. Who is it? This is the holy land of Hero City, not Hengdian Studios. Bai Yufei had just walked to the entrance of Hero City when he was stopped by the phone group's guards. "I'm not here to film. I want to see your city lord." A hint of disdain flashed across Bai Yufei's eyes. He felt that speaking to these commoners from the phone group was degrading his status as the medicine sect master. You can't see the city lord just because you want to. Hurry up and leave. The people from the phone group were also impatient. Young Master Qin wasn't in Hero City, and even if he was, not everyone could see young Master Qin. A hint of killing intent flashed across Bai Yufei's eyes. White Cloud, who was standing next to him, pointed at the phone group's guards and yelled, "Stinking brat, hurry up and call your city lord out, or else you'll lose your life." A strong man from the phone group was stunned. He looked at White Cloud and said, "I remember now. You guys were the ones who were beaten away a few days ago. Now you're here to cause trouble again? Do you think the people from Hero City are easy to bully?" The phone group's guard recognized White Cloud. White Cloud was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Saying that he was beaten away last time in front of so many people was a slap in the face. The people from the phone group learned their lesson this time. They knew that they weren't the ones who beat away White Cloud and the others last time. A fairy suddenly appeared and saved everyone. Seeing that these people were here to cause trouble again, one of the phone group's guards immediately ran to the side to call Huang Jingua. Bai Yufei didn't even bother with the guard who made the call. He waved his hand and signaled for White Cloud to leave. You guys, my identity is a little special. In the eyes of mortals like you, I'm a god. I really like this piece of land. Tell your city lord to come out and meet me. I want to take over this land. In the future, you guys will be outer disciples of the herbal sect. I can teach you martial arts and make you immortal. Bai Yufei saw that the people from the phone group were all commoners. He thought that the people living in Hero City were all commoners. Bai Yufei wanted to use the conditions of becoming a martial artist to entice these people. Then he would easily take over Hero City. He wanted these people to work hard for him in the future and continue to help him manage Hero City. Bai Yufei's idea was very good. It was an excellent plan. However, the plan was wrong from the start. He had underestimated the power of Hero City. Your identity is special? You say you're God? I think you're more like a lunatic. The people from the phone group were about to be amused to death by Bai Yufei. Was there something wrong with the people who came recently? Each of them was dressed strangely and spoke like they were either gods or mortals. When did so many lunatics appear in Huaxia? Could it be that some mental hospital closed down? Bai Yufei was so angry that the hair on his temples became crooked. As the head of the alchemy sect in the outer martial arts world, he was usually able to summon wind and rain. Everyone gave him some face, but in the end, he was scolded by a group of commoners. The sword in Bai Yufei's hand was about to be unsheathed at any time. Who dares to cause trouble in Hero City? Before Bai Yufei could make a move, an angry shout was heard. Huang Jingua, Lu Jie, and Yunzhe rushed over with a large group of Hong sect disciples. Ever since someone came to cause trouble in Hero City, Lu Jie and Yunzhe had been guarding here every day, specifically waiting for the people from the alchemy sect to come. Who are you guys? Bai Yufei's expression changed slightly. He realized that Yunzhe and the other two had inner qi fluctuations on their bodies. Furthermore, the three of them were not weak. We're from Hero City. Seeing that the other party was armed, Yunzhe pulled out the fire rod from his waist and looked at Bai Yufei. Pretty boy, hurry up and get your people out of here. Otherwise, I won't be polite anymore. Lu Jie carried the overlord slash and stood at the side with a dark expression like Guan Yu. Bai Yufei's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. He gave White Cloud a look. White Cloud had been suppressing his anger for a long time. The aura of an early stage 9 inner qi surged in all directions, scaring Huang Jingua and the other two. Rumble. As if a muffled thunder had struck, the surroundings were enveloped by invisible inner qi. The members of the phone group directly fell to the ground and could not even breathe. Yunzhe and the other two stood in a triangle and released the aura in their bodies to resist. However, the three of them combined couldn't block White Cloud's aura. Fuck! How strong is this person? Lu Jie broke out in a cold sweat. Yunzhe gritted his teeth and forced himself not to speak. Huang Jingua was currently at stage 7 inner qi and was the strongest among the three. Even he couldn't withstand White Cloud's aura. It's definitely the aura of a stage 9 inner qi. This time we're in big trouble. Both sides did not fight, but they had already carried out a secret duel. Huang Jingua's side was obviously inferior to the Dan Grandmaster. Moreover, the Dan Grandmaster only sent out White Cloud. Bai Yufei, who was the strongest among them, did not even bother to make a move. Bai Yufei gave White Cloud a look, and White Cloud suddenly stopped. Yunzhe and the others panted heavily. Their breathing was a little rapid. The members of the phone group were even more suffocated. They panted heavily, and 3 of them fainted due to the lack of oxygen. The other members of the phone group quickly took them away for treatment. I didn't expect you to have a stage 7 inner chi martial artist here. Bai Yufei sneered and looked at Huang Jingua. Huang Jingua and the other 2 lost their confidence. Now, that Qin Feng was not here, they were no match for these people. The atmosphere instantly became tense, and the temperature plummeted as if it was about to freeze. At this moment, a delicate voice was heard. A beautiful figure floated in the air, followed by a blood-red whip that struck down at Bai Yufei. Lu Jie and the other 2 were scared to death. The person who came was Hua Yan, one of young Master Qin's women. Why did this girl attack them without asking about the situation? Rumble. When the blood-red whip was about to fall, a ball of flame suddenly appeared. Many disciples of the alchemy faction cried out in shock. They were clearly frightened by this scene. Only Bai Yufei and White Cloud, who were standing at the very front, did not move at all. Their expressions did not change at all. Bai Yufei glanced at White Cloud. White Cloud waved its hand and an orange sword light flew out. Sister Hua, be careful. Lu Jie leaped up and stood in front of Hua Yan to protect her. The flaming whip was cut in half by the sword ray, and it fell to the ground far away and dissipated. The sword ray did not stop there. It went straight for Hua Yan. Hua Yan was in the air, and there was no room for her to dodge. Lu Jie blocked the sword ray for her. Uft! The sound of skin being cut rang out. Lu Jie had already used his inner chi to protect his body, but the moment his inner chi met the sword ray, it was destroyed. The clothes on his upper body were torn apart, and his white fat body was covered with cuts. Blood spurted everywhere, and he fell heavily to the ground. Lu Jie, are you all right? Yun Zhe quickly ran to check on Lu Jie's injuries. Lu Jie's injuries were not light, but fortunately his life was not in danger. Hua Yan had already landed on the ground. She looked at Lu Jie on the ground, and her eyes were bloodshot. Hua Yan also came to check on the situation in Hero City. When she arrived, she found out that the troublemakers were from the Pill faction. The Pill faction had killed hundreds of people from the Hua family, and Hua Yan instantly went crazy. Wild dogs of the Pill faction, I'll kill you all. Hua Yan leaped up again, and the blood shadow whip lashed out crazily. There was raging fire and there was ice. The scene was like 2 worlds of ice and fire. This time, White Cloud and Bai Yufei's eyes flashed with light. She's actually a dual attribute, demonic cultivator. This girl is not bad. If we capture her back to the Pill faction and train her in alchemy, she will definitely be a genius in alchemy. Bai Yufei seemed to be talking to himself, but White Cloud had already flown out to catch Hua Yan. Chapter 958. Sister Hua, be careful. Hua Yan was a stage 6 demon cultivator, which was equivalent to a stage 7 inner chi martial artist. However, Hua Yan could not withstand a single blow from White Cloud, who was at the early stage of stage 9 inner chi. Huang Jingua roared angrily as White Cloud was about to grab Hua Yan's shoulder. He threw dozens of darts at White Cloud and leaped forward. Humph, it's just a small trick. Fall! White Cloud swatted the darts at Hua Yan. His inner chi surged in all directions and deflected the darts. Hua Yan seized the opportunity and whipped White Cloud a few more times. White Cloud swatted at Hua Yan again and somersaulted backward. Rumble! Hua Yan and Huang Jingua were sent flying in the air. The dozens of darts hit Huang Jingua's body, piercing several bloody holes in his arms and thighs. Hua Yan fared better. She was sent flying by a powerful inner chi and was caught by Ren Xiaoyao when she landed on the ground. Zhao Lingxian, Lin Bei Bei, Bai Qing, Liu Qin, the Su sisters, and Lu Wenjing were all here. The women stood in a row angrily as they made their moves. They looked as if they were ready to fight the medicine sex group at any time. Rin Xiao Yao handed Hua Yan over to Yun Xiao and leapt in front of the women. Her peerlessly beautiful face was filled with difficulty as her brows knitted together as if she was facing a great enemy. Rin Xiao Yao and Hua Yan were the most powerful among the girls. Rin Xiaoyao's stage 7 inner qi was on par with Hua Yan, but Hua Yan was sent flying by Rin Xiaoyao's palm. Lin Bei Bei, who was only at stage 2 inner qi, was nothing more than cannon fodder in this battle. Sisters, stand down. These people are too powerful. You're no match for them. Rin Xiaoyao was expelled from the Rin family. They forced her to live in Hero City every day. If she didn't sleep with Qin Feng, she wouldn't be able to step into the Rin family. Xiao Yao, you don't need to say any more. It's fine for us sisters to bicker, but when enemies invade, we must work together to protect our home. Zhao Lingxian's ethereal voice rang out. Her tone was very determined. Yes, we will not retreat. This is our home. Lin Bei Bei, who had always been weak, had a determined look on her face. The other women expressed their opinions as well. Of course, they could tell that the other party was powerful, but Qin Feng had left Hero City for everyone. Now that Qin Feng was gone, as the mistresses of Hero City, they had to protect their home with their lives. Shock flashed through Ren Xiaoyao's eyes. She finally understood why Qin Feng liked these women. These women were indeed worthy of Qin Feng's heavy responsibility and his life to give them happiness. Rin Xiao Yao didn't try to persuade anyone. She held her waning moon sword and stood at the front. She was now everyone's pillar of support. Sisters, go back quickly. The battlefield belongs to the men. As long as we don't die, we don't need you to fight. Yun Zhe was shocked. Although he rejected these women in his heart because he hoped that Big Brother Qin would only love Yun Xiao, at this moment, Yun Zhe was moved. He held the raging fire rod and leaped in front of Rin Xiao Yao, using the raging fire rod to block the girls and push them back. Damn it, didn't you just cultivate for a few more decades? What's there to be proud about? When I cultivate to your age, I can kill you with one hand. Lu Jia, who was covered in blood, gritted his teeth and stood up. He ran to Yun Zhe's side. His burly body was like a small hill as he stood in front of the women. Huang Jinghua also came. He gritted his teeth and pulled out the throwing knives on his body. He didn't care about the blood that spurted out. His blood-red eyes stared at Bai Yun. The women were anxious and Lin Bei Bei was crying. Since the establishment of Hero City, they had encountered many troubles. However, this time's trouble was the most troublesome. Even Huang Jinghua felt a little hopeless. Bai Yufei looked at the group of people who were not afraid of death. The expression in his eyes was somewhat complicated. His gaze suddenly fell on Hua Yan. He felt that this woman was somewhat familiar. However, Bai Yufei couldn't figure it out at the moment. Bai Yun did not make a move. He had been waiting for his big brother's decision. Bai Yufei was determined to take over Hero City. He had wanted to discuss this matter before. He thought that the people in Hero City were ordinary people. According to the regulations between the Hua Xia government and the outer martial arts world, the outer martial arts world forces could not attack ordinary people. However, Bai Yufei discovered that Hero City was not as simple as it seemed. It was clearly a base built by a martial artist. This was exactly what Bai Yufei wanted. The Chinese government could not interfere in the battles between the martial artists outside. Bai Yufei could go on a killing spree and occupy Hero City. Bai Yufei's eyes lit up. You are no match for the herbal sect. I'll give you one last chance. Surrender now and hand over the city. I can let you go and accept you as the outer sect, disciples of the herbal sect. You will serve the herbal sect in the future. Otherwise, you will be killed on the spot. The Hua Xia government did not interfere with the battles of the outer martial arts world. It was fine as long as it did not affect the lives of ordinary people. Bai Yufei had no scruples. In his eyes, Hua, Yan, and the others were merely a group of ants. You deceived your master and betrayed your sect 10 years ago. You killed the people of my Hua family and seized my alchemy sect. Today, you still dare to come and take over Hero City? You'll have to do it over my dead body. A furious roar was heard from afar. It sounded very far away, but in the span of a few breaths, a gray-robed elder appeared in the air and slammed his palm down. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. Bai Yufei did not move. However, his expression changed drastically, and his eyes flickered with disbelief. Bai Yun was also stunned. Then he swung his sword. More than 10 sword rays flashed and exploded in midair with the elder's inner chi. It felt as if the ground was shaking. Loud explosions were heard. It was the aftermath of the explosion. The members of the phone group who were guarding the perimeter of Hero City retreated. It was not that they were afraid of death. It was because the battle had gone beyond what they could accept. Bai Yun landed on the ground after a few slashes. The gray-robed elder landed next to Hua Yan. It's you? Hua Bei. Bai Yufei regained his senses. However, the shock in his eyes had yet to fade. Hua Yan pouted and glared at Bai Yufei. She scolded. How dare you call my grandfather by his name? He's your master. The person who came was Hua Yan's grandfather. 10 years ago, he was also Bai Yufei's master, Hua Bei. 10 years ago, Hua Bei was impressed by Bai Yufei's talent in alchemy. Thus, he accepted Bai Yufei as a disciple of the alchemy faction. He personally taught Bai Yufei the art of alchemy. However, when Bai Yufei had some achievements, he secretly framed the Hua family. He took away the alchemy faction and renamed it the alchemy faction. Hua Bei and the others were poisoned. In order to save them, Hua Bei destroyed his own cultivation and forcefully brought Hua Yan and his grandchildren away. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Now that the master and disciple met again, the atmosphere was completely different. It was said that a master for a day was a father for life. However, the master and disciple pair had now become irreconcilable enemies. Yan, that bastard is the Hua family's #1 enemy. He is not my disciple. Our master-disciple relationship was severed 10 years ago. Hua Bei said coldly. Bai Yufei suddenly laughed. He did not expect Hua Bei to still be alive. For the past 10 years, Bai Yufei had been searching for Hua Bei. He was worried about her. Now that he had met her in Hero City, he was overjoyed. Great! You old fart, you are really lucky. I should have killed you 10 years ago, but I let you live for another 10 years. However, the result is still the same. None of the Hua family members will escape today. As soon as Bai Yufei finished speaking, Bai Yun swung his sword. Hua Bei leaped into the air again and fought with Bai Yun. In the past 10 years, Hua Bei had used medicinal pills to restore her strength to the early stage of stage 9 inner chi. Not even Hua Yan knew about this. Bang, bang, bang. The battle was unusually intense. Thunderous noises kept ringing in Bai Yufei's ears. Bai Yufei's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Originally, he only wanted to take over Hero City, but he did not expect that Hero City was the Hua family's territory. What Bai Yufei did 10 years ago could be considered as heartless. He did not want this to spread out. Today he wanted to bathe Hero City in blood. Buzz! The faint sound of a sword rang. Bai Yufei unsheathed the sword in his hand. The sword flashed and blood splattered everywhere. Xiao Yao, are you all right? Ren Xiao Yao was a stage 7 inner chi martial artist. Her moon-shroud swordsmanship was extremely profound. When Qin Feng used the 9 swords of Dugu against her, he was amazed by Ren Xiao Yao's swordsmanship. However, under Bai Yufei's sword, Ren Xiao Yao did not even have the chance to make a move. She did not even have the time to unsheath the waning moon sword. She was already lying on the ground a dozen meters away. Hua Yan quickly went to check on Ren Xiao Yao's injuries. The women rushed toward Bai Yufei with cold faces. Huang Jingua, Yunzhe, and Lu Jia were so scared that they screamed. If something happened to one of their sisters-in-law, they would be too ashamed to face Qin Feng. 3 figures flashed quickly and pounced on Bai Yufei first. Humph, a bunch of ants. Bai Yufei sneered. He swung the sword in his hand. It looked slow, but in the next second, Yunzhe and the other 2 were sent flying and landed on the ground dozens of meters away. Blood flowed like a river at the entrance of Hero City. The disciples of the Hong sect had all fallen. At this moment, only Zhao Lingxian and the other women were left standing outside Hero City. Hua Bei and Bai Yin were equally powerful. The 2 of them were fighting to the death. Hua Bei looked over and was so anxious that her neck turned red. "You're no match for him. Run." Hua Bei yelled at the women, but they did not listen to her. The beauties were divided into teams. When they saw each other, they would bicker and quarrel. When it got serious, they would even fight each other. However, in the face of an enemy, the beauties had already put aside their internal conflicts. They were like sisters. They looked at each other, and their eyes shone with determination. "Sisters, stay alive. I'm going to quarrel with you for the rest of my life." Zhao Lingxian yelled and took the lead to stab at Bai Yufei. Lin Bei Bei hurriedly followed. The beautiful Su sisters leapt up. Bai Qing and Liu Chen's expressions were grave and stern. Lu Wenjing waved her long whip, and even the youngest Lu Xiaojia yelled and waved her fists to keep up with the older sisters. The women attacked as if they were goddesses descending to the mortal world. Chapter 9:59. Buzz. A crisp sound was heard. No one saw how Bai Yufei attacked with a sword. It was so fast that it almost disappeared. The sword qi disappeared in a flash. Lu Jia, Huang Jingua, and Yunzhe were lying on the ground. The 3 of them had ferocious looks on their faces as they kept shouting the girls' names. Hua, Yan, and Rin Xiao Yao felt their hearts skip a beat. They could almost see the tragic scene that was about to happen. The 2 girls could not accept this fact. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Everyone was filled with despair. "How dare you create trouble in Hero City, you little brat?" An old voice sounded as if it came from the ancient times. Lu Jia and the others quickly looked up. A white shadow was floating in the air. It was Hua Tuo, the miracle doctor. Rumble. Hua Tuo slapped Bai Yufei with his palm. The air seemed to crack, and a turbulent aura blocked in front of the girls, dissipating the aura of the sword. The girls were still in shock. Hua Tuo had already landed on the ground. His skinny body looked like it could be blown away by a gust of wind. However, standing in front of everyone, he gave them a sense of security that they had never felt before. Bai Yufei was stunned. His eyes were shining with surprise as he looked at Hua Tuo from head to toe. Hua Tuo was wearing a white robe and stood with his hands behind his back. The wrinkles on his face symbolized the vicissitudes of life that Hua Tuo had experienced. His white eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and his white beard was fluttering in the wind. Bai Yufei looked at Hua Tuo, and Hua Tuo looked back at him. The 2 of them were obviously the strongest in the scene. However, they did not have any aura on them. Bai Yufei's heart was soon shaken. His calmness was broken because he realized that the old man in front of him was also a true energy stage expert. The strength of Hero City had long surpassed Bai Yufei's expectations. "Who are you? Which faction are you from?" Hua Tuo did not speak. Bai Yufei could not understand Hua Tuo at all. He could not help but ask, "Hua Tuo from the Hero Alliance." Bai Yufei was stunned again. In the martial arts world outside of Huaxia, there were very few true Qi stage experts. Logically speaking, those who could step into the true Qi stage were all famous figures in the martial arts world. However, Bai Yufei did not know Hua Tuo, which was why he asked. However, the Hero Alliance that Hua Tuo mentioned and the name that he said were extremely unfamiliar. "I'm Bai Yufei, the leader of the herbal faction." Why haven't I heard of the Hero Alliance? Bai Yufei announced his name. The herbal sect's reputation in the martial arts world was still quite resounding. Bai Yufei was trying to suppress Hua Tuo in terms of reputation. A pensive look flashed across Hua Tuo's face before he quickly regained his senses. The medicine sect? So you're the little thief who snatched away little friend Bai's alchemy sect. You grandson, why aren't you kneeling down when you see your grandfather? Hua Tuo had established the Divine Pill sect during his era. The current Hua Yan and the others were a branch of the Divine Pill sect. As time passed, the surname Hua was changed to Hua, and the Divine Pill sect was changed to Pill sect by the Hua family. Hua Tuo was indeed the ancestor of the Hua family. Bai Yufei was Hua Bai's disciple 10 years ago, so he had to address Hua Tuo as his ancestor. Hua Tuo was not lying. However, Bai Yufei had no idea about this complicated relationship. If he knew that the Hua Tuo in front of him was the same as the legendary Dr. Hua Tuo, he would be scared to death. Old fart, I'm trying to negotiate with you, but you're trying to take advantage of me. Don't think that I'm afraid of you. If we really fight, it's hard to say who will win. Bai Yufei was indeed afraid of Hua Tuo's skills, which was why he said so much nonsense. Hua Tuo's expression turned cold, and his voice sounded like a muffled thunder. You unfilial grandchild. Your grandfather will teach you a lesson today. Hua Tuo's aura suddenly surged, and the turbulent aura surged out like a tidal wave. The herbal faction's disciples were pressed to the ground and could not get up. Bai Yufei's expression was solemn, and he looked like a completely different person compared to his frivolous self earlier. Without any time to think, Bai Yufei quickly swung his sword at Hua Tuo. Hua Tuo used his palm, while Bai Yufei used his sword. The two of them ran to an empty plain in the distance. Even from thousands of meters away, they could hear the rumbling sounds of battle. The people in Hero City and the martial artists who passed by the area outside were stunned. There were very few true Qi experts in Huaxia, and now there were two of them. Watching Hua Tuo and Bai Yufei fighting, everyone felt like it was the end of the world. Bei, are you okay? Is everyone okay? After the girls came to their senses, they began to check each other's injuries. Lu Jie, Yun Zhe, and Huang Jingua looked into the distance like they were going senile. Only now did they know that Hua Tuo was a true Qi expert. The three of them were so scared that they were drenched in sweat when they thought about how they would go to the herb garden to steal spiritual pearls and herbs to achieve a breakthrough. The martial artists from the outer world were completely dumbfounded. These people came from various sections. Shaolin Temple Wudong sect and the other big sects were among them. Many of them had been discussing about taking over Hero City earlier. But at this moment, those thoughts were completely destroyed. Rumble, rumble. The battle in the distance was still going on, but almost no one could see the details of the battle. Bai Yufei and Hua Tuo turned into two rays of light, one green and one white. Occasionally, the two of them would land on the ground, but in the blink of an eye, they would disappear again. However, the cracked rocks and the shaking ground told everyone that the battle was still going on, and it was extremely intense. Hua Bei and Bai Yun stopped fighting, and both of them returned to their respective teams. They also watched the battle in the distance. Bai Yufei's longsword was so fast that it was invisible, but it could not hurt Hua Tuo. Hua Tuo was barehanded, but it did not affect his strength. True Qi experts could release their true Qi and transform it into various forms. If Hua Tuo had a sword in his heart, he could transform his true Qi into a sword. If he needed fire, he could transform his true Qi into fire. Bang, bang, bang. Hua Tuo landed a dozen palm strikes in a row, but they were all completed in an instant. A dozen fireballs fell from the sky, and Bai Yufei leaped to avoid the attack. The fireballs hit the ground and instantly created a dozen deep pits. The battle only lasted for 10 minutes, but the two of them had exchanged more than 1,000 blows. Hua Tuo was a true Qi stage expert, but he lacked battle experience. When Qin Feng first got Hua Tuo, Shimin Chue Shui told him that if they were to fight, Shimin Chue Shui was confident that he could trap Hua Tuo. Apart from battle experience, Hua Tuo was facing another huge problem. The current era of Earth was very different from the era he was born in. The magnetic field of the fireballs had changed drastically. Ever since Hua Tuo was released from the system, he had to endure the interference of Earth's magnetic field. Fortunately, he had gotten used to Earth's magnetic field after staying in Hero City for more than 2 months. If it were Shimin Chue Shui or Ouyang Feng, 10 minutes would be more than enough for them to drop a few levels. Hua Tuo's level had dropped from True Qi stage to the peak of stage 9 Inner Qi. The difference was obvious. Haha, old man, you're too old, and your stamina is too weak. Bai Yufei soon noticed the abnormality in Hua Tuo's body, and he couldn't help but laugh. Hua Tuo did not waste any more time. He wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Rumble. Several more fireballs flew down, heading straight for Bai Yu. However, this time Bai Yufei did not dodge. Instead, he swung his long sword at Hua Tuo. An invisible wave of air rippled in front of Hua Tuo. Hua Tuo did not dodge either. Instead, he waited for Bai Yufei to come to him. When the two of them appeared again, time seemed to have stopped. Everyone could finally see the situation clearly. Shit, Hua Tuo is going to get hurt. Hua Bei was not weak either. She quickly saw through the current situation. Everyone in Hero City was worried about Hua Tuo, and the martial artists outside of Hero City were screaming in shock. The battle between True Qi stage masters was too terrifying. Old man, go to hell! Bai Yufei's sword was already in front of Hua Tuo. A hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Hua Tuo still did not dodge. At the critical moment, he suddenly moved his body to the side. The long sword fell and pierced through Hua Tuo's left arm. However, at this moment, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky and landed on Bai Yufei's head. Rumble. Sword Qi exploded and thunder rumbled. Both Hua Tuo and Bai Yufei fell from the sky, creating 2 deep pits on the ground. Hua Bei and Bai Yufei's expressions changed. The two of them flew away at the same time. Bai Yufei was lying in a deep pit. His body was charred by the lightning, and black smoke was rising from it. Hua Tuo was also severely injured. One of his arms was covered in blood, and he could no longer lift it. Senior Hua Tuo, are you okay? Hua Bei was the first to arrive. She quickly took out a bottle of pills and fed it to Hua Tuo. Bai Yin also came to Bai Yufei's side and pulled him to the ground. Looking at his brother, who was battered by the lightning, Bai Yin's eyes almost popped out. Big brother, are you okay? Bai Yufei felt pain all over his body. That bolt of lightning had hurt him badly. Bai Yufei could have stabbed Hua Tuo to death, but he did not expect the old man to have the ability to use lightning. True Qi stage masters could convert their True Qi into fire and ice, but they could only do so after breaking through to stage 6 of True Qi. Bai Yufei had been careless. Let's retreat first. Once I recover, I will bathe Hero City in blood. Bai Yufei gritted his teeth and said. Bai Yin did not dare to delay, and carried Bai Yufei away. Most of the 30-odd disciples from the medicine sect were now lying in a pool of blood. The 5 or 6 disciples who could crawl to their feet hurriedly caught up with the sect master and Elder Bai Yin. As for those who could not crawl to their feet, no one cared whether they lived or died. Don't chase after them. You can't beat them. Hua Bei saw that the herbal sect leader was about to escape, so she picked up her sword and chased after them. However, she was stopped by Hua Tuo. Hua Bei's hatred could not be extinguished, but she still returned to Hua Tuo's side. Senior, let me help you recover. Hua Bei helped Hua Tuo to the gate of Hero City. The girls surrounded them. Hua Tuo looked at them and said, "The injured and the women, follow me back." The rest of you stay here. The herbal sect will not give up. We have to recover as soon as possible and be ready for battle. The members of the Hong sect and the Feng group stayed to guard Hero City. The girls refused to leave, but Tua persuaded them again and again. The sudden attack from the herbal sect had caused great damage to Hero City, but no one wanted to report it to Qinfen. They knew that Qinfen had more important things to do, and they did not want to distract him. This battle also made Hero City famous in the martial arts world and the Hero Alliance famous. Chapter 960. The filming of Hedonist Sovereign was completed. The bed scene that Qin Feng had been looking forward to since the beginning of filming never came to fruition. At least Qin Feng and Zhang Cuckoo were able to turn their act into reality. When he recalled how he fought with Zhang Cuckoo and the shy expressions of Rao Sherman and the other beauties, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel excited. Now that the filming was complete, Qin Feng should return to China. However, the William family's mission had not been completed, so Qin Feng could not leave now. Under Qin Feng's repeated persuasion, Rao Sherman and the other women returned to China. The staff from Hong Kong's House of Millions Media also left. Qin Feng was the only one left in America. Qin Feng, the Dragon Sect, has contacted the Blood Kindred. The Blood Kindred's prince wants to meet with you first. Yan Wushuang's voice rang in Qin Feng's mind. She had been chatting with Qin Feng almost every day for the past few days. Where's the location? Qin Feng replied telepathically. Let's meet at your hotel at 1 in the afternoon. I'll send you their contact details. As soon as Yan Wushuang sent the message, the doorbell rang. Qin Feng went to open the door. A tall and sturdy man stood at the door. Qin Feng. The man was Caucasian. He wore a black windbreaker, a round hat, and a pair of black sunglasses. But he spoke in Huaxia. Qin Feng froze for a moment, then quickly reacted. A blood-breed prince. After hearing Qin Feng's reply, the man walked into the room and sat down on the sofa. Didn't you say to meet at 1 p.m.? You came 2 hours earlier? Qin Feng looked at his watch and asked, Hello, I'm Dracula, a descendant of the Brook clan. Dracula didn't answer Qin Feng's question. Instead, he stood up to shake hands with Qin Feng. As soon as Qin Feng grabbed Count's hand, he immediately felt a boundless force pulling him over. Ooh! Dracula's face, which was as pale as a sheet, suddenly became sinister. He opened his bloody mouth and tried to bite Qin Feng's neck. Qin Feng didn't even have time to react. Didn't they say that these blood tribe members had been tamed and wouldn't drink human blood? It wasn't like that at all. Haha. Brother Qin Feng, I was just joking with you. But your willpower is very strong, so you can be the spy for this mission. Just as Count's teeth were about to touch Qin Feng's neck, he suddenly retreated and grinned at Qin Feng. Qin Feng patted his chest. He thought to himself that if Count had retreated a fraction of a second later, he would have killed him. Dracula, you're such a lame person. Don't you know that random jokes can kill people? Qin Feng rolled his eyes at Dracula. Dracula laughed. Don't worry, I won't really bite you to death. Qin Feng curled his lips. You're the one who's going to die. Count froze for a moment, then laughed heartily. Ha ha! Interesting, interesting. You Chinese are indeed very confident. You're the first one to say something like that to me. However, I'm afraid you don't have the strength to do so. Seeing that Dracula wanted to spar with him, Qin Feng waved his hand and said, Forget it. You don't understand how powerful I am. I'd better not spar with you. Otherwise, the U.S. government will send a new blood tribe leader to meet me before our cooperation even begins. The smile on Dracula's face froze, and he suddenly punched. There was no inner chi in his fist. It was more like a punch from an ancient martial artist who practiced external techniques. The air seemed to have been shattered. Qin Feng couldn't predict the hidden force in this punch. However, he felt a strong sense of death coming toward him. Dracula actually made Qin Feng nervous. Rumble. Thunder rumbled and tiger roared. Qin Feng punched out and collided with Dracula's fist. The room shook violently. Debris fell from the ceiling of the ceiling. The chandelier hanging in the middle of the living room shook violently as if it was going to fall at any moment. Bang! Qin Feng lost his balance and was sent flying backward. Dracula didn't move an inch, but he was shorter than before. His shoes sank into the ground. Yan Wushuang had given Qin Feng a detailed introduction of the Blood Tribe. The Blood Tribe lived in the day and came out at night. They possessed strength that was beyond the reach of ordinary people. After this punch, Qin Feng finally believed it. Dracula's strength was at the 9th stage of external technique. Rumble. Qin Feng freed himself from the wall and sent out 2 balls of destructive fire. Panic flashed in Dracula's eyes. The Blood Tribe was afraid of fire. Brother Qin Feng, I was just joking. Take your fire away. In the blink of an eye, the fireballs landed in front of Dracula. Dracula couldn't stay calm anymore. He wanted to dodge, but the fireballs seemed to have eyes. No matter where he ran, the 2 balls of fire chased after him. Joking? You sent me flying and you're done with a joke? Qin Feng wasn't a person who would let himself be taken advantage of. Dracula flew around the room. Qin Feng found that the Blood Tribe was not only strong but also fast. He was like a bolt of lightning. I just want to see Brother Qin Feng's strength and see if you have the ability to accept this mission. If your strength is too low, I'll advise you to quit. Otherwise, you'll die in vain. Dracula's voice was anxious. It seemed like he was really frightened by the 2 balls of fire. However, Qin Feng didn't stop. He shouted, "Then you have to let me punch you." Dracula almost stumbled and fell. He felt that Qin Feng was like a child when he threw a tantrum. "Quick, hit me." After running for a while, Dracula couldn't take it anymore. He took the initiative to come to Qin Feng's side and let him hit him. Qin Feng kicked him. Dracula didn't dodge and directly sank into the opposite wall. Rumble. Qin Feng waved his hand and the 2 fireballs disappeared. Dracula couldn't help but vomit a mouthful of blood. However, he didn't cry out in pain. "Dracula, are you okay?" Qin Feng put on a worried expression and ran over to pull Dracula out. Dracula's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He sat down on the sofa angrily. "Let's talk about the plan." Qin Feng's expression returned to normal. He poured himself a cup of tea. "Go ahead." Dracula ran for a long time. His lips were dry from thirst. However, after waiting for a long time, Qin Feng only poured him a cup of tea. This made Dracula angry again. "The reason why I came in advance was to prevent spies from appearing in the Chinese government and to prevent my identity from being exposed." "Then there are no spies in the U.S. government? Are you trying to cause trouble?" Qin Feng rolled his eyes at Dracula. Dracula poured himself a cup of water and drank it in one gulp. "Of course, there are spies in the U.S. government. Therefore, I only listened to the arrangements of one superior for this mission. I can guarantee that there won't be any mistakes on the U.S. side. You have to guarantee that there won't be any mistakes on the Chinese side." Dracula was very cautious. Qin Feng quite liked working with people like him. Chapter 961. I'm the only one participating in the mission from Huaxia. How can I be a spy? Besides, I was the one who discovered the William family's plan. If I were a spy, why would I tell the U.S. government? Qin Feng discovered another weakness of the Blood Clan, and it seemed that they had some problems with their intelligence. "All right, then we can discuss the plan further," Dracula said. "According to the U.S. intelligence agency, the William family is using the Iron Tank Corps as a training base. Since you have the fire ability and are favored by the William family, you need to infiltrate the William family and find the precise location of the experimental base and send it to us. According to the U.S. intelligence agency, the William family's Arcana experimental base is training level 6 Arcanists. They are also conducting an experiment that can train ordinary people into Arcanists in batches. Once they succeed in the experiment, it will lead to a disaster on the entire Earth. Dracula said seriously, and his brows were knitted together. Qin Feng's mouth twitched, and he yelled at Dracula, "Damn it! This is what the U.S. intelligence agency found out. This is obviously the news that Sir System told you guys." Dracula blushed, and he was a little embarrassed. Ahem. Since Brother Qin Feng has understood the urgency and crisis of the situation, let us discuss the details of our cooperation. This time, our main mission is to destroy the experimental base. We don't need to fight the Iron Tank Corps. After the experimental base is destroyed, the U.S. military will take care of the rest. Dracula explained the plan proposed by the U.S. in detail, and it was similar to what Qin Feng had in mind. The Blood Clan is going to send a few hundred people to help me this time? Qin Feng asked. Dracula was stunned. He curled his lips and said, "I'll try my best. I'll send about 30 people." Qin Feng was so angry that his nose was crooked. The William family had hundreds of metahumans, and they were even conducting experiments in the base of the Iron Tank Corps. It was fine if the United States did not send an army over, but they actually sent 30 vampires. This was too much of a scam. No, we have to send at least 500 members of the Blood Clan. Otherwise, we will be going to our deaths. Qin Feng disagreed. The corner of Dracula's mouth twitched violently and he rolled his eyes. You probably don't understand us blood breeds. Our bloodline is very pure, and there are only 300 members in the entire Brooke branch of the blood breed. The selection of the blood race's descendants is extremely strict, and it requires the approval of the prince under them. Furthermore, nurturing descendants is also an extremely troublesome and long process. Where are you going to find 500 blood race members for you? Qin Feng was at his wit's end. The number of vampires on Earth was even fewer than the number of ancient martial artists in China. The two of them chatted for a while. Then Dracula left first. After Dracula left, Qin Feng dialed the number that Prince William had left for him. "Brother Zheng Shuai, I heard that the movie you filmed in the United States has been completed. Can you come to the William family for training now?" The call was quickly connected, and Prince William's excited voice could be heard. "Yeah, my movie is over. Do you guys have time? Come to the hotel and pick me up." Qin Feng said, Good. I'll go there myself." After hanging up the call with Prince William, she waited for more than an hour before Prince William rushed over. He drove the Lincoln limousine that Qin Feng sat in. Even though it was still daytime, the windows of the car were closed, so he could not see what was happening outside. "Brother Zheng Shuai, it's great that you joined the William family. Only the William family can nurture a special ability user like you." In the car, Prince William took the initiative to chat with Qin Feng. Most of the conversation was about how great the William family was, and Qin Feng almost vomited after listening to it. The car drove smoothly, and by the time they arrived at the base of the Iron Tank Corps, the sky had begun to darken. The two of them alighted from the car and arrived at the underground Special Ability Training Ground. The training ground was tens of thousands of square meters, and as usual, there were hundreds of special ability users training nonstop. Ice, fire, thunder, and lightning abilities would appear from time to time, and the scene was spectacular. "Little Zheng Shuai, you're here." Professor Mike walked over. He was supervising everyone's training in the base. Qin Feng nodded at Professor Mike as a greeting. Prince William smiled at Qin Feng and said, "Brother Zheng Shuai, come with us to test your special ability, level first." "Ah, I still need to test? Didn't they say that I'm a rank 5 fire ability user?" Qin Feng looked at the two of them blankly. "Haha, brother. Your flame does seem to have reached the intensity of a rank 5 special ability, but this is just my and Professor Mike's conjecture. We have a special testing device here, so we have to follow the standard of the device. Moreover, even if you're a rank 5 special ability user, there's still a huge difference in strength." After Prince William explained, Qin Feng followed the two of them to a semi-enclosed room. In the room, there was a large, oddly shaped device. It was Qin Feng's first time seeing such a thing. "How do we test it?" Qin Feng asked. "You just need to activate your most powerful special ability and smash the flame on the device," Prince William explained patiently. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feng smashed a ball of destructive flame at the device. A loud bang rang out, and the temperature rose by a few degrees. Prince William and Professor Mike were shocked. Bang! The fireball smashed on the device, and another muffled sound rang out. The three of them looked at the device, and Qin Feng was slightly stunned. He didn't know what material the device was made of, but it was not burned by the destructive flame. "Oh my God! Impossible! How is this possible?" Prince William and Professor Mike exclaimed at the same time. Both of them were acting like idiots, and Qin Feng was shocked by the two of them. "Brother Prince, what's the result of the test? What are you guys shouting for?" Qin Feng couldn't understand the device, but judging from Prince William and Professor Mike's reaction, something serious must have happened. The two of them stared fixedly at Qin Feng, as if they had discovered a treasure in the desert. Qin Feng got goosebumps just looking at them. After a long time, Prince William regained his senses. He stuttered, "Why, your result is too shocking. Why, your flame has reached the level of a rank 6 special ability user." No wonder Prince William and Professor Mike were so shocked. The destructive flame belonged to the primordial fire of myriad beasts, so it was natural for it to be stronger. However, it was Qin Feng's turn to be shocked. The flame released by a rank 6 special ability user was comparable to the destructive flame? If that was the case, then he couldn't allow a rank 6 special ability user to be nurtured. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Qin Feng pretended to be confused and said foolishly, "No way. My flame has reached the standard of a rank 6 special ability user? Don't tell me the device is broken." "I don't know. Why don't you try another device?" Prince William and Professor Mike were dumbfounded. They couldn't be sure if the device was broken, so they dragged Qin Feng to the testing room next door. Boom! After entering the house, Qin Feng didn't waste any time and shot out another ball of fire of destruction. This time, however, Qin Feng intentionally lowered the intensity of the fire of destruction. The device showed that it was a rank 5 fire ability. "What level does it show?" Qin Feng asked, playing dumb. "Rank 5. Then the device over there is broken. Why don't I go over there and try again?" Qin Feng ran next door and suppressed the intensity of the destructive flames. The test result was also level 5. This time, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Level 5 was normal. It should be known that in the entire William family, there had never been a level 6 mutant. By the way, why did the device suddenly fail? Was the strength of rank 6 high? Qin Feng was still worried about the rank 6 special ability user. "I don't know why it suddenly failed. I've never encountered such a situation before. The test result was very high, reaching the peak strength of a rank 6 special ability user. I guess it's beyond the range of this device. Otherwise, it could be even higher." Qin Feng heaved a sigh of relief after hearing Prince William's explanation. It turned out that the destructive flame had reached the peak strength of the device. This meant that the destructive flame might not necessarily be the strength of a rank 6 special ability user. If the device allowed it, it might reach the strength of a rank 8 or rank 9 special ability user. Now that the test result is out, what should I do next? Qin Feng changed the topic. He had to find the research base as soon as possible. Even if Qin Feng deliberately suppressed the intensity of the destructive flame, the test result was still very high, reaching the peak of a rank 5 special ability user. Such a special ability user was extremely rare in the William family, and he was the focus of training. However, Qin Feng had just joined the William family, and Prince William and Professor Mike didn't trust him very much. Were they going to bring Qin Feng to the laboratory now? Would something go wrong? "Why aren't you guys talking?" Prince William and Professor Mike were weighing the pros and cons in their hearts. Qin Feng shouted again, and the two quickly came back to their senses. Hee, Brother Jing Shuai, don't worry. You practice in the training field for a while. I'll go out with Professor Mike to discuss something. Prince William left Qin Feng behind, gave Professor Mike a look, and the two ran out. Professor Mike, I reckon there's no fire special ability user in the entire William family who can compare to Zheng Shuai. What do you think we should do? Prince William went straight to the point when there was no one else around. Professor Mike's face was solemn. Our plan is about to begin. We're lacking special ability users with strong attack power, and fire special ability users are the strongest attackers. Zhang Shuai's arrival is timely, but he's new here, and we don't know much about him. If we send him to the research base now, it'll be troublesome if something happens. P.S. Recommend an urban novel, The Village Miracle Doctor, by Song of Crimson Flame. Chapter 962. Prince William and Professor Mike had the same concerns. After a moment of silence, Prince William said, Then I'll tell my father about Zheng Shuai and see what he thinks. Professor Mike nodded. That's for the best. You can propose to the Patriarch a plan to brainwash Zheng Shuai, just like how he brainwashed Alice. That way we can completely control Zheng Shuai and don't have to worry about him betraying the William family. Prince William thought this was a good suggestion and immediately went to find his father, William Hagen. Professor Mike returned to the Arcana training base. Huh? You're back alone? Where are your brothers? Qin Feng pretended to be training in a fire tribute training room. When he saw Mike return, Qin Feng stopped what he was doing. He has something to do. Since you've joined the William family, don't stand on ceremony with us. Treat this place as your home in the future and tell us if you have any requests. Professor Mike said some superficial words. He was just stalling for time. Qin Feng pretended to be ignorant and said, Okay, then I'll continue training. I found that your training ground here is very good. Qin Feng began to train hard again. Professor Mike stood by and watched. Seeing Qin Feng tirelessly training his fire tribute arcana, Professor Mike's worry gradually decreased. After training for more than half an hour, Prince William returned with a person following him. The man was a big man who was more than 8 meters tall. He wore a well-ironed military uniform and had a stern face. When he walked, he gave off a strong sense of majesty. Patriarch Hagen. When Professor Mike saw the man, he quickly went up and greeted him respectfully. William Hagen waved his hand, and his eyes fell on Qin Feng in the training room. Qin Feng had long noticed William Hagen's arrival, but he pretended not to know and continued to train his fire attribute arcana in the room. William Hagen stood outside the door to check Qin Feng's strength. Prince William and Professor Mike stood quietly behind him, one on the left and one on the right. After watching for a while, William Hagen said in a low voice, This kid has reached the peak of a level 5 fire attribute arcana. Father, he is the Zheng Shuai I just mentioned to you. If he is experimentally modified, the chance of breaking through to level 6 will be very high. Patriarch, our plan is about to be implemented. If we have this guy's help, we can save a lot of trouble. The three of them communicated in English because Prince William thought that Zheng Shuai did not understand English. William Hagen stared at Qin Feng for a while, then nodded and said, Take him to be brainwashed, then let him join the experimental group. Prince William and Professor Mike were waiting for these words. After making his decision, William Hagen turned around and walked out. Prince William and Professor Mike suppressed their excitement and ran to Qin Feng's training room. Brother Jing Shuai, take a break first. Prince William laughed. Oh, Brother Prince, you're back. What did you do just now? Qin Feng looked as if he had just realized that Prince William had come. I went to report your situation to the other higher-ups of the family. After everyone understood your situation, they unanimously thought highly of you. Now, you can go to the experimental base. Qin Feng was slightly taken aback. He could go to the laboratory so soon? Sure. Then lead the way. Qin Feng suppressed the excitement in his heart and said calmly. Prince William and Professor Mike were also very excited. The two of them quickly walked in front, and Qin Feng followed them. The three of them left the underground training base and walked around the Iron Tank Regiment. Qin Feng paid attention to the surrounding terrain and position. He felt that he had walked from the periphery of the military base to the core area. Brother Zheng Shuai, it's just in front. After walking for almost half an hour, they finally arrived. The three of them walked into a castle, went down the stairs, and arrived at another huge underground experimental base. Brother Prince, is this the experimental base? Qin Feng asked as he looked around. This underground base was as spacious and huge as the training base. However, there were fewer people here, but the number of guards in the base was no less than the training base. Brother Zheng Shuai, there's a signal jammer installed here. Your cell phone and some other communication tools will be blocked. Later, we'll be conducting the experiment. You can take out all your belongings. I'll make a special safe for you. You can take them when you come out. Prince William said a lot of things to prevent Qin Feng from divulging the secret of this base. Qin Feng readily took out his cell phone and some other items. His communication method was much more advanced. He could directly use the Heroes Alliance to shout. Is this enough? Qin Feng emptied his body of belongings. Haha. Okay, then let's go in. Prince William was already leading the way with a smile. Qin Feng walked in the middle, and Professor Mike deliberately slowed down and followed behind Qin Feng. The William family's vigilance was really high, but Qin Feng didn't care. He still found his way into the experimental base. The three of them walked through the hall. It turned out that there was a heavily guarded room at the end. When they saw Prince William and his people, the guard greeted them and opened the door. The inside of the room entered Qin Feng's vision. It was like a hospital. The whole room was filled with the smell of chemical reagents. The room was very big, and it was divided into many small rooms. The equipment and layout in each room were exactly the same. There was some simple medical equipment and a single bed. Some of the beds had people lying on them, and their bodies were full of test tubes and equipment wires. Qin Feng didn't know what they were doing. Qin Feng looked around along the way. Before he knew it, Prince William had already brought him into a separate room. Brother Prince, are we going to start the experiment directly? What's the process like? Are you going to dissect me? I saw that some of the people in the rooms were full of tubes. Are you going to do that to me? Then I'll leave the William family. Qin Feng pretended to be nervous and afraid. Prince William and Professor Mike smiled amiably, trying to make Qin Feng lower his guard. Haha. Brother Zheng Shuai, you don't have to worry. Since you've joined the William family, you're our brother. We're a family. Why would I do anything to harm you? Prince William continued. The people you saw are different from the experiment you're going to do. Your experiment is very simple, and we have professional professors and experts to help you complete the experiment. The success rate is 99%. 99% was already quite high, but it was a figure that Prince William had casually made up. They had yet to successfully cultivate a level 6 Arcanist. Before that, countless innocent lives had been sacrificed. Only 99%? Isn't there still a 1% failure rate? What if I happen to fail? Am I going to die? Qin Feng looked like he was afraid of death. Prince William and Professor Mike's mouths twitched. The two's patience was about to run out, but Prince William still had to smile and pretend. Haha, Brother Zheng Shuai, your joke is really funny. How can your luck be so bad? It's impossible for you to fail. Just believe me. Then what are you going to do to me next? Qin Feng asked. You just need to lie on the bed. I'll find a professional to check your body's data. Then, we'll conduct a modification experiment for you. After the experiment is completed, You'll be a level 6 mutant. Don't worry, it'll be done in half an hour. Prince William's tone was gentle, and the smile on his face was almost stiff. He said all sorts of nice things to calm Qin Feng down, and Qin Feng gradually calmed down. All right, I'll believe you. Qin Feng was already lying on the bed. Professor Mike had already gone out, and now he brought in a few people in blue uniforms. Brother Zheng Shuai, these are the experts. Professor Mike and I will wait for you outside. It'll be over in half an hour. Prince William said a few more comforting words, then left with Professor Mike. A total of 3 workers came in. One was injecting medicine into Qin Feng. One was recording something in a notebook, and one was placing the tubes and wires on Qin Feng's body. Lil Pig, what did that guy just inject into me? Qin Feng asked telepathically. Master, the system is extracting medicine for testing. It costs 500 hedonist points. Quick, test. Test complete. It's a strong anesthetic. Qin Feng immediately cursed inwardly. This Prince William was indeed a sly fox. He said it'd be over in half an hour, but this strong anesthetic would last for at least 12 hours. Complete his grandpa. Buy me medicine to neutralize the anesthetic, Qin Feng said. Master, you can use a strong anesthetic reliever. It costs 500 hedonist points each. I'll buy it. Qin Feng did not hesitate. He didn't want to be anesthetized for 12 hours. After the anesthetic was administered, the strong anesthetic reliever entered Qin Feng's body. The 2 medicines completely neutralized each other, and Qin Feng was completely fine. However, Qin Feng slowly closed his eyes. He had to continue pretending. If he was exposed now, all his previous efforts would go to waste. Not long after Qin Feng closed his eyes, the worker in charge of administering the anesthetic spoke in English. Experiment number 666 has been anesthetized. Qin Feng was slightly startled. Number 666 was most likely the code name of the subject. Did this mean that there were 665 subjects who had been tested? These people were probably already dead. Experiment number 660 SIXS vital signs are all normal. We can inject the brainwashing medicine now. Chapter 963. Qin Feng was extremely depressed. He had just bought a highly effective anesthetic reliever from the system, and this Yankee injected him with a brainwashing potion. What the hell is a brainwashing potion? Didn't that bastard Prince William say he would only check my body? This guy doesn't keep his word. Little Pig, extract the brainwashing potion and buy a reliever from the system. Master, extraction complete. The brainwashing potion is a potion that stimulates the nerves in the brain and turns the master into an idiot or loses his memory, Little Pig explained. Qin Feng immediately understood that Prince William and the others didn't trust him. They said they were here to check his body, but in reality they wanted to brainwash him. Qin Feng couldn't help but think of Li Shanshan. She must have been injected with the brainwashing potion when she was captured and brought to the William family. Then she forgot all her memories. Master, the brainwashing potion doesn't work on your brain, so you don't need to buy reliever, Little Pig added. Why doesn't it work? Qin Feng was puzzled. Because Master's spiritual power is much higher than an ordinary person's, and the system protects Master's brain. This kind of ordinary brainwashing potion is like water entering Master's brain. Qin Feng rolled his eyes. He really wanted to enter the system and strangle Little Pig. Qin Feng understood what Little Pig meant. He could ignore the brainwashing potion. However, this stupid pig's explanation made Qin Feng speechless. You're the one with water in your brain. Qin Feng was relieved to know that he would be fine. After the 3 staff members injected the brainwashing potion, they all left. Prince William and Professor Mike followed them in. They stood by Qin Feng's bed and looked at him for a while with wretched smiles on their faces. Qin Feng didn't want to see their cunning expressions. He was afraid that they would rush up and kill them if they became agitated. Qin Feng began to communicate with Li Xingtian through telepathy. "Senior Li, are you there?" "I'm here." Li Xingtian had recently become familiar with the Hero Alliance's communication function, so he replied very quickly, "Qin Feng, have you arrived in China? Go look for Shanshan when you have time and ask her to join the Hero Alliance. I want to talk to her." Li Xingtian's voice was a little heavy, and Qin Feng immediately heard the problem. "Senior Li, why are you in such a hurry to talk to Shanshan? When I get you out, you'll be able to see her." Li Xingtian laughed bitterly. "I'm afraid I can't wait any longer. The William family's level 6 ability user is expected to be nurtured the day after tomorrow. I'm determined not to let such a thing that endangers society appear. I plan to destroy the test subject tomorrow night. Regardless of whether I succeed or not, I'll definitely die." Qin Feng stared blankly for a moment. He was moved by Li Xingtian's spirit of sacrifice. "Senior Li, don't act recklessly. I've already snuck into the research base," Qin Feng hurriedly said. It was Li Xingtian's turn to be shocked. "What? You're at the research base? Didn't I tell you to go back to China? Why are you so disobedient? Do you still want me to recognize you as my son-in-law?" Li Xingtian was suddenly enraged and lashed out at Qin Feng. Qin Feng was speechless and said, "Let's not argue about these things right now. Tell me the environment of the research base first, and I'll see if I'm in the research base." Li Xingtian was silent for a moment, then suddenly sighed. "Sigh, I really didn't misjudge you. Good boy, you're a good boy. The research base is very big, and it's divided into many small rooms. The rooms are used for various experiments. Each room has the same necessary equipment, and there are also beds." Li Xingtian gave a simple explanation. Qin Feng was overjoyed. He was sure that he was in the research base. "Senior Li, I'm being experimented on in the research base. How can I find you?" Qin Feng was a little excited. Li Xingtian's voice suddenly rose a few decibels. You're doing experiments? You can't be that new idiot, right?" No. That idiot is a level 5 fire ability user, but you're not either." Li Xingtian seemed to be talking to himself, but Qin Feng felt as if his heart had been stabbed twice. "Senior Li, the person you're talking about is me." Li Xingtian screamed in Qin Feng's mind for a long time. Fortunately, the two of them were communicating telepathically. Otherwise, Li Xingtian would have been exposed. "Fuck! That idiot is really you? Senior Li, I'm your future son-in-law. Can you not call me an idiot?" Qin Feng was very angry. "Ahem. I didn't come up with this nickname. It was Prince William. He came to me just now and said that there's a new person, a level 5 fire ability user. After the brainwashing, he wants me to do a breakthrough experiment for you." Li Xingtian suddenly screamed halfway. It's over. Hurry and run. They're doing a brainwashing experiment on you, not a physical examination." Qin Feng had the urge to cut off Li Xingtian's signal. This old man's screams were even more ear-piercing than those women's. "Senior Li, stop screaming. I already knew that this is a brainwashing experiment, but I have a way to not be brainwashed. Otherwise, would I still be talking to you now? That's right. It seems that you're not an idiot. The William family is the idiot." Li Xingtian suddenly realized. Qin Feng rolled his eyes. "Nonsense. Of course I'm not an idiot. This is bad. Even if you're not brainwashed, there's no way you can save me. This is the base of the Iron Tank Core, and it's heavily guarded. There are also hundreds of ability users. Hurry up and think of a way to escape." Li Xingtian started to scream anxiously again. Qin Feng had enough of this old man and cut off the communication. Prince William and Professor Mike stayed in the room for a while and then left. Qin Feng was left alone in the room. No one cared about him. Qin Feng thought that he would be brought to see Li Xingtian after the brainwashing experiment was over. Qin Feng entered his mind into the system and prepared to forge some talismans and magic tools for Li Xingtian. Otherwise, Li Xingtian would be in great danger if a fight broke out. Qin Feng first entered the forging interface. He could forge various quality spiritual tools. Qin Feng's Purple Thunder Wild Robe was forged in this interface. Magic tools were a grade lower than spiritual tools, so it was easier to forge them. Qin Feng still had a lot of materials in the Emerald Spirit Ring. He randomly picked a few and forged 5 defensive magic tools in a few minutes. After forging the magic tools, Qin Feng entered the Talisman Palace. The Talisman Palace was a place that specialized in making talismans. Only true Qi experts could make talismans. Inner Qi experts could also make talismans, but they needed spirit stones as the energy for making talismans. Qin Feng did not lack spirit stones. He took out 2 low-grade spirit stones from the Emerald Spirit Ring and spent a few hours making hundreds of fireball talismans. After he was done, Qin Feng exited the system. The laboratory was located in the basement. He had no idea whether it was day or night outside. Qin Feng also did not know how long he had been lying on the bed. He could only wait for Prince William and Professor Mike to find him. In a flash, another few hours had passed. The door of the laboratory was pushed open. Prince William and Professor Mike had changed their clothes. This meant that 1 day and 1 night had passed. This brat still hasn't woken up. Prince William did not need to pretend anymore. He spoke coldly and looked at Qin Feng with an unfriendly gaze. Don't worry. The strong anesthetic will last for 16 hours. I estimate that he will wake up in an hour, Professor Mike said as he looked at his watch. Both of them spoke in English, but Qin Feng could completely understand them now. Knowing that he would wake up in an hour, Qin Feng simply went to the system to take a look. Where is this? Why am I sleeping here? After an hour had passed, Qin Feng sat up from the bed in a daze. Prince William and Professor Mike had been staying in the room. When he saw Qin Feng woke up, Prince William immediately ran over and said, "Brother Jing Shuai, you're awake. I'm Prince William." Prince William greeted Qin Feng enthusiastically. Qin Feng thought to himself that this guy was indeed cunning. He was obviously brainwashed. Yet he still asked such a question. It was obvious that he was investigating him. What frog prince? I don't know you. Qin Feng had just finished filming the movie Hedonist Sovereign, so acting was a piece of cake for him. The corner of Prince William's mouth twitched. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. However, he still maintained his smile and said, "You really don't know me? Then look at him, he is Professor Mike." Qin Feng looked at Professor Mike with confusion in his eyes. "Who is this grandpa? I don't know him either. Why did you bring me here? I want to call the police." Qin Feng began to struggle. Professor Mike was about to faint from anger when he was called Grandpa. Prince William and Professor Mike secretly looked at each other. Both of them nodded. They were very satisfied with the effect of the brainwashing. "Brother Zheng Shuai, don't worry. We are all your friends. Come with us to a place where your family is." Prince William's ability to deceive people was very strong. Qin Feng followed along and said, "Where my family? Quickly take me there." Prince William and Professor Mike walked one after the other, with Qin Feng walking between them. This underground laboratory was indeed very big. Prince William walked around for a while and arrived at a deeper space. The layout here had changed again. There were more instruments and equipment, some of which Qin Feng had never seen before. "Where are my family? You're not lying to me, are you?" Qin Feng followed the two of them into a small sealed room. A gray-haired old man walked out. "Brother Zheng Shuai, this is your family," Prince William said as he pointed at the old man. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment. Wasn't this old man Li Xingtian? It had only been a few months since they parted at Provincial University, but Li Xingtian had aged a lot. It felt like they hadn't seen him for more than 10 years. Li Xingtian knew Zheng Shuai's identity. When he saw Qin Feng barging into the William family's base without any regard for the difficulties and dangers in order to save him, and even changing his face, Li Xingtian was so moved that his body trembled. His eyes brimmed with tears as he rushed to Qin Feng's side. Chapter 964. Qin Feng's cataracts were about to fall out. Li Xingtian, that old fart, was taking advantage of him. Prince William and Professor Mike were also stunned. Actually, the two of them often brainwashed metahumans and lied to them that they were going to look for their relatives. Then, they would let Li Xingtian pretend to be their relative. Li Xingtian had often acted in the past, but this time Prince William and Professor Mike thought that he had acted the best. If the two of them didn't know Zheng Shuai's identity, they would have thought that Zheng Shuai was Li Xingtian's son. "Hey, what's wrong with you, old man? Who's your son? Don't be crazy, okay?" Qin Feng pushed Li Xingtian away. He had lost his memory, so logically speaking, he should not even recognize his father. Li Xingtian looked at Zheng Shuai with a pained expression. Prince William and Professor Mike regained their senses and quickly came to mediate. "Brother Zheng Shuai, how can you say such unfilial words? He's your biological father." "Senior Li, don't be sad. Zheng Shuai seems to have lost his memory. Why don't you talk to him alone for a while, and then do Zheng Shuai's experiment?" Professor Mike gave Li Xingtian a look, and Li Xingtian nodded. "Is he really my father?" Qin Feng pretended to be at a loss. "Of course he is. Brother Zheng Shuai, have a good talk with Senior Li. He will tell you some things, and you will slowly remember them." Prince William patted Qin Feng's shoulder and left with Professor Mike. Only Qin Feng and Li Xingtian were left in the room. Before Qin Feng could speak, Li Xingtian said through the Heroes Alliance, "Don't talk nonsense. There are surveillance cameras and bugs in the room." After Prince William and Professor Mike left, they turned around and walked into the room next door. There was an LCD television in the room, and it clearly showed Qin Feng's situation. There was also sound coming from the television, and the effect was like watching a television program. "Are you really my father, old man?" Qin Feng looked at Li Xingtian doubtfully. "Son, don't ask such a silly question. You look so much like me. So, of course, I'm your father." Li Xingtian regretted it immediately. Qin Feng was really ugly now. Qin Feng stared at Li Xingtian's face for a while, then said seriously, "According to what you said, you really are my father." Prince William and Professor Mike laughed in the room next door. The corners of Li Xingtian's mouth twitched violently. He pointed to the bed on the side and said, "Go lie on the bed. I'll tell you what happened before." Qin Feng got onto the bed. In order to put on an act for Prince William and the Crown Prince, Li Xingtian took out some medical equipment and started to examine Qin Feng. The two of them would converse from time to time, but the conversations in their minds were much richer. "You brat, you really came. You want to ascend to the heavens." Li Xingtian had found out last night that Qin Feng had snuck into the laboratory, but seeing Qin Feng now, Li Xingtian was still filled with shock and gratitude. "Senior Li, how long will my experiment take?" Qin Feng asked. "Under normal circumstances, it would take 24 hours. That's more than enough time. Continue acting. I'll contact my reinforcements." According to what Li Xingtian said, the William family's rank 6 ability users would be nurtured by tonight. Qin Feng had to destroy this research base before tonight. Qin Feng had already contacted Yan Wushuang. "Team Leader Yan, I've infiltrated the William family's experimental base." "Really? Can you send me your location?" Yan Wushuang's pleasantly surprised voice rang in Qin Feng's mind. Qin Feng spent 1,000 hedonist points and used the hedonist sovereign system to send the exact location of the laboratory to Yan Wushuang. "The location is so precise. How did you do it?" "Wait a moment. I'll report it to the dragon sect now." Yan Wushuang was so excited that she went to contact the dragon sect. Soon, Yan Wushuang's voice rang in Qin Feng's mind again. "Qin Feng, The dragon sect has received the location information and sent it to the person in charge in America. America has already replied to the dragon sect, saying that they will send the elites of the blood descendants to support us. The operation will start at 8 p.m. in America time. Seeing that everything was going smoothly, Qin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. He chatted with Yan Wu Shuang for a while longer and then disconnected. Seniorly, I'll help you escape at 8 p.m. tonight, Qin Feng said to Li Xingtian through telepathy. Li Xingtian's hand that was injecting Qin Feng with the potion trembled. What? Escape at 8 p.m. tonight? Both of us won't be able to escape. Of course, it's not just the two of us. The American government has already learned of the William family's plan. They will send reinforcements tonight. I'll leave some magic tools and fireball charms for you later. Remember to keep the magic tools with you at all times. Li Xingtian was stunned. It turned out that the American government had already learned of the William family's plan. Li Xingtian, who had been in a state of despair, finally saw a glimmer of hope. He wanted to lift Qin Feng's face and kiss him on the forehead. However, when he thought that the William family must be monitoring him, Li Xingtian quickly dismissed the idea. Fortunately, he dismissed the idea. Otherwise, Qin Feng would have smacked him to death. Li Xingtian pretended to be conducting experiments on Qin Feng. However, he had replaced some of the potions he used with glucose. Qin Feng had been drinking sugar water for the whole afternoon, and he felt sick. Qin Feng's flame was the myriad beast true fire, and he was not a fire ability user. Otherwise, Li Xingtian would really want to transform Qin Feng's body and help him break through to the realm of a level 6 fire ability user. The two of them put on an act in the laboratory for the whole afternoon. Prince William and Professor Mike, who were in the room next door, watched for the whole afternoon. They didn't see any clues and thought that Li Xingtian was really modifying Qin Feng's body. Prince William's phone rang. He answered the call. Prince William didn't say anything. He just listened to the voice on the phone. As he listened, Prince William's expression gradually turned cold and his brows furrowed. What happened? Professor Mike asked as soon as Prince William hung up the phone. Something big happened. Let's go find my father now. Prince William didn't say what exactly happened. He opened the door and ran out. Professor Mike's face was full of solemnity. He knew that something serious and urgent must have happened. Prince William and Professor Mike ran away. They didn't even have the mood to continue supervising Li Xingtian's experiment. However, Qin Feng and Li Xingtian were still acting. They didn't know what happened in the room next door. Master, it's already 7:30 a.m. There was no sense of day or night in the laboratory. There was no clock in sight. All the items of the staff and experimenters were taken away. Therefore, Qin Feng specially reminded Little Pig to record the time before he came in. Seniorly, it's 7:30 a.m. now. We'll act in half an hour, Qin Feng said to Li Xingtian telepathically. Li Xingtian's hand trembled again. 3 big bumps appeared on Qin Feng's arm. Qin Feng didn't kick Li Xingtian to death because Li Xingtian was his future father-in-law. I'm a little nervous. Who are the reinforcements you called? Li Xingtian's voice was trembling. Senior Li, don't worry. The U.S. has sent a large group of vampires to help us. We'll be fine. Qin Feng would have been fine if he hadn't said anything. Once he spoke, Li Xingtian was so shocked that he almost fell off his chair. What? Vampires? Why would the U.S. send vampires? Don't tell me they're going to eat us? Li Xingtian didn't know much about vampires. His reaction was the same as Qin Feng's when he first heard about the Blood Clan's cooperation. Qin Feng patiently explained the true nature of the Blood Clan to Li Xingtian. Li Xingtian finally calmed down. Time flew by. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Little Pig had already reminded Qin Feng in his mind. Qin Feng immediately threw the 5 defensive magic tools to Li Xingtian. At the same time, he stuffed a large pile of yellow paper talismans into Li Xingtian's pocket. Hurry up and put on the magic tools. We're going to act. Qin Feng pulled out all the needles and instruments from his body. Li Xingtian frantically put on the defensive magic tools such as necklaces, bracelets, and rings. Then he touched the yellow paper talismans in his pocket and almost fell. Qin Feng, why did you give me a pile of yellow paper talismans? Are you burning paper money for me in advance? Qin Feng ran to the door. His eyes rolled back and he almost fainted from anger. He pulled Li Xingtian out of the room. As soon as the two of them came out, a loud noise came from outside. Rumble, rumble. The loud noise did not stop once. It sounded like thunder. The entire laboratory shook slightly. Many of the staff members and ability users who were doing experiments rushed out. Everyone stood in the hall and looked at each other in confusion. No one knew what was going on here. Brother Qin Feng, where are you? The loud noise gradually subsided. A group of people rushed in from the entrance of the laboratory. This group of people was dressed in black, tight-fitting leather clothes and black leather boots. The cloaks on their shoulders were black on the outside, but blood red on the inside. Oh no, no. We've been discovered. Quick, hide. Li Xingtian was frightened by this group of people. He pulled Qin Feng to hide. Qin Feng was so angry that he almost kicked Li Xingtian away. He pulled Li Xingtian and shouted at the door, "Brother Dracula, over here!" The people who came were the Blood Clan led by Prince Dracula. Qin Feng glanced at them and found that there were only about 30 of them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Qin Feng's voice fell, the air above the laboratory was filled with black shadows. The 30 or so members of the Blood Clan flew into the air and leaped from the top of the wall. Their movements were extremely fast, and their mouths emitted ear-piercing hissing sounds. Their movements were like giant bats, and within a few breaths they had landed around Qin Feng and Li Xingtian. Where is the laboratory for the level 6 mutants? Chapter 965. Qin Feng did not dare to waste any more time. This was the base of the Iron Tank Corps, and there were hundreds of metahumans trained by the William family. If they waited until they came to their senses, none of them would be able to escape. Senior Li, bring us to the experimental base of the rank 6 metahumans. Qin Feng looked at Li Xingtian. Oh, everyone come with me. Li Xingtian was stunned for a moment before he came to his senses. The nervous and fearful look on his face had disappeared. Li Xingtian was also against the experiment of training rank 6 metahumans. Rebellion. Li Xingtian has brought people to rebel. Fuck. How dare you cause trouble in the William family's base? Go to hell. Quick, inform Patriarch Hagen and get the army to kill these people. The huge experimental base was in an uproar. Many of the staff members were members of the William family. They quickly began to flee. Some even took out their phones to inform the William family. The rest were the metahumans trained by the William family, and there were about 30 of them. These metahumans reacted quickly and attacked Qin Feng and the others. Rumble, rumble. In an instant, flames and ice appeared in the air above the research base. It was as if a rain of fire was raining down from the sky. Li Xingtian conducted experiments for metahumans every day, but this was the first time he fought against a metahuman. Seeing this spectacular scene, Li Xingtian was stunned. You guys guard this place. Brother Qin Feng, the 3 of us will go in. Count reacted quickly and rushed forward while pulling Qin Feng and Li Xingtian. The 30 or so blood breeds behind them let out ear-piercing screeches. Suddenly, streaks of black shadows appeared in midair. They flew back and forth like bats. The flames and ice were blocked by the blood breeds, and Qin Feng and the other 2 quickly ran inside. So it's the blood breeds. You bunch of half-human, half-ghosts. Go to hell! A rank 4 fire metahuman swung his fist, and his entire right arm was set ablaze. Count was about to exchange blows with him, but when he saw the dazzling flame, he quickly retreated in fear. Rumble, Laming, and Tiger Roar leaped over him, and Qin Fun threw a punch at the level 4 fire ability user. The fire ability user was sent flying into the solid steel wall, unable to climb out. Senior Lee, lead the way. If you encounter any enemies, use the Fireball Talisman to smash them. Qin Fun's expression was ice cold. A blue sword appeared in his hand, and he tossed the Heaven Splitter axe to count. Qin Fun wielded a long sword, while Dracula wielded a pair of battle axes. The two of them followed behind Li Xingtian, killing the metahumans that came after him. Buzz! The long sword slashed across, and sword rays shot out in all directions. The power of the 9 strategies beyond the swords was not to be underestimated. Every sword move was extremely simple, but it carried an earth-shattering momentum. Count liked the pair of battle axes that Qin Fun had given him. The Sky Splitter axe displayed great power in his hands. Count had extraordinary strength, and every time the 2 axes fell, they would pierce through the air. Whenever they landed on an ability user, they would be directly smashed into meat paste. With Qin Fun and Dracula at the rear, they advanced very quickly. Li Xingtian suddenly screamed, "It's over! There are 2 ability users in front!" Qin Fun swung his sword and pierced 3 ability users behind him while shouting, "Throw the Fireball Talismans in your hands!" Only then did Li Xingtian remember that he had more than 100 yellow paper talismans. He grabbed a handful and threw them at the 2 ability users in front of him. The Fireball Talisman fell and really hit the 2 of them, startling the 2 American ability users. But after waiting for a few seconds, nothing happened at all. The 2 ability users were so angry that they punched at Li Xingtian. "Fuck! Son-in-law, don't be such a scammer. Are these yellow paper talismans really for me to burn?" Li Xingtian shouted. Qin Fun suddenly remembered something and quickly shouted, "Father-in-law, if you throw them again, I'll chant the incantation. Fong Fong is so handsome." After the battle at the Amethyst Dragon Palace, Qin Fun went to Jindu City and started selling talismans at Yulin Street. At that time, Qin Fun had set up a slogan for his talismans. The slogan had never changed. "Fong Fong is so handsome." Dracula, who was in the middle of a fight, suddenly froze. Then, he glared at Qin Fun with a strange expression. Li Xingtian suppressed the urge to vomit and threw another stack of Fireball Talismans. "Fong Fong is so handsome." Rumble, rumble. Dozens of Fireball Talismans exploded and turned into dozens of balls of fire. The 2 ability users didn't even have time to react before they were engulfed by the fire. They wailed and howled in pain. Swoosh! Qin Fun clapped his hands, and 2 white lights flashed. The 2 people who were screaming miserably in the flames immediately fell to the ground, completely silent. "Senior Lee, how much further? Time is of the essence." The grim expression on Qin Fun and Dracula's faces never dissipated. The mission this time was too difficult. Even if Qin Fun was at the early stage of Stage 9 Inner Qi, he and the Blood Clan of the United States were working together. Li Xingtian also realized the urgency of the situation. He grabbed a handful of Fireball Talismans and rushed forward. Whenever someone tried to stop him, Li Xingtian would throw a stack of Fireball Talismans at them without hesitation. The 3 of them increased their speed. After running for about 5 minutes, they finally arrived at the base of the Rank 6 ability user's laboratory. "We're here." Li Xingtian stopped abruptly and shouted anxiously, "There's a passcode door here. How do we get in?" Qin Fun and Dracula killed many ability users along the way. The remaining ability users were trapped outside by the Blood Clan members. Qin Fun and Dracula turned around and saw a huge door that led to the top. They didn't know what material the door was made of, but it looked extremely hard. There were 8 guards guarding the door. When they saw Qin Fun and Dracula, they realized something was wrong. "Professor Lee, why are you here? Who are those 2? Li Xingtian was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. Without saying anything, he threw the remaining 50 or so fireball talismans in his hand. Fong Fong is so handsome. Rumble. More than 50 fireballs exploded in an instant, and the basement was illuminated as if it was daytime. Dracula seemed to be a little afraid of the light and quickly covered his head with his cloak. 6 of the 8 guards at the door died in an instant. Li Xingtian ran out of fireball talismans and quickly returned to Qin Fun's side. My good son-in-law, give your father-in-law some more yellow paper talismans. These things are really fucking powerful. Qin Fun glanced at Li Xingtian's pocket and found that the old man had really used up more than 100 fireball talismans. It took Qin Fun several hours to make them. Qin Fun was so angry that he wanted to kick someone again. My dear father-in-law, those fireball talismans are all treasures. Do you think I bought them with a dime each? I've given them all to you. I don't have any left. Qin Fun grumbled a few words, and his expression suddenly became serious. Before the 2 superhumans could pounce on him, Qin Fun raised the Chongling sword in his hand into the air. The bodies of the 2 superhumans suddenly froze, and a moment later, they directly exploded. Ah! Li Xingtian was frightened by this bloody scene and screamed. Qin Fun and Dracula were already used to this. The 2 of them walked to the door with cold faces. After fumbling with the password on the door for a while, Qin Fun and Dracula couldn't open the door. Qin Fun jumped and landed more than 10 meters away from the door. He shouted at Dracula, "You retreat first. I'll split the door open." Dracula was very fast and landed behind Qin Fun in the blink of an eye. The Chongling sword in Qin Fun's hand had already slashed down. A condensed blue sword energy surged out as if it was going to pierce the sky. Rumble, rumble. Loud noises sounded everywhere. The entire underground laboratory shook violently. Some gravel and ceiling fell from above, and many chandeliers directly smashed down. But in the next second, Qin Fun and the other 2 were stunned. The door in front of them didn't split open. Only a small scratch was left on it. If they didn't look carefully, they would even ignore it. Let me try. Dracula roared and rushed forward with his sky-splitter axe. Dracula didn't have inner chi. He directly jumped to the front of the door. The battle axe in his hand fell down violently. With the force of the forward rush, there was an unstoppable momentum. Rumble. There was another loud noise. Even the 2 walls next to them cracked with arm-thick cracks. But the door in front of them still didn't crack open. Another scratch was left on it. Qin Fun was angry. It had been 15 minutes since they started the operation. This time, the original plan was to destroy the experimental base in half an hour. At the same time, everyone had to escape from the base of the Iron Tank Core. At this speed, it was obvious that they would exceed the time limit, and the longer they delayed, the lower the success rate of the mission. Everyone retreat further! Unknowingly, a domineering purple battle robe appeared on Qin Fun's body. His battle robe and cloak flapped in the wind. The silver armor was flowing with purple electric light. The electric light became brighter and brighter, as if forming a ball of purple lightning. Rumble! A muffled thunder rang out. A ball of ring-shaped purple lightning struck down from the sky, startling Li Xingtian and Dracula. Crackle, crackle! The door, which was made of an unknown material, emitted a loud noise like frying beans. The knife marks left by Qin Fun and Count were slowly cracking. The cracks grew larger and larger, and finally the entire door was covered in cracks, which were as dense as a spider web. Rumble! There was another muffled sound. Qin Fun's second lightning struck. This time, the door at the top of the passage exploded. The bottom half of the door collapsed with a loud bang. The door panels above turned into fragments and flew everywhere. Some were directly inserted into the wall, while others fell to the ground and smashed dozens of deep pits. Oh my God! Son-in-law, you can also attract lightning? Where the hell did this monster come from? Li Xingtian was stunned. Thinking that his daughter had followed such a powerful man like Qin Fin, Li Xingtian immediately felt relieved. Even Dracula was shocked. He had seen Qin Fin use the fire ability before. Now, Qin Fin used the lightning ability. This was a rare talent. Let's not talk about this first. Let's go in and destroy this base. Qin Fin didn't waste any time. He leaped and rushed into the laboratory first. Because the door had just collapsed, it set off a cloud of dust. The situation inside the laboratory couldn't be seen at all. Qin Fin had just entered, and in the next second he jumped out again. Oh no, it's an ambush! Chapter 966. Li Xingtian and Count followed behind Qin Feng. Before they could figure out what was going on, Qin Feng pounced on them and knocked them to the ground. Thud, 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 thud. A series of gunshots rang out. Judging from the sound, it should be the sound of a machine gun. The wall outside was riddled with holes, and the ceiling was riddled with hundreds of small holes. Rubble flew in all directions, and the room was filled with sparks. Qin Feng pulled Li Xingtian and Count to a corner. In front of the three of them was a layer of ice wall. As soon as the ice wall was shattered by the bullets, it was replaced by a new layer of ice. Li Xingtian and Count were still in a state of shock, especially Count. He was so shocked that he couldn't utter a word as he stared at the layers of magnificent, deep blue walls of ice. Qin Fin is incredible. He's a triple elemental paranormal. Brother Count, I can't hold on any longer. Find a chance to strike. There were probably more than a dozen machine guns shooting at him. The bullets were like they were free, forming a dense rain of bullets. Under such a strong attack, Qin Feng felt that the inner qi in his body couldn't keep up, and he couldn't activate extreme ice any longer. Damn it, there's a mole. Count quickly regained his senses. His mind worked quickly, and he found the root of the problem. However, the current situation was critical, and it wasn't the time to discuss who the mole was. Count looked at the situation outside and saw 8 machine guns set up at the entrance of the laboratory. The flashing sparks almost blinded Count's eyes. Boom! Several fireballs fell from the sky. Qin Feng yelled, "Go!" The extreme ice wall in front of him had disappeared. Qin Feng couldn't withstand the barrage of 8 machine guns, so he took the lead and dashed forward. Count's reaction was faster. He leaped to the top of the wall and transformed into a bat. Although he moved backward, he reached the entrance before Qin Feng. Thud, thud, thud! Thud, thud, thud! The machine guns were still firing fiercely. Dozens of bullets hit Li Xingtian, but they didn't penetrate his body. Suddenly, blue halos bloomed on Li Xingtian's body. Following that, the defensive necklace on Li Xingtian's neck dimmed and turned into a pile of powder that scattered with the wind. Roar! You traitors, go to hell! Dracula didn't know what provoked him, but as soon as he landed, he went berserk. This guy was too powerful when he was angry, and even Qin Feng didn't dare to get close to him. Bang, 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 bang. In just a breath's time, Dracula had sent all the soldiers in front of the 4 machine guns flying. His strength was boundless, and he had directly smashed the 4 of them into meat paste. Xiu, xiu, xiu! Qin Feng waved his hand, and with a flash of white light, he slit the throats of the other 4 soldiers. Qin Feng stopped in front of the door, while Count charged in like a wild bull. In front of them was a wall of ice that separated the room into 2 sides. Qin Feng and Count were completely blocked on the outside. Bang, 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 bang. Dracula desperately hammered the ice wall with his sky splitter axe. His eyes were bloodshot. Qin Feng didn't know why Dracula suddenly became so angry. Could it be that he wanted to drink human blood? At this time, a series of footsteps came from outside. It was the members of the Blood Clan rushing over. There were originally more than 30 vampires, but now there were only about 20 left. Prince Dracula! One of the vampires asked for Dracula's instructions. Dracula roared angrily, "Smash! Smash through this ice wall for me." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, more than 20 black shadows flew under the ice wall, and all of them used their fists to hit the ice wall. The wall was broken layer by layer, but in an instant, a new layer of ice appeared to fill the gap. Qin Feng didn't even need to think to know that there were probably dozens of ice-type mutants standing on the other side. Ha ha ha! Prince Dracula, you don't have to waste your energy. You won't be able to break through this ice wall. The William family's Level 6 Arcanists have entered the final stage. In 10 minutes, the Level 6 Arcanists will be born. By then, the world will belong to the William family. Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from the other side of the ice wall. It was Prince William's voice. Prince William, stop your wishful thinking. With me, Qin Feng, here, I can destroy your base in minutes. Qin Feng roared as he swung his sword. Humph! You brat, you're even more cunning than a fox. One moment, you used Xiao Feng's identity, and the next moment, you used Zheng Shuai's identity. But all of this is useless. If you can infiltrate the William family's base, then naturally, our William family also has a spy in your team. Didn't your plan get exposed tonight? Ha ha ha! Prince William laughed maniacally. He had arranged for 30 ice-type mutants to guard the ice wall. He didn't believe that Qin Feng's team could break through this defense. As long as they could hold on for 10 minutes, the Level 6 mutants would appear. At that time, the William family wouldn't even be afraid of the United States, let alone Qin Feng and the vampires. Qin Feng was stunned. There really was a mole. Qin Feng didn't think there was a mole on his side. Only he, the Dragon Sect, and Li Xingtian knew about this operation. Obviously, the Dragon Sect was not a mole. So how could Li Xingtian be a mole? Qin Feng's mind raced. Suddenly, Dracula roared. Brother Qin Feng, I'm sorry. The mole is General Bayangda, who is in charge of the Blood Clan's operation. When Dracula rushed to the door, he saw General Bayangda standing among the enemy's troops. It was also because of this reason that Dracula suddenly went crazy. Dracula didn't expect the mole to be his commander. Not only Dracula, but the remaining 20 or so Blood Clan members were also stunned. Let's not talk about this. Let's work together and destroy this research base, even if it costs us our lives. Qin Feng didn't complain. No one wanted to see the situation develop to this stage. Dracula didn't know that General Bayangda had betrayed the nation. He was actually a chess piece in this battle between the higher-ups. Roar! Brooke elites, it's time for you to atone for your sins. Attack! Dracula looked at Qin Feng gratefully. Then he started to pound on the ice wall again. Everyone tried their best to break the ice wall, but there were 30 or so mutants taking turns to repair the ice wall. They couldn't break it in a short time. Master, the flaming golden eagle wants to fight. Little Pig's anxious voice sounded. Qin Feng was stunned. What's the use of releasing the flaming golden eagle? Master, the flaming golden eagle's hidden skill, Gale Flame, has been awakened. You can release it to try. Qin Feng had fused 4 battle pets: Flaming Golden Eagle, Glacial Snow Mastiff, Pikachu, and Black Tortoise. The Black Tortoise was undoubtedly powerful. After awakening its hidden skill, Tsunami Roar, it became the overlord of the sea. The Glacial Snow Mastiff and the Flaming Golden Eagle's normal skills were Frost Spike and Death Flame, respectively. These 2 battle pets also had awakened skills. The Glacial Snow Mastiff's awakened skill was Fury, but it hadn't awakened yet. The Flaming Golden Eagle's awakened skill was Gale Flame, but Little Pig said it had awakened. Screech! Qin Feng commanded the Flaming Golden Eagle to descend from the sky. Its huge body filled half of the room. The Flaming Golden Eagle screeched excitedly. This stupid bird never learned to keep a low profile. Li Xingtian, Dracula, and the others were so shocked that they forgot to smash the ice wall. Everyone be careful. This is probably a monster raised by the William family. Let's kill it together. Dracula reacted quickly and punched the Flaming Golden Eagle's head. The flaming golden eagle's eyes were burning with anger. It looked like it was going to fight. Qin Feng's mouth twitched, and he quickly shouted, "Don't fight. This is my pet." Time seemed to stop for a few seconds. Everyone was stunned and looked at the flaming golden eagle as if they had dementia. How could this be called a pet? Dracula immediately retracted his fist and landed beside Qin Feng. "Brother Qin Feng, what's going on?" Everyone was confused by the flaming golden eagle's appearance. Qin Feng didn't have time to explain how the flaming golden eagle appeared. Although everyone was curious, no one was in the mood to ask at such a critical moment. "Everyone move aside. Let my little pet smash the wall." Everyone's mouth twitched, and they quickly retreated behind the flaming golden eagle. The flaming golden eagle was a little dissatisfied with Dracula and even glared at him. "Golden eagle, it's up to you." Qin Feng said to the flaming golden eagle telepathically. The flaming golden eagle became serious. It opened its mouth and screeched continuously. Suddenly, its huge wings spread open and a strong wind instantly blew. It felt like a typhoon. "What's going on outside?" General Bayangda's scream came from inside the ice wall. In fact, Qin Feng almost laughed when he heard the general's name. This person's name was indeed in line with his behavior. "Don't worry, General Bayangda. It must be that kid named Qin Feng who is playing tricks outside. That guy is very cunning. Let's ignore them. As long as we hold on for another 5 minutes, the 8 level 6 mutants will appear. By then, those little bastards will all die." Prince William began to comfort General Bayangda. No matter what happened outside, Prince William would not open the ice wall. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The flaming golden eagle's cry was like thunder. It flapped its wings continuously, forming a whirlpool in the room. If Qin Feng didn't use his inner qi to protect everyone, they would have been blown away by this gust of wind. After a few dozen screeches, the flaming golden eagle's body was already suspended in midair. It let out another ear-piercing screech, and its body shook violently. A huge fireball shot out and directly smashed onto the ice wall. Rumble! The fireball was as huge as the ice wall in front of them. The intense burning flames instantly covered the entire wall. "What's going on?" "The ice wall can't be broken. Everyone hold on." The ice wall shook violently. There were a few cracks on the top, and Prince William's angry shout became much clearer. "Oh no, there seems to be a monster over there. We can't hold on for much longer." Chapter 9, 67. Dracula and the rest were stunned. Even Qin Feng was shocked. It was also Qin Feng's first time witnessing the flaming golden eagle's awakening skill. This gale flame skill was so powerful that it instantly created a hole in the upper layer of the ice wall. However, the flaming golden eagle was just the beginning. It flapped its wings violently and shot out balls of fire from its wings. The golden eagle's mouth was still wide open, and fireballs kept shooting out from its mouth. 3 balls of fire flew out fiercely. They were as fast as lightning under the gale. The power of the flames also increased by more than 10 times under the gale. It felt like it was almost as powerful as Qin Feng's destructive flame. Rumble, rumble. Loud noises rang out continuously, and the sound of the flames whistling in the gale could be heard. Dracula and the rest were already dumbfounded. These people were rare blood breeds on Earth, and they also had their own unique abilities. However, after meeting Qin Feng today, Dracula and the rest felt that Qin Feng was the real monster. Such a powerful strange bird, and Qin Feng was keeping it as a pet. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks as dense as a web appeared on the ice wall, followed by a series of subtle crisp sounds. Rumble. The entire ice wall suddenly exploded, and more than 30 ice mutants standing behind the wall fell to the ground. Many of them were directly burned by the fireballs, and some suffered internal injuries and vomited blood. "Brothers, charge!" Qin Feng took the lead and rushed in the instant the ice wall exploded. Dracula and more than 20 blood breeds came to their senses. They turned into black shadows and covered the entire wall in a breath's time. Prince William and General Bayangda were dumbfounded. They didn't expect the ice wall to break. Both of them looked at the strange bird with its mouth wide open, and they were so scared that they couldn't speak. A row of soldiers carrying machine guns squatted in the room. These people were also stunned and momentarily forgot to shoot with their machine guns. Swish, 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 swish. Several white lights flashed, and 7 or 8 soldiers fell to the ground. Dracula landed in the middle of the crowd. He had been suppressing his anger for a long time. The sky splitter in his hand continuously chopped at the group of mutants. Swish, swish. The remaining 20 or so members of the Blood Clan also began to move. These people were like bats, extremely fast and extraordinarily powerful. In what seemed like a few breaths of time, a large number of people from the William family were lying on the ground. Stop them! Hurry, hurry up, and stop them! General Bayangda came back to his senses and screamed. Prince William pulled General Bayangda and retreated to the back. The soldiers and metahumans regained their senses and ran to the front to fight. Fight! Give me a good beating. As long as you can hold on for another 2 minutes, a level 6 mutant will be born. Prince William's face turned sinister as he looked at the corpses on the ground. Ta 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 ta! The soldier on the ground woke up and grabbed his machine gun and started firing wildly. More than a dozen machine guns were aimed at the flaming golden eagle outside the door, and the bullets were like raindrops in an instant. The golden eagle's eyes were spitting fire. It was obvious that it was angered by these people. It opened its mouth and shot out a ball of flame. Rumble! The fireball was so huge that it covered half the space. When the bullets came into contact with the flames, they immediately melted into mist, completely losing the ability to attack. Ah! Fire! Fire! Save me! I'm burning! Save me! What kind of monster is this? Let's run for our lives. The ball of flame completely disrupted the soldiers' formation. No one dared to lie on the ground and shoot. The dozens of soldiers who were burned were screaming and jumping around. Those who were not burned threw down their machine guns and started to run for their lives. The soldiers were soldiers of the Iron Tank Corps. After all, these people were ordinary people. After witnessing the madness of this battle, they completely lost the confidence to continue fighting. Damn it! Come back here! If anyone dares to run, I'll kill him first. Prince William was furious. He rushed up and punched 2 soldiers who were trying to escape. Suddenly, the arms of the soldiers froze, and in the blink of an eye, ice spikes spread out and pierced the hearts of the 2 soldiers. Instantly they died. The rest of the soldiers who were escaping stopped abruptly. Seeing this bloody scene, they could only raise their machine guns and continue shooting. Ta ta ta! Rumble! Rumble! The laboratory was filled with all kinds of sounds. The battle was unusually fierce. Qin Fuan and his men were racing against time and did not hold back at all. The soldiers were all ordinary people, so they were quickly burned by the flames of the flaming golden eagle. There were still more than 50 mutants in the room, and they were fighting with Qin Fuan and his men. Dracula, there's only 1 minute left. Cover me, I'll destroy the laboratory. Qin Fuan's expression became more and more serious. This time, because of the traitor, the plan was seriously delayed. If they could not destroy this laboratory in the last minute, then a level 6 mutant would really appear. Rumble! A loud sound came from behind Qin Fuan. Dracula held 2 axes in his hands. His arms, face, and body were covered with blood. Some of it was his, but most of it was the enemy's. Dracula was like a tall and sturdy mountain, blocking in front of Qin Fuan. He did not turn his head and said coldly, "Go, I'll help you." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, more than 10 black shadows flew over. Originally, there were more than 20 members of the Blood Clan, but only 18 were left. Everyone stood in a row, forming a human wall, including Dracula, There were a total of 19 members of the Blood Clan in front of Qin Fin. Their faces were pale, but their expressions were firm. They stood motionless, waiting for the enemy to attack. Rumble! Several fireballs flew over. The people of the William family were not stupid. They knew that the weakness of the Blood Clan was their weak defense. They were afraid of light, and fire mutants' attacks were the most harmful to them. The fireballs formed a row, but none of the members of the Blood Clan dodged. Everyone held the weapons in their hands to block the fireballs. Even if they were unlucky enough to be hit by the fireballs, they did not take a step back and stood firmly in place. In a short moment, 3 members of the Blood Clan were burned to death. Qin Fin's eyes were red. Qin Fin did not know these members of the Blood Clan. He had only spoken to Dracula, but the spirit of the nobles of the Blood Clan touched Qin Fin's heart. These people were unknown and were regarded as neither human nor ghost by everyone, but they were secretly protecting everyone. Every one of them was alive, and their lives were precious. They were also a group of monsters, but compared to the evil cultivators of China, the Blood Clan was much more noble. Qin Fin, hurry up! Dracula's right arm was also ignited in flames, but he did not care and let the flames spread. He swung the sky-splitter axe in his hand, killing a mutant every time. Whoosh! Qin Fin leaped and rushed to the innermost laboratory. Before he left, a ball of ice fell on Dracula's flaming arm, and the flames instantly disappeared. There was a small compartment in the innermost part of the room, and 8 naked bodies were lying in 8 huge containers. It was unknown what those containers were made of, but the front of the containers was transparent glass. These 8 bodies were the 8 level 6 mutants who were about to be born. Qin Fin did not hesitate and swung the Chongling sword in his hand. Rumble! The long sword swung down, bringing with it a blue light, and the whole laboratory began to shake violently. The sword chi fell on one of the containers, and the transparent glass on the outer layer began to crack. Finally, the whole piece exploded into pieces. Bang! The first container exploded, and the test subject inside was also blown to pieces. Qin Fin did not stop and swung his sword again. Rumble! Another container exploded, and the loud sound was as if a bomb had gone off. Everyone outside felt the movement in the innermost layer. Dracula looked back, and a gratified smile flashed in his eyes. Not good. The test subject has been destroyed. Kill, kill. Prince William suddenly went crazy. He covered his whole body with a layer of ice armor, ignored the attacks of the blood breeds, and forcibly rushed into the innermost laboratory. The remaining 20 or so mutants also began to go crazy. Everyone released all kinds of abilities without reservation, and the blood breeds gradually fell into a disadvantage. They were small in number, and now there were only 12 people left standing. Rumble! Rumble! Loud noises continued in the laboratory, and Qin Fin destroyed 3 test subjects in a few breaths. When he was about to swing his sword again and destroy the 4th test subject, the long sword in his hand suddenly stopped in midair. The sword chi was still condensed on the edge of the sword, and it could not fall down. Whoosh! The icicle pierced through the air and directly hit Qin Fin, who was in a daze, and sent him flying. Qin Fin rolled a long distance before he came to a stop, but his eyes were still empty, and he could not come back to his senses. Qin Fin, how dare you destroy 3 test subjects? I will make you die a horrible death. Prince William shouted angrily. He guarded the other 5 test subjects, and from time to time he would look at his watch. The blood breeds outside were stunned. Dracula looked at Qin Fin, who was sitting on the ground in a daze, and roared. Qin Fin, what are you doing? Pull yourself together. Qin Fin could not hear Dracula's voice, and his mind kept replaying the scene he had just seen. Qin Fin could not accept this fact. This feeling was as painful as when Su Ruo Ro suddenly stabbed him in the back during the battle at the Amethyst Dragon Palace. How did this happen? How did this happen? Qin Fin, I can't hold on any longer. If you don't destroy the other 5 test subjects, I will haunt you even if I become a ghost." Dracula roared continuously. The blood breeds had reached their physical limits, and their combat power continued to decline. After a while, another 3 blood breeds fell to the ground forever. More and more ability users rushed into the innermost laboratory and formed a line at the entrance, blocking the vampires outside. Now it was the final stage of the experiment, which meant that in a few dozen seconds, a rank 6 ability user would be born. Chapter 968. Time ticked by, and a level 6 ability user was about to be born. Everyone wanted to ask, what happened to Qin-Fun? Qin-Fun himself couldn't answer this question. What happened to him? Why did he hesitate when he saw the person lying in the 4th chamber? Qin-Fun would never have thought that Qin Wudao was lying in there. It was his cousin, Qin Wudao. If Qin-Fun saw Qin Wudao and Qin Shao before the Qin family's martial arts competition, he would have killed them without hesitation. But after the martial arts competition, Qin Shitian told Qin-Fun many secrets. Qin-Fun felt that he owed these cousins, and he wanted to make it up to them. He couldn't do anything to Qin Wudao anymore. There were 4 boys and 1 girl in the Qin family's direct line of descent. Excluding Qin Duoer, one of Qin-Fun's 3 younger brothers was dead, and Qin Yi was Qin Wudao's younger brother. Qin-Fun didn't want to fight among himself. After all, they were family and the same blood flowed in their veins. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, waking Qin-Fun up from his daze. Prince William laughed. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Success! A level 6 ability user is about to be born. This world will belong to the William family in the future. The loud noise came from the 5 experiment cabins. The glass doors of the 5 experiment cabins all exploded, but it wasn't opened by outsiders. Instead, it was the 5 people inside who woke up and broke the experiment cabins themselves. The sounds of intense fighting suddenly stopped. The metahumans of the William family and the group of blood breeds had already stopped fighting. Everyone looked at the 5 subjects walking out of the experiment chamber with completely different expressions on their faces. Success? A level 6 ability user succeeded. The William family members screamed with excitement and joy. Count was depressed, but he didn't blame Qin-Fun. He guessed that Qin-Fun must have encountered some trouble. "Father, Professor Mike, how does everyone feel?" Prince William ran to the side of the 5 subjects. This time, the subjects included William Hagen and Professor Mike. The 5 of them were still naked, but they didn't care at all. Moreover, the laboratory was full of men, so there was nothing to hide. William Hagen's eyes flickered with a deep light. He was checking his hands, feet, and body as if this body didn't belong to him. It was a momentary feeling of doubt after a sudden increase in power. Haha, I did it. I really did it. I'm now a level 6 spatial arcanist. I feel like I'm going to explode. Professor Mike screamed. His figure flashed and suddenly disappeared into thin air. He was probably feeling out how powerful he was now. The other 2 level 6 arcanists also screamed. Everyone knew that this experiment was extremely dangerous. Now that they survived and successfully broke through to level 6 arcanists, they were so happy that they could fly to the sky. Qin-Feng, you're actually here? Ha, just in time. I'm going to kill you to avenge my brother. When Qin Wudao came back to his senses, he immediately saw Qin-Feng sitting on the ground. With a furious roar, Qin Wudao sent a fireball flying over. Rumble. A level 6 ability user was incomparably powerful, and the speed and intensity of the flames had reached a new peak. Qin-Fun was stunned for a moment, and the fireball was about to engulf him, when a black shadow flashed by and threw Qin-Fun away. Hurry up and leave. I'll stop them. Count appeared where Qin-Feng had been, and his upper body was surrounded by flames. Originally, Qin-Fun and the others were determined to destroy the experimental base of the level 6 arcanists. But when the rank 6 metahumans appeared, Count lost all hope. He knew that if they continued to fight, they would all die. He wanted to use his life to stop these metahumans so that Qin Fun and the Blood Tribe could survive. Qin Fun, what's wrong? Hurry up and pull yourself together. Li Xingtian had already run in from outside. He no longer cared about his life and was shaking Qin Fun's body. Qin Fun suddenly woke up, looking at Count, who was burned black and had a ferocious expression. Qin Fun felt as if his heart had been stabbed several times. This was a battlefield, and there was no room for brotherly love. Whoosh! A ray of ice flew and covered Count's body. Qin Fun landed beside Count and stared at William Hagen and the others. Count was quite injured, but he forced a smile and looked at Qin Fun. "You've finally become a man. I thought you were so scared that you couldn't stand up just now. Cut the crap. I'll stop them later. You and the Blood Clan scram." Qin Fun's face was cold, and his whole body was filled with murderous intent. Count shook his head and said, "It's you who should scram. I don't want to see you two anymore. One is so scared that he fell, and the other can't help. Scram." Qin Fun and Count scolded each other, but neither of them left. William Hagen and the other level 6 Arcanists seemed to have adapted to their new bodies and abilities, and they walked over with a smile. "Haha, you're Qin Fun? Last time at Kyoto University, you captured my son and killed a member of my William family. We still haven't settled this score. You two should stop arguing. Today, neither of you will be leaving. Both of you will be buried with the dead warriors of the William family." Rumble. Qin Fun was a hot-tempered person, and he could not stand the enemy acting cool in front of him. Without a word, Qin Fun sent out a ball of destructive fire and slapped Li Xingtian at the same time, pushing Li Xingtian out of the room. "Fuck. Elite blood breed. I won't rest until one of us is dead." Count also moved, swinging his sky splitter axe at Professor Mike. As soon as the axe fell, there was a wind-breaking sound, and Professor Mike disappeared. "Ha ha ha! With just the few of you? Ha ha!" The room was filled with the laughter of the William family. After successfully advancing to level 6 Arcanists, the William family members were not afraid of Qin Fun and the others. They were not even in a hurry to fight with Qin Fun. Instead, they mocked them with playful expressions. Qin Wudao was very angry. The reason why he joined the William family and carried out dangerous experiments was to wait for this day. When he broke through to level 6, he would kill Qin Fun. Qin Wudao was a dual attribute arcanist, and he had displayed this ability during the Qin family martial arts meet. Qin Fun was trapped by Qin Wudao, and he could only dodge, but he could not attack Qin Wudao. Count and the others were also in danger. The blood breed members were almost completely wiped out, and only Count and the last 5 blood breeds were left fighting with their lives on the line. The level 6 Arcanists did not make a move, and it was still the same group of Arcanists who were fighting. Golden Condor trapped Qin Wudao. Qin Fun was driven mad, and he leaped into the air with a roar. Qin Wudao then chased after Qin Fun with a fireball. Halfway through, a huge strange bird blocked his head. The light was covered by the flaming golden condor, and it felt like dark clouds were covering the sun. Boom! The golden condor opened its mouth, and a large ball of flame shot out. Qin Wudao quickly stopped, and a layer of ice armor appeared on his body. Qin Fun did not care about the fight here. He was in the air, and he looked around. His eyes were brighter than the stars, and he quickly found Prince William. The Chomling sword bloomed with blue light, and Qin Fun used his inner chi to slash down. The substantial sword chi was surging and majestic, and it was so fast that it was dazzling. Prince William did not feel the approaching danger, and his whole body suddenly exploded from between his eyebrows. Bang, bang, bang. The explosions continued. When everyone came to their senses, Prince William was already gone, and all that was left was a pool of blood and flesh on the ground. Ah, my son? My son is gone. William Hagen went crazy, and he threw himself into the pool of blood and fumbled around. But Prince William was dead, and it was impossible for him to come back to life. Boom! At the same time, Count swung his axes and the air exploded. These 2 axes chopped down on General Bayangda's head. "You traitor! Go to hell and receive your punishment." Bayangda's eyes were filled with fear, and before he could scream, he was already blown into pieces. In an instant, 2 important people were killed, and the people of the William family went completely crazy. "Chin Fun, I'm going to tear you into pieces." Professor Mike let out a strange cry and disappeared on the spot. Chin Fun was about to move and change his position, but before he could put any force into his feet, a violent gust of wind suddenly came from behind him. Bang! Professor Mike appeared, and he slapped Chin Fun's back. Chin Fun was now in a laboratory, and the laboratory was smashed out of shape. "Go! Go! Kill this group of bastards, and cut them into minced meat." William Hagen roared, and the other 2 level 6 mutants also attacked. One of them was a lightning mutant, and the other was a wind mutant. In the already chaotic room, several bolts of lightning suddenly struck down from the void. The 5 members of the Bloodlings were fighting the other ability users, and in a moment of carelessness, they were struck into charred black and fell to the ground, unable to get up. The battle was fierce, but it had turned into a one-sided situation. The 30-plus members of the Blood Clan that Count brought with him were all sacrificed. In the laboratory, only Count, Chin Fun, and a strange bird were left. Li Xingtian was in despair. He wanted to help, but he was powerless. Footsteps came from outside the laboratory. It turned out that the soldiers of the Iron Tank Corps had discovered the commotion, and they brought a few hundred fully armed soldiers to help. Everything seemed to be over. Count threw away the Sky Splitter axe in his hand and gave up fighting. He sat on the ground, hugging a few of the recently dead descendants of the Blood Clan, and waited for death to come. Chin Fun, who was trapped in the laboratory, jumped up. He looked at the scene in front of him, and it seemed like a war had broken out. Chin Fun was furious, and his eyes turned bloodshot. The plan could have been completed, but because of his personal reasons, he had delayed destroying the laboratory for more than 10 precious seconds. Chin Fun felt very guilty, and he was going to go all out. Shimin Chui Shui. Fight! Rumble! A muffled clap of thunder rang out in the void as Shimin Chui Shui descended from the sky, his white robes fluttering in the wind. The unremarkable black scabbard sword in his hand lightly slashed, and the 6 ability users who were charging at Dracula were directly cut in half at the waist. Ouyang Fong! Fight! Roar! An angry roar echoed, as if someone had released a beast that had been locked up for a long time. Chapter 969. The battlefield suddenly fell into silence, and the atmosphere became very strange. William Hagen and Professor Mike looked at Shimin Chui Shui and Ouyang Fong in astonishment. They could not figure out where these 2 came from. Dracula was dumbfounded. He picked up the Sky Splitter from the ground, looked at Shimin Chui Shui, who saved his life, and asked, "Brother, where are you from?" Shimin Chui Shui rolled his eyes at Dracula. With his cold arrogance, he did not answer Dracula's question. Everyone was still in a daze, but this was just the beginning. Glacial Snow Mastiff. Fight! Chin Fun roared again. He had decided to fight to the death and unleash all his trump cards. Chin Fun wanted to see how powerful a rank 6 paranormal was. Was he stronger than the Hedonist sovereign system? Roar! This time it was the roar of a beast. When the Glacial Snow Mastiff appeared out of thin air, everyone cried out in surprise. There was already a monster bird that could spit fire, and now there was a ferocious wolf. Berserk Core, activate. Sky Splitter, activate. Justice Aura Metal, activate. Killer Book, activate. Demonic Roar, activate. Chin Fun kept roaring, but no one knew what he was yelling about. Dracula even thought that Chin Fun was scared out of his wits. Chin Fun ignored everyone's stares and unleashed the demonic roar. The roar was like thunder, piercing through the air and shaking the entire underground laboratory. The demonic roar was very demonic. The eyes of the paranormals and soldiers in the laboratory started to lose focus. However, the demonic roar had its drawbacks. It would attack everyone. Even Dracula, Li Xingtian, and his two battle pets were bewitched. Shimin Chue Shui and Ouyang Feng were strong enough to resist the temptation. William Hagen, Professor Mike, and Qin Wu Dao were confused. But the 5 rank 6 paranormals had strong spiritual power. They were still conscious and seemed to be fighting against the demonic roar. The demonic roar consumed a lot of inner qi. Seeing that it was about time, Qin Fen flew up and shouted, "Kill them!" Clang! Qin Fen was dressed in the purple thunder wild robe. He held the Spiritrush sword in one hand and the Bloodthirst blade in the other. Just as the long sword was about to pierce the throat of a level 6 arcanist, the fellow with the wind attribute suddenly sobered up. His figure flashed and turned into a gust of wind that dissipated. Dracula came back to his senses and immediately raised his sky-splitter axe to chop down. However, he was stunned to find that the sky-splitter axe in his hand had become as big as 2 wheels. Ouyang Feng and Shimin Chue Shui each attacked a rank 6 metahuman. The flaming golden eagle was still engaged in a fierce battle with Qin Wu Dao, while the glacial snow mastiff ran to the door of the outer room to guard it. The place was filled with gunshots, and the rain-like bullets were blocked by the glacial snow mastiff's ice thorns. An extremely tough ice wall blocked the hundreds of soldiers, preventing them from entering. What was originally a situation of certain death had a shocking reversal in an instant. The 4 of them and the flaming golden eagle were enough to deal with William Hagen and the other 4 level 6 metahumans. The glacial snow mastiff was responsible for blocking the soldiers outside and protecting Li Xingtian at the same time. Uft, uft. Like a ghost, Qin Feng's silhouette floated around the laboratory. The bloodthirst blade in his hand was dark red, as if it was flowing blood. The dagger rose and fell, and the dozen metahumans in the laboratory were defenseless. Their bodies were as soft as tofu under the bloodthirst blade, and they were instantly sliced into pieces by Qin Feng. The red glow on the bloodthirst blade grew brighter, and Qin Feng's aura skyrocketed. After activating the killer book, Qin Feng had killed his way to the next level, and his strength was now 5 times stronger than before. How dare you kill my William family members? Die! A gust of wind rose behind Qin Feng. It was the level 6 wind elemental metahuman charging at him. Wind elemental metahumans were fast to begin with, and a level 6 metahuman was even faster. Qin Feng didn't even have the chance to turn around before he was smashed by the wind elemental metahuman's fist. "Brat, you're courting death." Dracula roared and swung his battle axe at Qin Feng. The Sky Splitter axe's ability was activated, and the battle axe was even bigger than a wheel. A giant dragon whizzed past, piercing through the air. Rumble! The Sky Splitter axe fell to the ground, and a huge crater was formed. The wind elemental metahuman disappeared and appeared beside Qin Feng in the blink of an eye. Qin Feng, who was lying on the ground, saw a gust of wind and a dagger flashing with cold light flying toward him. Qin Feng didn't have time to think, and a purple lightning struck down from the sky. Crack! The lightning flashed, and the wind elemental metahuman finally appeared. He obviously didn't expect Qin Feng to be able to use lightning, and his body was directly struck by the purple lightning. His body was charred like charcoal, and black smoke rose from his head. Swish! Qin Feng didn't stop. He waved his right hand, and a white light flashed and shot toward the metahuman's throat. Suddenly, a strange energy rippled in the air. The wind elemental metahuman couldn't dodge Qin Feng's wind blade attack, but his body suddenly disappeared and landed beside Professor Mike. The battle was extremely fierce. Qin Feng and Dracula stood back to back, and the two were fighting Professor Mike and the wind elemental metahuman. On the other side, Ouyang Feng was fighting William Hagen, and Shimin Chueshua was staring at the level 6 lightning elemental metahuman. Crack! Lightning flashed everywhere, and it seemed like it never stopped. But this was not the lightning released by Qin Feng's purple thunder wild robe, but the attack of the level 6 lightning elemental metahuman. Shimin Chueshua couldn't stop his feet, and every time he landed, there would be a bolt of lightning behind him. Who the hell are you? My William family has no enmity with you. Why are you looking for trouble with us? William Hagen questioned. The Ouyang Feng he was fighting was too strong, and it made William Hagen impatient. Boom! Ouyang Feng didn't waste any time and replied with an iron fist. Ouyang Feng was a Stage 10 external expert and Stage 1 True Qi realm, so he was simply too powerful. William Hagen didn't have time to react after the punch, and his whole body was sent flying. Ouyang Feng followed like a shadow, and just as his foot was about to land, William Hagen, who had sunk into the ground, suddenly disappeared. That monster is too strong. My ability is useless against him. Mike, you go stop him. William Hagen appeared beside Professor Mike and was once again saved by Professor Mike's space arcana. There was a tremor in the air and Mike disappeared. When he reappeared, he was standing behind Ouyang Feng. Boom! Ouyang Feng's strength exceeded Mike's expectations. He didn't have time to attack, and Ouyang Feng's fist was already inches away. Another spatial tremble and Mike disappeared. This guy's ability was too despicable. Back at Jindu University, he made Qin Feng choke with anger. There were some small changes in the battle team, but the battle situation was like heaven and earth. Out of the 5 ability users, 4 displayed their ability elements, but no one knew the type of William Hagen's ability. Mike and Ouyang Feng fought, and Qin Feng focused on William Hagen. But every time he was about to hit William Hagen, he found that there was a wall in front of him, and William Hagen was standing behind Qin Feng. Bang! Qin Feng once again stabbed the abandoned experiment module. Then he was hit by William Hagen's palm on his back. Qin Feng immediately turned around and gave chase, stabbing the ceiling with his sword. Brother Qin Feng, are you nearsighted? Why don't you wear contact lenses to fight? Count was confused by Qin Feng. One moment, Qin Feng was stabbing the wall, and the next moment he was hitting the ground. Was this guy doing something stupid again? Qin Feng was even more depressed than Dracula. He had clearly seen William Hagen attack, but every time his attack landed, the scene in front of him would suddenly change. It wasn't what he had seen at all. Master William Hagen is very likely an illusion ability user. He can create illusions, so what Master sees is fake. Little Pig's voice sounded, and Qin Feng immediately understood. This time, Qin Feng was depressed. William Hagen was a rank 6 illusion ability user. How could he fight him? Ouyang Feng, you deal with William Hagen. Qin Feng didn't chase William Hagen anymore. He leaped to stab Professor Mike. Ouyang Feng had beaten William Hagen before, and Qin Feng thought that Ouyang Feng must have a way to break illusions. Master, I forgot to tell you. That old guy can set up illusions, but under my realm his illusions are useless. Ouyang Feng shouted at Qin Feng. Then he waved his fist and punched William Hagen. William Hagen immediately put on a mournful face. His illusions were only effective against martial artists below the True Qi stage. It really could not confuse Ouyang Feng. Bang, 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 bang. The laboratory was filled with loud noises. Among everyone, Count was the weakest. That wind ability user was not easy to deal with. His speed was even faster than Count, the Count of the blood breed. Count persisted for a while, but he began to fall into a disadvantage. From time to time, he was hit by the ability user, and his black tights were torn to pieces. Qin Feng, go to hell and atone for my brother. A black shadow flew over. Qin Wudao landed in front of Qin Feng with one hand covered in ice and the other in flames. Qin Feng quickly looked at the flaming golden eagle. The golden eagle had lost its previous majesty. It was lying on the ground with its last breath, and it seemed like it couldn't stand up anymore. Qin Wudao, don't force me. Qin Feng was furious. He moved his mind and recalled the flaming golden eagle back into the system. Don't be so arrogant. You are no match for me now. Qin Wudao seemed to be possessed. When he saw Qin Feng, his eyes spewed fire. He punched with both fists and flames, and ice flew out. Qin Feng didn't want to fight with Qin Wudao, but the situation was beyond his control. The destructive fire and extreme ice flew out and collided with Qin Wudao's attack in midair. Bang! The sound of thunder and lightning was still echoing. Shimin Chui Shui was beaten to a sorry state. After these two heroes were released, they were affected by the Earth's magnetic field, and their strength kept declining. Ouyang Feng had the support of Stage 10 external technique, so he wasn't afraid. Shimin Chui Shui was an inner qi cultivator, and he had fallen to Stage 8 inner qi. Chapter 970. Come back! Qin Feng couldn't stand it anymore. With a thought, Shimin Chui Shui also returned to the system. Without the help of two experts, Qin Feng's team was at a disadvantage. Pa. The lightning ability users who managed to find an opening began to attack Dracula. Several bolts of lightning struck down, directly charring Dracula's insides. He fell to the ground and found it very difficult to get up. Only Qin Feng and Ouyang Feng were left on the battlefield. Ouyang Feng was being held back by Professor Mike and William Hagen, so he couldn't protect himself for a while. The remaining 3 mutants surrounded Qin Feng. No matter how strong Qin Feng was, he couldn't withstand such a fierce attack. Rumble! Crackle! The destructive fire and the purple thunder wild robes, lightning bolts, struck everywhere. Qin Feng was still swinging the Chongling sword in his hand, but he was still being beaten. He was beaten from Qin Wudao to the other 2 mutants. Where's the lightning? Qin Feng didn't know how many times he got up from the ground. Just as he was about to release lightning, he found that it was gone. Master, the purple thunder wild robes lightning ability has been turned off. It can only be used for half an hour every day. At the same time, the Heaven Splitter acts as Heaven Splitter ability has been turned off, and the Righteous Halo emblem has also been turned off. Bad news came one after another, and the battle seemed to have fallen into a situation of certain death. Without the lightning ability and the righteous aura of the Righteous Halo emblem, Qin Feng's strength dropped drastically. Under the attacks of the 3 mutants, he was repeatedly injured. Little pig, what can you buy with 80,000 hedonist points in the system? Hurry up and buy it to torture them. Qin Feng panicked. This battle was not only for his survival, but also for his honor. 30 or so blood breed elites had died, Dracula had fallen, and no one knew if he was dead or alive. The flaming golden eagle and Shimin Chui Shui were heavily injured. Qin Feng had to get his revenge. Master, 80,000 hedonist points isn't enough to buy an item that can defeat 5 rank 6 mutants. However, Master still has a purple equipment drawing scroll that you haven't used yet, so you can try your luck. Master also has 5 bullets for the Trial Thunder sniper rifle, so you can kill them when they're unprepared. The situation was dire, and Qin Feng had forgotten a lot of things, including the Trial Thunder sniper rifle. Qin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up when Little Pig mentioned it. Draw a scroll first. With a thought, the random drawing scroll for purple equipment disappeared from the system. This lucky draw ticket was the system's reward for completing the Forging a Purple Spirit Weapon mission. The purple spirit weapon he forged was the Purple Thunder Wild Robe Black Tortoise Shield Equipment Grade. Purple, High Grade Equipment Introduction. Forged from the shell of the ancient divine beast, the Black Tortoise. The shield is indestructible. Hidden attribute, Raging Cry. The Black Tortoise shield could be activated once a day with a time limit of half an hour. Once activated, the shield would emit sound waves that would slow down the surrounding objects. System price, 200,000 hedonist points. The purple equipment lottery scroll gave him a shield. Qin Feng didn't have time to carefully look at the Black Tortoise shield's introduction. With a thought, a tortoise shell-shaped shield engraved with profound runes appeared in his hand, paw. Just as Dracula fell to the ground, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. Qin Feng's figure flashed, and he raised his black tortoise shield and stood beside Count. Pa pa pa! The lightning struck the black tortoise shield in all directions. The black tortoise shield emitted a dark brown light. The lightning flashed and exploded on the shield, but the black tortoise shield was completely unharmed. Qin Feng, why you should leave? Count wasn't dead yet, but he was on the verge of death. He didn't forget to persuade Qin Feng to leave. Qin Feng took out a healing pill and stuffed it into Count's mouth. He grabbed Count and threw him to Li Xingtian. The glacial snow mastiff was still repairing the extreme ice wall. Qin Feng leaped and blocked the entrance of the laboratory. He held the giant black tortoise shield and hid his entire body under it. The Chongling sword in his hand disappeared and turned into a fiery red spear of rat halos. Qin Feng's purple thunder wild robe also changed into a blood-red blood demon armor. The blood demon armor had been activated by Qin Feng. Black tortoise shield, long spear, blood demon armor, William Hagen, and the others were stunned by Qin Feng's quick change of equipment. Fuck! This brat is really an unkillable cockroach. Ham, Caddy, you guys go and kill him. William Hagen roared. The 2 level 6 mutants with the wind and lightning attributes rushed toward Qin Feng. Suddenly, thunder and lightning appeared in the sky, accompanied by a strong wind. The thunder and lightning became more powerful in the wind, as if it was going to destroy the world. Ouyang Feng was frightened. He felt that his master couldn't block such a fierce attack. Ouyang Feng wanted to come and help, but he was entangled with William Hagen, Professor Mike, and Qin Wudao. Master, Shimin Chue Shui wants to fight again. Ao. Shimin Chue Shui and the Flaming Golden Eagle asked to fight again. Even Little Pig waved its paw and wanted to help. Qin Feng naturally wouldn't let them out again. That would only send them to their deaths. Activate the roar of fury function. Qin Feng roared in his mind. Boom! The black tortoise shield, which was as tall as Qin Feng, suddenly exploded. It expanded rapidly and became the size of a large door in front of Qin Feng. Bang, 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 bang. Pa, 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 pa. The wind and lightning fell, and all hit the black tortoise shield. But the black tortoise shield didn't change at all. The dense runes on the shield flickered, as if it absorbed all the attacks. What's going on? It's just a broken turtle shell. I don't believe it can't pierce through you. The lightning and wind attribute mutants were stunned for a moment. Then, they launched a second round of fierce attacks. The wind, thunder, and lightning mixed together. Qin Feng's half of the space was like it was the end of the world. The loud noises were endless, but the black tortoise shield didn't change. It was like a towering mountain. No matter how the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning attacked, it didn't move an inch. Ham and Caddy's expressions changed. They were stunned by the power of the black tortoise shield. This thing was really fucking hard. Boom, boom, boom. Qin Feng was also stunned by the black tortoise shield's toughness. After a short moment of shock, Qin Feng waved the rat halo spear and started to counterattack. Fire rained down from the sky. Ham and Caddy started to run in all directions. Qin Feng could finally catch his breath. Without saying anything, the rat halo spear in his hand turned into a sniper rifle. The trial version of the Thunder Sniper rifle appeared in Qin Feng's hand. It was a dazzling sniper rifle that was about 1,500 millimeters long. The barrel was 900 millimeters long. The body of the rifle emitted a dark blue light. It emitted a calm, cold, and dangerous aura. The battle equipment produced by Star Technology was very powerful. So far, Qin Feng had only used the Starlight boxing gloves. Chapter 971. The trial version of the Thunder Sniper rifle had a total of 5 bullets, and Qin Feng had not used any of them. The maximum shooting range of this sniper rifle was 5,000 meters, and its firing speed was 10 times faster than a normal sniper rifle. Qin Feng rested the trial version of the Thunder sniper rifle on his shoulder. Suddenly, an automatic sight appeared before him. Master, many of the combat suits produced by Star Technology are intelligent. This Thunder sniper rifle can automatically aim at the nearest object. Master only needs to wait for the right time to fire, Little Pig explained. Rumble. As soon as Little Pig finished speaking, Qin Feng pulled the trigger. A ray of blue light flashed like a bolt of lightning. The air in front of Qin Feng was torn apart. Before Qin Feng could see what was going on, the lightning ability user was shot and exploded in midair. Rumble. Deafening explosions resounded, and blood splattered everywhere. The atmosphere froze in an instant. The few people who were fighting all stopped William Hagen, and the others were flabbergasted when they saw the blood and flesh falling from the sky and the blood on the ground. Did Caddy's body explode? He's a rank 6 lightning ability user. Ouyang Feng was stunned for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure and immediately seized the opportunity to punch the Wind Attribute ability user. Rumble. Ham was still in a daze. He did not dodge this time and was stuck in the wall. Qin Feng did not stop. He quickly changed the direction of the Thunder sniper rifle and fired at Ham. Bang! The recoil of the Thunder sniper rifle was so strong that Qin Feng's body leaned backward. His arm was still sore and numb. The blue light flashed again and disappeared in a flash. No one could tell its trajectory. In the next second, Ham, who was stuck in the wall, exploded and collapsed along with the wall. William Hagen and Professor Mike were stupefied. The originally sure win situation was suddenly reversed. The two of them stared fearfully at the sniper rifle in Qin Feng's hands. The two of them had never seen this rifle before. Just the cool, deep blue design made them feel the power it possessed. Ouyang Feng moved again. This time, he punched Professor Mike into another wall. Qin Feng was already prepared. The instant the microphone fell, Qin Feng prepared to pull the trigger. Professor Mike's eyes were filled with panic, and he was so scared that he couldn't think straight. There was a sudden tremor in the air. Qin Wudao's figure suddenly disappeared and then appeared in front of Professor Mike. Marshal Dao, get out of the way. Qin Feng jumped in fright. His finger had already pressed down, but the muzzle shifted slightly. A ray of blue light shot out like lightning, and at the same time, Qin Feng slapped out with his palm. Rumble. The shot was a little off, and the wall collapsed with a loud crash. Professor Mike disappeared, and Qin Wudao was sent flying by Qin Feng's wind blade, avoiding the damage caused by the explosion. Qin Feng raised his Thunderbolt sniper rifle and prepared to fire again. Suddenly, the air behind him trembled, and a dagger stabbed into Qin Feng's back. Pucci! Professor Mike pulled out his dagger and prepared to stab a second time. Ouyang Feng appeared and punched at Mike. The air trembled again as Mike ran to William Hagen's side. Ouyang Feng stood in front of Qin Feng, his eyes filled with killing intent. Qin Feng's back was bleeding profusely, but he didn't care. Qin Wudao fell to the side with a complicated expression. Qin Wudao didn't expect Professor Mike to use him as a shield at the critical moment. He also didn't expect Qin Feng to save his life at the moment of life and death. Qin Wudao struggled fiercely in his heart. He would rather be killed by the Thunderbolt sniper rifle. Qin Wudao had always lived in pain. To avenge his brother, Qin Yi, he didn't hesitate to kill his own brother. But this wasn't Qin Wudao's original intention. He had no other choice. Why did you save me? I don't need your pity. Qin Wudao lay on the ground and shouted as if he was talking to himself. Qin Feng was his #1 enemy, but Qin Wudao was saved by him. That feeling was worse than death. Ouyang Feng had already moved. He turned into a black shadow and attacked William Hagen. William Hagen's illusion ability was useless against Ouyang Feng. In Ouyang Feng's eyes, William Hagen had become an ordinary person. Bang, bang, bang. The whole room was filled with loud noises. William Hagen was kicked around by Ouyang Feng like a football. Professor Mike was obviously injured, and his ability had weakened. He wanted to save William Hagen, but he was always a split second slower than Ouyang Feng. Rumble. Qin Feng also made a move. He forcefully used the last of his inner qi in his body and slapped dozens of destructive flames at Professor Mike. The flames covered half the room. Professor Mike quickly changed his position. He couldn't even protect himself now, so he had no time to save William Hagen. Retreat. Take me away. William Hagen was beaten badly. His body was covered in wounds, and he was covered in blood. Professor Mike was powerless. He tried to use his ability to take William Hagen away, but Qin Feng's destructive flames kept pestering him. He couldn't resist at all. The air vibrated, and a figure suddenly shot at Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression changed. He waved his hand, and the dozens of destructive flames immediately disappeared. Then, Qin Wudao's body smashed into Qin Feng. Both of them rolled on the ground a few times before stopping. There was another huge spatial vibration. William Hagen, who was sent flying in the air, suddenly disappeared. Professor Mike also disappeared at the same time. Ouyang Feng's eyes widened as he sensed the breath of the two people in the room. After a while, Ouyang Feng landed beside Qin Feng. Where is he? Qin Feng was exhausted. He leaned against the wall and looked at Ouyang Feng. He ran away. Ouyang Feng answered straightforwardly. There was no breath of William Hagen and Professor Mike in the entire room. Professor Mike probably used his spatial ability and ran outside with the two people. Qin Feng was also helpless about the spatial ability. Even if he chased them now, he wouldn't know where Professor Mike and the others had gone. Qin Feng didn't let Ouyang Feng chase them. The more important thing now was to destroy the experimental base. Go and destroy the laboratory, Qin Feng ordered. Ouyang Feng didn't say anything and ran to the laboratory inside. Then there were continuous loud noises, as if there were explosions in the laboratory. Qin Feng didn't care about the situation in the laboratory. He looked at Li Xingtian and asked, Senior Li, William Hagen, and Professor Mike have escaped. Can they cultivate a level 6 Arcanist? No. Li Xingtian shook his head. The experimental process of a level 6 Arcanist is very complicated and strict. It requires special machines and professional experimenters to complete it. Although they escaped, there is no way to create such an experimental base. Without these instruments and equipment, a level 6 Arcanist can't be created. Qin Feng immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The mission this time was not to kill the William family, but to destroy the experimental base. The reason why the William family was a potential threat was that they had mastered the method to cultivate level 6 Arcanists in batches. Now that they only had the method without the experimental base, everything was empty talk. Brother Qin Feng, why you're dead too? How can you die? Count had already woken up from his coma. Looking at the hell-like, bloody, and cruel environment around him, Count thought everyone was dead. Count, if you want to die, go ahead. Don't drag me down with you. Qin Feng rolled his eyes at Count. Dracula was stunned for a moment before he screamed. What? We're not dead? Could it be that this mission is completed? Qin Feng didn't answer, and he didn't need to answer because Ouyang Feng had destroyed the laboratory inside and walked out. Master, the laboratory is destroyed. What? It's really destroyed? What about the William family? Not good. Brother Qin Feng, be careful behind you. Count had been unconscious for a long time, so he didn't know what had just happened. Halfway through his shout, his expression suddenly changed, and he swung his fist at Qin Feng's back. Qin Wudao sat there in a daze, and he still hadn't regained his senses. Qin Feng hurriedly struck out with his palm, and a layer of ice blocked in front of Qin Wudao. Bang! Count was seriously injured, and his strength was greatly reduced. His punch only cracked the layer of ice. Qin Feng, what are you doing? Count looked at Qin Feng in surprise. Don't kill him, that's my cousin. Qin Feng explained, when I was destroying the fourth experimental cabin, I suddenly became distracted because my cousin was lying inside. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and they finally understood. Although Qin Feng's momentary daze resulted in heavy losses in the battle, no one blamed Qin Feng. No matter who it was, seeing their relatives lying in the experimental cabin at that moment, no one could bear to kill them. Awoo! Suddenly, the glacial snow mastiff's angry roar came from the room. Only then did everyone remember the glacial snow mastiff. They had almost forgotten about it. Master, the glacial snow mastiff can't hold on any longer. Little Pig said. At the exit, the ice wall gradually became transparent, and the soldiers outside were still firing bullets. Qin Feng thought about how the glacial snow mastiff had held on for so long. It must have been hard on this little guy. Everyone, get out of the way. Qin Feng roared, and the glacial snow mastiff suddenly disappeared. The ice wall instantly exploded, and the bullets rained down on Qin Feng, but they were instantly melted by the destructive flames Qin Feng had sent out. Boom! Fireballs shot out in all directions, landing on the soldiers. The dozen or so soldiers standing at the front were instantly set on fire, and they screamed in pain as they ran. The flames landed on even more people, and instantly the hundreds of soldiers panicked and started to run outside after a fierce battle. The laboratory finally calmed down. However, the mess and corpses all over the ground made people's hearts go cold. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for completing the quest. Destroy the William family's plan. The system rewards host Qin Feng 2,000 hedonist points. 1x ancient beast remains gene. 1x super ability potion. Chapter 972. Brother Qin, let's kill our way out. There must be a lot of soldiers outside. We can't get out. Count and Li Xingtian both looked anxious. Although the laboratory had been destroyed, everyone had been delayed for too long. Escaping now was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Qin Fin had recalled Ouyang Feng into the system. The situation was so critical that Li Xingtian and Count didn't notice the sudden disappearance of their heroes and battle pets. We can't go through the front door. You guys stay away. Qin Fin pointed the Thunder Sniper rifle at the ceiling. Li Xingtian had seen the power of the Thunder Sniper rifle, so he quickly retreated to the side. Count, who had fainted, stared at the Tyrant Sniper rifle on Qin Fin's shoulder and reached out to touch it. Boom! A loud noise reverberated in the air. Qin Fin put away the Thunder Sniper rifle and jumped to the side with Count. Rumble! The loud noises from the roof continued, and the wall on that floor collapsed. Large chunks of concrete smashed into the experimental base, and several deep pits appeared on the ground. Oh my God, what kind of gun is that? Count worked for the U.S. government and had come in contact with many weapons. Moreover, the firearms and weapons in the U.S. were very advanced. However, Count had never seen such a powerful sniper rifle in Qin Fin's hands. The bullet fired seemed to be a blue lightning bolt. Ah, earthquake! Earthquake! The ground is collapsing. Be careful, everyone. Qin Fin didn't have time to explain to Count. Above the underground base was the flat ground of the iron tank base. Many soldiers standing on the ground fell. Whoosh! 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 White light flashed, and wind blades flew everywhere. The soldiers who fell died before they could figure out what was going on. Qin Fin dragged Li Xingtian and Count to the ground. Then he grabbed Qin Wudao, who was sitting on the ground in a daze. Bastard, I'll show you the power of the Blood Clan. The soldiers on the ground soon noticed the abnormality. Dozens of soldiers nearby rushed over with their guns. Count recovered some of his strength, so he grabbed a machine gun and started shooting. Qin Fin landed on the ground with Qin Wudao in his hand. Around them was a dense crowd, and all of them were rushing over. It seemed like dozens of tanks were driving over, making rumbling noises. Senior Li, go up! Qin Feng released the flaming golden eagle and threw Li Xingtian onto the bird's back. Then he grabbed Qin Wudao and jumped up. He shouted at Count, "Come up quickly!" The flaming golden eagle's huge wings had already begun to flap, ready to fly into the sky at any time. Dracula ran toward the golden eagle while shooting. Finally, he jumped onto the back of the golden eagle. "You bunch of grandsons, Grandpa will spare your lives today. Golden Eagle, let's go!" Chirp! The flaming golden condor screeched angrily and soared into the sky. Many soldiers have rushed to the feet of the golden eagle and began to shoot the golden eagle with their guns. Bang, bang, bang. A series of loud noises came from not far away. There really were more than a dozen tanks coming over. When the tanks saw that Qin Feng and the others were about to escape, they had already aimed at the golden eagle and fired. In the originally dark night sky, there was a spark from time to time. The golden eagle was already a little exhausted. It was accidentally scratched by a cannonball on its wing and suddenly began to fall to the ground. "Damn it, you're the ones courting death." Qin Feng was so angry that his eyes were spitting fire. He frantically struck out with both hands. The destructive fire immediately lit up the sky and fell down like a rain of fire. Very quickly, there was a series of screams from the ground. The sound was absolutely heart-wrenching. However, the flaming golden eagle was still falling. Qin Feng and the others who were sitting on it felt like they were crashing. "Brother Qin Feng, let this big bird fly away by itself. Let's jump down." Dracula was a little anxious. His eyes were bloodshot, and he wanted to jump down and kill to his heart's content. "Master, the golden eagle said that you guys don't jump. It will fly again soon." Qin Feng's heart ached even more for the golden eagle. He was about to jump down when Little Pig's voice rang in his mind. "Wait a few more seconds. I'll burn them to death with fireballs." If Qin Feng was alone, he would definitely jump down. At most, he would ride the flaming dragon horse and leave. However, he still had to take care of Li Xingtian and the others. Qin Feng could only grit his teeth and continue to send out the destructive fire. The flames smashed into the ground and created deep pits. However, the destructive fire didn't extinguish. The deep pits burned with raging flames. The scene was as spectacular as a war. The soldiers surrounding them were all scared away. Only a dozen or so tanks were firing at the sky from afar. The flaming golden eagle was still falling. It looked like it was going to crash into the ground. Screech! A long screech. The flaming golden eagle was like a fighter plane. It flew close to the ground and started to fly at a low altitude. After flying for a while, it started to sprint. In the blink of an eye, it was already hundreds of meters in the air. The cannons below continued to sound. However, the flaming golden eagle had already flown far away. Even the tanks couldn't hit it. Instead, 2 fighter planes caught up from behind. "Fuck! The people in the Iron Tank Corps have gone crazy. When I escape, I'll definitely teach them a lesson." Dracula was so angry that he screamed. Li Xingtian's face was full of worry. He felt that tonight was like a Hollywood spy movie. Qin Wudao still looked half dead. Those who didn't know would definitely think that he was retarded. Boom! Qin Feng stood behind the flaming golden eagle and continuously shot out fireballs. The 2 fighter planes were extremely good at dodging and avoided Qin Feng's attacks time and time again. Whoosh! Qin Feng couldn't hit them with fireballs, so he shot out polar ice. The polar ice formed an ice wall in the sky, forcing the 2 fighter planes to deviate from their tracks. They were getting further and further away. Dracula had already started to make a phone call. He shouted a lot of words in English and then shouted excitedly at Qin Feng, "Quick, fly in the direction of the Watson Hotel. Our reinforcements are coming from there." Qin Feng conveyed the message to the flaming golden eagle. The golden eagle changed direction and began to sprint. The wind howled in his ears. Qin Feng was fine because of the blood demon armor, but Li Xingtian and the other 2 were blown by the wind until tears and snot flowed nonstop. After flying for an unknown period of time, the two fighter planes behind them disappeared. Qin Feng looked at the Watson Hotel and let the flaming golden eagle land. "Brother Qin Feng, where's that big bird?" "Oh, two brothers and a wild wolf are also missing. Let's hurry back and save them." As soon as the flaming golden eagle landed, Qin Feng put it back into the system. Dracula finally came back to his senses. He finally remembered Shimin, Chuexue, and the others. Yeah, where are the two brothers? Li Xingtian also came back to his senses. They've already left, don't worry. As for the flying bird and the wild wolf, they're my pets. These two pets are very special, and I don't want others to know about their existence. I hope you can help me keep it a secret. Qin Feng landed early because he didn't want the Americans to see the flaming golden eagle. Who knew if they would use the flaming golden eagle for research? The sound of hurried footsteps could be heard. Qin Feng and the others looked up and saw that the American reinforcements had arrived. "Who's in front? Put your hands on your head and squat on the ground, or else I'll shoot." There were more than 100 fully armed special forces, and there were dozens of military SUVs parked around them. "I'm Prince Dracula. We're on the same side." Dracula hurriedly shouted, "General, it's Prince Dracula. Hurry, hurry up and bring them over." Dozens of fully armed special forces rushed up and surrounded Qin Feng and the others to protect them as they went to an SUV. There was a row of high-ranking American politicians in suits and leather shoes standing there. "Prince Dracula, are you okay? Where are the other elites of the Blood Clan?" A white-haired old man came up and hugged Dracula. Dracula had maintained the image of a tough man who wasn't afraid of death from the start of tonight's operation up until now. But now he was crying. "General Enzo, we were betrayed by General Bayongda. The other vampire descendants have all been sacrificed." The white-haired old man's eyes bulged, and he was so angry that his face turned red. "That bastard Bayongda, where is he? I'll go to the White House to look for the president and ask him to remove Bayongda's military rank. There's no need to go through so much trouble. He's already dead," Dracula said. "By the way, has the laboratory been destroyed? Who are these people?" General Enzo thought of something more important. After crying for a while, Dracula returned to normal. "General Enzo, the mission was successfully completed. The William family's underground laboratory was successfully destroyed, but 2 rank 6 mutants escaped. These 3 are friends of China, especially this one. He's Brother Qin Feng, who cooperated with us in this operation." Dracula solemnly introduced Qin Feng, and the surrounding high-ranking American politicians looked at Qin Feng with respect. Everyone was speaking in English, but Qin Feng could understand them. "You're Qin Feng from China's Dragon Sect. Nice to meet you. I'm General Enzo. I apologize to you and your friends on behalf of America for putting you in such a difficult situation." Qin Feng shook Enzo's hand and said, "General Enzo, you don't have to be so polite. This time, it's all thanks to the Blood Clan. They're the real heroes." Qin Feng gave all the credit to Dracula, and Dracula looked at Qin Feng gratefully. This time, more than 30 elites of the Blood Clan were sacrificed. Dracula needed this honor, and he wanted to give it to his dead descendants. "Little brother Qin Feng, don't worry. You've helped America greatly this time. I'll report this to the president and apply for the merit you deserve." Qin Feng didn't go to stop the William family's plan for America's merit. His main purpose was to save Li Xingtian and complete the system mission. Now that the mission was completed, Qin Feng didn't need to continue staying in America. His women were still waiting for him in China, and Qin Feng wanted to go back and reunite with them immediately. "General Enzo, Brother Dracula, I'll take my leave first. See you later." Qin Feng left as soon as he said he would. He pulled Li Xingtian and Qin Wudao and disappeared into the night. Qin Feng's speed was extremely fast. By the time Dracula and General Enzo came to their senses, Qin Feng was already gone. "Salute. General Enzo, yelled in the direction that Qin Feng had left. The hundreds of Special Forces soldiers and dozens of high officials solemnly saluted in that direction. Chapter 973. The mission of the William family was completed. As for how the U.S. would deal with the Iron Tank Corps, how to deal with the escaping Professor Michael and William Hagen had nothing to do with Qin Feng. Qin Feng led Li Xingtian and Qin Wudao out of the Hong Kong International Airport. A row of beauties was waiting for him outside. "Qin Feng, you're back." "Big brother Qin Feng, I missed you so much. Come and give me a hug." The ladies surrounded Qin Feng as soon as he stepped into the arrival hall. The ladies who were filming with Qin Feng in the U.S. were waiting for him in Hong Kong. These women were all outstanding beauties. They had been waiting here for a while and had long attracted the attention of all the men in the surroundings. There were still a few men in the crowd who wanted to come up and strike up a conversation with the women. However, after seeing this scene, everyone was extremely envious of Qin Feng. Li Xingtian always boasted that he had found a good son-in-law in the U.S. However, he regretted it as soon as he arrived in Hong Kong. Qin Feng was too much of a playboy, as there were too many women around. Zhang Kuka stepped on Li Xingtian's foot out of excitement. She even pushed Li Xingtian to the side. Li Xingtian was furious. Qin Wudao was still in a daze. He did not say a word during the entire flight. "Ah, Qin Feng, why your face?" Ma Xinxin suddenly covered her mouth and pointed at Qin Feng in disbelief. The other ladies regained their senses and stared at Qin Feng as if they had seen a ghost. At this moment, the sunlight shone on Qin Feng's face. It was a handsome face with distinct facial features. When Qin Feng returned, he had restored his original appearance. It was not that he had dissolved the true qi that the mystical dragon had applied to his face, but that Qin Feng had bought a mask that looked like himself to wear. I knew my original appearance was too handsome. "Look at how excited you guys are. Should I change back?" The ladies were startled and shook their heads like a rattle drum. They preferred Qin Feng's original appearance because they knew him because of his original appearance. "I'm leaving." The flirting scene was enviable. Li Xingtian was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Qin Wudao, who had been silent all this while, suddenly walked up to him and muttered to himself. Then he turned around and left. "Where are you going?" Qin Feng pulled Qin Wudao back. "I haven't decided yet." Qin Wudao was a man of few words. "Why are you leaving? Why should I stay?" Qin Wudao asked. Qin Feng pulled Qin Wudao and turned around. He stared into his eyes and said, "Come with me to the provincial capital." Qin Wudao trembled. His mouth opened and closed, but no words came out. Qin Wudao did not agree, but Qin Feng knew that he would not leave. "Haha, brother Qin Feng, I know you're returning today, so I came over to welcome you." Qin Feng and the others walked out of the airport lobby and were stunned as soon as they arrived outside. On the street, there were 2 rows of muscular men dressed in red tang suits, and then there were 3 Mercedes-Benz parked on the side. They were all from the Hong sect. Hong Kong was the territory of the Hong sect. Ao Wucheng came to Qin Feng in a handsome white suit. Qin Feng walked up to Ao Wucheng and gave him a hug. When the 2 of them let go, Ao Wucheng suddenly punched Qin Feng in the chest. Wiefer Qin Feng reacted quickly and collided with Ao Wucheng's fist. Ao Wucheng staggered back 3 steps. Qin Feng didn't move an inch. Li Xingtian and the ladies were startled. Weren't Qin Feng and Ao Wucheng brothers? Why did they suddenly fight? Ao Wucheng let out a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha, brother Qin Feng, you have improved a lot. I need to cultivate harder. Otherwise, I won't be able to keep up with you." Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out that Ao Wucheng had sparred with Qin Feng. "Leader Wucheng, you have also improved a lot." Qin Feng wasn't being polite. After 2 months, Ao Wucheng's strength had indeed improved a lot. "Let's go. Let's all go to the Hong sect. Let's spar later. Those little bastards won't stand a chance against me. Ao! Wu Chang glanced at the disciples of the Hong sect on both sides of the street. Those disciples were frowning and thought that they would have to work overnight to mend the hole. Qin Feng and the others went to Hong sect. Ao Wu Chang had already prepared a welcoming banquet. This was Ao Xiaowan's territory. She helped Qin Feng take care of the guests like a little wife. She was as busy as a diligent bee. Ao Wu Chang didn't usually see his sister, so obedient. Every time Qin Feng came, his sister would immediately change into a different person. Ever since he was crippled in the battle of the Divine Dragon Mountain, Qin Feng hadn't returned to the capital and hero city for more than 2 months. Qin Feng only stayed in Hong Kong for a day. The next day, he brought everyone back to the capital. When he left, Leah also came to send him off. She and Ao Xiaowan watched Qin Feng leave reluctantly. The 2 women had the urge to follow Qin Feng to the capital. However, Qin Feng was still unstable, and he still had a lot of things to do. Although Qin Feng could tell what the 2 women were thinking, he didn't invite them to the capital. Qin Feng felt that it would be safer for the 2 girls to stay in Hong Kong. The plane landed at the capital airport. Stepping on this familiar land again, Qin Feng felt as if he had been in a different world. Li Xingtian and Qin Wudao felt the same way. The 3 of them had just come out from the William family's base in America. They had experienced a moment of life and death in a foreign country. Outside the airport, Qin Feng bid farewell to Rao Sherman and Zhang Ke. The 2 girls hadn't been back to the capital for a long time, so they wanted to go home first. Ma Xin followed Qin Feng. Her home was in Acropolis City. Ma Xin would go back to Acropolis City with Qin Feng in a few days. Li Xingtian also left. He took a car to Yan Wu Shuang's rented villa. Since Li Shanshan was there, Li Xingtian couldn't wait to fly to his daughter's side. Only Qin Feng, Qin Wudao, and Ma Xin were left outside the airport. Qin Feng didn't tell anyone about his sudden return. Looking at the familiar streets and environment, Qin Feng and Qin Wudao were stunned. Wudao, let's go home first. Qin Feng suddenly said to Qin Wudao. Qin Wudao's body trembled. He had long lost the concept of home. The word home seemed to be very far away. However, looking at Qin Feng's determined eyes, Qin Wudao seemed to have found home again. It's time to go home. Qin Wudao heaved a long sigh. The burden and hatred that had been pressing in his heart for years seemed to have disappeared at this moment. It was a very relaxing feeling. Qin Wudao felt like his body was about to float. I have something to tell you after we go back. Qin Feng purposely didn't tell Qin Wudao about his grandfather's plan. He wanted to reconcile with Qin Wudao, but he had to do it before Qin Wudao knew the truth. Chapter 974. Qin Feng returned to the provincial capital with his original appearance. He had recovered to the early stage of Stage 9 inner Qi, and his strength was much stronger than when he fought the Divine Dragon. In just 2 months, Qin Feng went from being crippled by the Divine Dragon to stepping back to the peak of Stage 9 inner Qi. No one would believe such a thing. Young Master Qin. Qin Feng and the other 2 stood at the entrance of the Qin mansion. The 4 guards at the entrance stared at Qin Feng with their eyes wide open. Their jaws dropped to the ground. Qin Feng smiled. He felt that it had been a long time since someone called him Young Master Qin. Qin Feng recalled his glorious life in Acropolis City a few months ago. He yearned for it, but he knew he could never go back. Young Master Qin, it's really Young Master Qin. Old Master, old ancestor, the Young Master has returned. Third Young Master Qin Wudao has also returned. The guards at the entrance finally regained their senses. They were sure that Qin Feng and Qin Wudao had returned, so they ran to the courtyard to call Qin Huang and Qin Shitian. Qin Wudao felt that he hadn't returned to the Qin mansion for a long time. This was originally his home, But because Qin Shitian wanted to nurture Qin Feng, Qin Wudao and Qin Yi stayed in Jincheng City since they were young. Like Qin Feng, they only returned to the Qin mansion in the provincial capital during Chinese New Year. Ever since Qin Yi died, Qin Wudao hated Qin Feng and the Qin mansion. He felt that it was no longer his home. But when he let go of everything, Qin Wudao realized that he was deceiving himself. His blood still flowed in his veins, and that place would always be his home. Ever since Qin Feng announced his 3 identities at the clan martial meet, the Qin mansion began to prosper. There were a few guests from other clans in the Qin mansion discussing cooperation. The number of gardeners and guards increased a lot. Even the old mansion was expanded, and the grounds became more spacious. Qin Feng and the other 2 walked through the gate. There were many people chatting and laughing in the front yard. Everyone quickly noticed Qin Feng. After recognizing Qin Feng, everyone was dumbstruck. They even forgot what they originally wanted to say. Qin Feng is back? China's azure dragon came to the Qin mansion. Fenger is back? Quick, quick, quick! Go and welcome Fenger and Wu Dao. A series of hurried footsteps came from the backyard. Qin Shitian and Qin Huang walked in the front, followed by dozens of important members of the Qin clan. They hurried to the front yard, and when they saw Qin Feng and Qin Wudao standing there, they were so excited that they almost exploded. Grandpa, Dad, I've brought martial arts back to see you. Even when the William family was in dire straits, Qin Feng didn't even frown. However, when Qin Feng saw his relatives, his eyes became misty. Feng, it's great that you're back. Grandfather and I were so worried about you these past 2 months. The Qin emperor held Qin Feng in his arms, and the tears of excitement flowed down his cheeks. Although Qin Shitian didn't say anything as he stood at the side, the joy in his heart was overflowing. 2 months ago, when Qin Huang and Qin Shitian found out that Qin Feng had gone to Mount Godly Dragon to challenge the Godly Dragon, they personally went to inquire about Qin Feng's situation and learned from Qin Shao that Qin Feng was still alive. Although Qin Feng didn't die, no one knew where he went. This caused Qin Huang and Qin Shitian to worry about Qin Feng every day. Wu Dao, you're back too. A gray-haired man suddenly walked out from the crowd of Qin family's relatives. He was a few years younger than Qin Huang, but he looked slightly older than him. This was Qin Huang's 3rd brother, Qin Mu, and also Qin Wudao and Qin Ye's father. Dad, Wu Dao is unfilial. I've made you worry these past few years. Qin Wudao thought that even if he saw the Qin family's relatives, he wouldn't have too many emotions. However, the moment he stepped into Qin Manor, Qin Wudao's heart surged endlessly. When he saw his father, he couldn't help but feel pained. After all, Qin Feng was only 22 years old, and Qin Wudao was only 20 years old. The Qin family had reunited after a long time, and they were immersed in a warm scene. Ma Xin stood at the side and was also moved by this scene. She thought of her father and the Ma family of Acropolis City. Good, Wu Dao is back too. Now that Shao is back, our Qin manor will be reunited. Qin Shitian saw Qin Wudao return with Qin Feng and instantly understood that the conflict between the 2 cousins had been resolved. This scene made Qin Shitian cry uncontrollably. Big brother Qin Feng, big brother Wu Dao, you're finally back. Duo is bored to death staying in Qin Manor alone every day. Don't leave, stay with Duo in Qin Manor from now on. Qin Duo also rushed out from the crowd and held Qin Feng and Qin Wudao with one hand. Actually, the fight for the young master of Qin Manor was a fight between Qin Feng and the other boys. Qin Duo had nothing to do with it. Moreover, Qin Duo was the only girl in the direct line of descent, so Qin Duo's cousins took good care of her. Seeing the 2 Tang brothers reconcile, Qin Duo was overjoyed. Everyone in Qin family came up to greet Qin Feng. Qin Feng was now the green dragon of the 9 dragons of China, so the elders didn't dare to put on airs in front of him. They felt that Qin Feng was the pride of Qin Manor. Everyone chatted for a while, and the atmosphere was very warm. Many people couldn't help but shed tears of kinship. Qin Shirtian regained his composure and said with a peaceful smile on his face, "Ha ha! Everyone, don't be pretentious. Qin Feng and Qin Wudao are back together, and this is a joyous day for Qin Manor. Steward, quickly prepare a banquet to welcome them. These two brats are really willful. They didn't even tell us in advance, and now we haven't even prepared anything." Everyone in Qin Manor was busy because of Qin Feng's arrival. After the Qin family finished chatting with Qin Feng, those who were discussing business in Qin Manor all came to curry favor with Qin Feng. Those who were able to cooperate with the Qin Manor were all large and influential families in the capital. However, when the important figures of these families saw Qin Feng, they didn't have the slightest bit of temper. Each and every one of them spoke all sorts of praises, praising Qin Feng to the heavens. Qin Wudao hadn't returned to Qin Manor for a long time. The last time he came back was when he fought Qin Feng during the family martial meet. After he lost to Qin Feng, Qin Wudao left immediately. He came and left in a hurry. Qin Mu was the happiest when Qin Wudao returned. The people of Qin family also showed great concern for him, and Qin Wudao's heart that had been sealed in ice for a long time opened up once more. He felt the warmth of home again, and this was what Qin Wudao truly wanted to see. The only pity was that Qin Yi wasn't around anymore. If Qin Yi and Qin Shao were back, everyone would be on good terms, and that would be a true reunion. Qin Manor's banquet was quickly prepared, and everyone of Qin family sat in the hall of the old manor. Ma Xinxin was the only living person present, and she blushed. Those who came to discuss cooperation tactfully bade farewell and left. Today was the day of Qin Manor's reunion, so no one dared to disturb the celebration. Grandpa, Dad, seniors of Qin family, let me give a toast to everyone. Usually, I'm always running around and have no time to manage the affairs of Qin Manor. Now that I've been elected as the young master, I've even passed the position of the family master to Qin Duo. As the eldest grandson of Qin family's direct line of descent, I feel that I'm being filial. Qin Feng raised his wine cup and spoke from the bottom of his heart. He also wanted to settle down and either stay in Hero City or return to Qin Manor to accompany his family. However, there were too many responsibilities on Qin Feng's shoulders. He still had to find the whereabouts of his mother, find Su Ruoro, and find those scoundrels that had tried to kill his mother back then. As the Green Dragon of China, Qin Feng didn't put on any airs in front of these seniors. Everyone was very gratified, and they all stood up to toast Qin Feng. After Qin Feng finished toasting, Qin Wudao also stood up. His guilt towards Qin Manor was even heavier than Qin Feng's. To take revenge for his brother, Qin Wudao had been secretly framing Qin Feng and treating Qin Manor as his enemy. Wudao, let bygones be bygones. You guys are still young. In the future, Qin Manor will rely on you young people to develop. Qin Shirtian stood up. He looked at Qin Wudao's face, which didn't match his age. His heart was filled with guilt. Everyone toasted again. The 2 cups of wine made the atmosphere of the banquet lively. Everyone ate and chatted happily. Occasionally, someone would drink with Qin Feng and Qin Wudao. Because they were in such a good mood, many people got drunk. The Qin family's servants helped everyone back to their rooms to rest. Qin Wudao and Ma Xinxin drank too much, so Qin Feng asked Qin Duo to send them back to their rooms to rest. Only Qin Feng, his father, and grandfather were left in the originally lively hall of the old mansion. The 3 of them weren't drunk because they still had things to say. After everyone left, Qin Shirtian couldn't help but ask, Feng, what happened when you challenged the divine dragon 2 months ago? No one else in Qin Manor knew about Qin Feng challenging the divine dragon. No one in Jingdu knew. Grandpa, Dad, I challenged the divine dragon that day, but I lost. Qin Fun's words were within Qin Shitian and Qin Huang's expectations, because the divine dragon was the strongest swordsman in the secular world of Huaxia. Even Qin Shitian couldn't withstand 10 moves from the divine dragon, let alone Qin Fun. Then where did you go for the past 2 months? Qin Huang asked. I injured the divine dragon in that battle and completely angered him. In order to humiliate me, the divine dragon crippled my cultivation, made me ugly, and threw me to Zhongchuan City to be a beggar. Qin Feng told the story. Halfway through, Qin Shitian and Qin Huang cried out in surprise. What did you say? You injured the divine dragon? The two's words were exactly the same. Qin Feng paused for a moment and said, Yes, I used lightning to strike the divine dragon and angered him. Qin Feng didn't say anything about the purple thunder wild robe. He felt that the lightning element devil cultivator was easier to explain. Qin Shitian and Qin Huang stared at Qin Feng in disbelief. Both of them were truly shocked by Qin Feng's strength. Qin Feng displayed the ability of a dual elemental devil cultivator in the clan martial meet, and now he had the ability of lightning. Wasn't he a triple elemental devil cultivator? You said your cultivation was crippled by the divine dragon? Then wouldn't you be? Qin Huang suddenly thought of another matter. He didn't have the heart to continue halfway through his sentence. Chapter 975. Qin Huang and Qin Shitian were so surprised that even Qin Fun was scared. However, Qin Feng quickly calmed down. He understood their reactions. If Qin Feng didn't have the hedonist sovereign system, he would think this was impossible. My strength has already recovered. I'm even stronger than when I challenged the divine dragon, Qin Feng said calmly. Qin Shitian and Qin Huang couldn't calm down. They looked at Qin Feng as if they were looking at a monster. They wanted to dissect Qin Feng and study his body structure. Fenger, why did you suddenly come back? Are you going to challenge the divine dragon again? Qin Huang started to worry for Qin Feng again. Last time Qin Feng failed, the divine dragon spared his life. If he failed again, would the divine dragon spare him? I'm not in a hurry to challenge the divine dragon. I'll stay in the capital for a few days, then go to Acropolis City and participate in the Martial Arts Circle Conference. After the Martial Arts Circle Conference, I'll go challenge the divine dragon after the battle on Divine Dragon Mountain. Qin Feng truly saw the power of the divine dragon. The divine dragon was undoubtedly a true Qi stage powerhouse. Even if Qin Feng's strength had improved, even if he couldn't wait to find out his mother's whereabouts, Qin Feng had to make sufficient preparations before challenging the divine dragon. This was because he knew that this was his last chance to challenge the divine dragon. Qin Feng had planned to go to the Martial Arts Circle Conference long ago. The system originally had the Martial Arts Circle Alliance Master Quest, and there was still a month before Qin Feng's challenge with the divine dragon. This month was Qin Feng's time to speed up his breakthrough. He prepared to go to the Martial Arts Circle Conference and see if he could find the Saint Soul Stone material to make the Galaxy Flying Sword. If he could make the Galaxy Flying Sword, Qin Feng would have more confidence in defeating the divine dragon. You're going to participate in the Martial Arts Circle Conference? Qin Shitian was shocked. Don't worry, Grandpa. I've recovered the strength of a Stage 9 Inner Qi expert. Even if I encounter a Stage 9 Inner Qi expert, I have a way to save my life. I'll be fine. Qin Feng knew that his grandfather and father were worried about him, so he said these words to comfort them. Qin Huang and Qin Shitian chatted with Qin Fun for a while, and the capacity of their brains wasn't enough to process the information. The things that had happened to Qin Fun were too miraculous, and the two of them couldn't understand them no matter how hard they racked their brains. After the three of them chatted for a while, Qin Fun sent his grandfather and father back to their room to rest. Although the two of them were not drunk, they had drunk a lot of wine. Moreover, Qin Huang and Qin Shitian were old, and their bodies were not as strong as those of the younger generation like Qin Fun. Big brother Qin Feng, I've been waiting for you. Let's go out and play. Qin Duo Air skipped towards him after he sent his grandfather and father off. Qin Duo Air and Qin Feng were very close. They were more than cousins. Qin Duo Air held Qin Feng's arm as soon as she came up. She wanted to stick her upper body into Qin Feng's embrace. Qin Feng tilted his body, feeling a bit awkward. Duo Air, you're already so big, so don't stick to me like this in the future. If other people see you like this, they'll laugh at you. Qin Duo Air was immediately unhappy. She pouted and complained, Big brother Qin Feng, we used to stick to each other like this when we were young. Do you not love me anymore now that we're grown up? I heard from Uncle that you have a lot of girlfriends outside. Is the girl you brought back also your woman? Big brother Qin Feng, you're too fickle. Qin Feng didn't know why Qin Duo Air talked about girlfriends. Seeing that Duo Air was angry, Qin Feng hugged her and comforted her. All right, Duo Air, don't make a fuss. Go back to your room first. I need to talk to Qin Wudao. When I'm not home, you and Qin Wudao take care of the Qin Manor. Do you hear me? Oh, then remember to come to my room to play after you're done with Big brother Wudao. Qin Duo Air didn't want Qin Feng to leave, but she still left sensibly. Qin Feng looked at Qin Duo Air's lonely figure and thought it was time to find a good home for this girl. Creak! Qin Feng pushed open the door to Qin Wudao's room. Qin Wudao was actually not drunk. He was sitting at the square table in the living room. Big brother, you're here. Qin Wudao seemed to have changed. Even the way he addressed Qin Feng had changed. Qin Feng's body stiffened. He had forgotten how long it had been since Qin Wudao and the others called him Big Brother. Wudao, sit. Qin Feng waved his hand and gestured for Qin Wudao to sit. Both of them sat down. Qin Wudao didn't speak because he knew Qin Feng had something to tell him. Qin Feng had said this when they left the provincial capital airport. Seeing Qin Wudao's expectant gaze, Qin Feng suddenly hesitated. Qin Feng originally wanted to tell Qin Wudao the truth and his grandfather's original intention. Qin Feng didn't want Qin Wudao to be kept in the dark. It would be unfair to the dead Qin Yi. But Qin Feng suddenly changed his mind. Now the Qin Manor was harmonious and full of vitality. Qin Wudao had also walked out of the shadow of Qin Ye's death and began to integrate into the Qin Manor. Qin Feng was afraid that if he told the truth, Qin Wudao would go crazy again. What if he held a grudge against his grandfather or blamed Qin Ye's death on him? Big brother, if you have something to say, just say it. We're no longer strangers. Qin Wudao waited for a long time and saw that Qin Feng didn't speak, so he reminded Qin Feng. Okay, then I'll say it. Actually, I have been brooding over Qin Ye's death. When he died in the Amethyst Dragon Palace, I am willing to bear all the blame. This is the weapon I used to pierce Qin Ye's body. You can use it to kill me at any time. I won't fight back or dodge. Qin Feng flipped his hand and the spear of rat halos landed on the tea table. Qin Wudao looked at the fiery spear and thought of his dead brother. The ball of anger in his heart exploded again. Bang! Qin Wudao slammed his palm on the tea table. The solid wooden table instantly cracked and the spear of rat halos flew into the air. Qin Wudao grabbed the air and stabbed the spear at Qin Feng's throat. Time seemed to stop. Qin Feng said he wouldn't dodge or fight back, and he did as he said. The sharp tip of the spear of rat halos was already on Qin Feng's skin, but Qin Wudao's hand couldn't move forward. No one was stopping him, but he himself couldn't do it. Clang! The spear of rat halos fell to the ground, and Qin Wudao fell on his butt. Qin Feng put away the spear of rat halos, squatted down and patted Qin Wudao's shoulder. He said, Third brother, I owe your brother, so I can only repay you. I've asked Duo Air to pass the position of the Qin family's young master to you. From now on, the Qin Manor's business is all on your shoulders. If you encounter any trouble, just tell me and I'll immediately appear by your side. Qin Wudao had accepted it. This time he really let it go. Chapter 976. Qin Feng hid the truth from Qin Wudao because someone had to stand up and take responsibility for the mistakes. His grandfather had worked hard for the Qin family his whole life, and Qin Feng felt that he should enjoy his old age. Qin Feng would take responsibility for these mistakes. Qin Wudao stood up from the ground. There was no longer any hatred in his eyes. He looked at Qin Feng with a gentle smile. Qin Feng knew that Qin Wudao was a rank 6 arcanist. The William family mission gave him a portion of the ancient giant beast's remains, gene, and a super ability potion. Qin Feng wanted to give the ancient giant beast's remains, gene, to Qin Wudao. Just from the name, he knew it was amazing. But Little Pig's words dispelled Qin Feng's idea. The ancient giant beast's remains gene could only be used by ordinary people. Qin Wudao had already modified his body's genes, so he couldn't absorb the medicinal properties of the ancient giant beast's remains gene. Qin Feng wanted to give the super ability potion to Qin Wudao, but Little Pig dispelled the idea. The super ability potion was only effective when an ability user was rank 6 or below. With Qin Wudao's current ability level, it would be a waste if he drank it. Wudao, I'll give you this blue-grade Chongling sword. There are many elixirs here. Take whatever you like. I'll be going out in a few days. When I come back, I'll bring you more good things. You just have to stay at home and cultivate. Qin Feng gave the Soul Rush sword to Qin Wudao. Qin Wudao didn't reject it. This was the first gift from his big brother, and Qin Wudao didn't want to reject it. As for the pills that Qin Feng took out, they shocked Qin Wudao. The lowest pills were rank 4 spirit pills, and there were some rank 5 spirit pills. There were even a few rank 6 gold pills. Big brother, you should keep these pills. I'll take this Soul Rush sword. Qin Wudao didn't dare to take the precious pills because he knew that Qin Feng was also trying his best to break through. These pills were more useful to Qin Feng. These pills won't help me with my current level. You can take them to break through. Qin Feng put the bottles on the table. Qin Wudao looked at Qin Feng curiously. Big brother, you have so many secrets. What level are you at now? Also, where are the 2 pets you made in the William family's research base? The old man and the man in white are also gone. Qin Wudao had been distracted since he came back from America and didn't care about these questions. Now that the 2 had reconciled, Qin Wudao was puzzled. Qin Feng patted Qin Wudao's shoulder with a smile and said, I'm at the early stage of stage 9 inner Qi now. I have a lot of treasures. If you like, I'll give them to you. If you like, you can take any you like. Qin Wudao was shocked. Qin Feng's name had spread far and wide in China, but no one knew Qin Feng's true strength. Qin Wudao thought Qin Feng had reached the peak of stage 9 inner Qi. Otherwise, how could he defeat Purple Dragon Su Xiaotian? However, he didn't expect that big brother Qin Feng, who had just stepped into stage 9 inner Qi, would be so powerful. Big brother, I want this Chongling sword and a few bottles of pills. You can keep the rest for yourself. Your enemies outside are all very strong, so you have to protect yourself. Qin Wudao was not greedy, because he was more concerned about Qin Feng's safety. You Wudao, the brothers said. Spirit. Wu Wudao said. Stage. You. Stage, you for stage. Qin Wudao and Qin Wudao talked about their childhood after they finished talking about cultivation. When they were young, everyone's shared memories were the few days they spent at the Qin Manor every year during the New Year. The 2 of them shared their memories of each year. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. When the brothers gathered together and talked about these past events, their hearts were filled with all sorts of emotions. Qin Feng didn't let Qin Wudao join the Hero Alliance because he didn't want to scare Qin Wudao. Qin Feng had a lot of missions to complete, so he only stayed in Qin Mansion for one night. He went to Yan Wushuang's place the next day. Qin Feng went to Yan Wushuang's villa alone. He left Ma Xinxin to play with Qin Duo Heir in Qin Mansion because he didn't want to cause unnecessary quarrels. Son-in-law is back. When Qin Feng arrived at the villa, Li Xingtian and Li Shanshan were watering the flowers in the garden. Yan Wushuang was there too. She stood at the entrance of the villa in a daze. Li Shanshan and Yan Wushuang looked at Qin Feng when Li Xingtian shouted. Their hearts were filled with excitement when they saw Qin Feng standing there. Yan Wushuang only hesitated for a second before Li Shanshan threw herself into Qin Feng's arms. Yan Wushuang retracted her leg with a cold expression. Qin Feng, you brought Daddy back. I'm so happy. Li Shanshan was very excited to see her father when Li Xingtian came yesterday. She was very grateful to Qin Feng. Now that Qin Feng was here, Li Shanshan was not as reserved as she used to be. She hugged Qin Feng as if she wanted to melt into his body. Li Shanshan's body was fragrant, and her blonde hair looked very beautiful under the sunlight. Qin Feng hugged Li Shanshan quietly and gently stroked her blonde hair. Hee, my good son-in-law, you're smart enough to visit us today. If you don't come today, I'll go to Qin Mansion and teach you a lesson. As soon as Li Xingtian got off the plane, he saw Qin Feng's countless women. He thought Qin Feng would stay with him for a few days before coming to see him and his daughter. He did not expect Qin Feng to come today. Father-in-law, how could I forget you guys? Shanshan, did anyone bully you recently? Qin Feng cared about Li Shanshan. Li Shanshan shook her head. She felt warm in her heart. Since my birthday party last time, no boys in school dared to talk to me. They said I'm a sugar daddy of a big boss in Huaxia, and they were all scared away. Qin Feng was a little angry. I'll go to school and teach them a lesson when I'm free. How can they insult your innocence? Li Shanshan did not care. She hugged Qin Feng and said, It's okay. I think it's good like this. No one comes to disturb me, and I can study in peace. When I'm free, I can play with Fangqing. Plus, the big boss that those students are talking about is you. I'm your sugar daddy, so I don't care. Li Shanshan was lively and cheerful now. She was not as lonely as she was at the birthday party. This made Qin Feng very happy. After hugging Li Shanshan for a while, Qin Feng walked to Yan Wushuang. Leader Yan, how have you been? Yan Wushuang missed Qin Feng very much, but she was a little angry when she saw the scene just now. It's none of your business. Seeing Yan Wushuang throwing a tantrum again, Qin Feng pulled her upstairs. Senior Li, please play with Shanshan for a while. I have a mission to talk to Leader Yan alone. The two had already gone upstairs. Li Xingtian and Li Shanshan knew that Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang were members of the dragon sect, so they did not think much of it. What are you doing? Don't touch me. After entering Yan Wushuang's room, Yan Wushuang pushed Qin Feng away and sat on the bed. Qin Feng also sat on the bed and said to Yan Wushuang, Leader Yan, I risked my life to escape from the William family's research base. You almost lost your chance to see me. Why are you throwing a tantrum when you see me? Yan Wushuang's delicate body trembled slightly. She was really worried about Qin Feng a few days ago. Later, when she learned that Qin Feng had successfully completed the mission and was about to return home, she was so happy that she could not sleep. You are very lucky. You won't die. Yan Wushuang's tone softened. Qin Feng looked at Yan Wushuang, who always said one thing but meant another. He liked this woman more and more. Qin Feng hugged Yan Wushuang's slender waist and blew hot air into her ear. Group leader Yan, are you jealous of Shanshan? Shanshan has a hard life. As her elder sister, you should be more lenient. Yan Wushuang rarely had such intimate contact with a man. She felt as if she had been electrocuted. She quickly struggled out of Qin Feng's embrace and sat to the side. Behave yourself. Don't touch me. Qin Feng smirked and suddenly pounced on Yan Wushuang. Since there is no one here, I'll do you now. Let's see what you can do. Yan Wushuang was startled and started to hit and kick. Qin Feng grabbed Yan Wushuang's hands and looked at her with a smile. Qin Feng was just teasing her. He did not really do anything outrageous. Yan Wu Shuang soon realized that she had been fooled. She gritted her teeth in anger. Suddenly, a light flashed in her beautiful eyes. Her usually cold expression was replaced by a smile. "Leader Yan, are you okay?" Qin Feng immediately realized that something was wrong. He would rather see Yan Wu Shuang stare at him than see her smile at him. Yan Wu Shuang did not speak. Then, Yan Wu Shuang's voice sounded in Qin Feng's mind. "Ah! Qin Feng, what are you doing? Let go of me, you pervert. Damn! Leader Yan, what are you doing? Don't shout in the Hero Alliance." Qin Feng's expression changed drastically. He finally understood that Yan Wu Shuang was tricking him in the Hero Alliance. Soon, a few voices sounded in Qin Feng's mind. The Hero Alliance was in an uproar. "Damn! Boss, do you have to be so fierce? That sounds like Yan Wu Shuang. Boss, be gentle. I can't take it anymore. I have to cut off the message in the Hero Alliance." Yun Zhe and Huang Jingui sighed. "Stupid Qin Feng, you're messing around outside again. Come back to Hero City when you have time." Hua Yan said angrily, "Qin Feng, I'm going to kill you." Lu Bingbing's voice was so cold that it was about to freeze. Actually, Lu Jie and the others had been staying in Hero City ever since the last attack. Their hearts were heavy, and they worried every day that the herbal sect would attack again. However, none of them told Qin Feng about this. They even pretended to be very relaxed when they were shouting in the Hero Alliance channel just now. Chapter 977. Li Xingtian was furious. He found out that Qin Feng had a lot of women when he came back to China, so he didn't teach Qin Feng a lesson. Now, Qin Feng did something to Yan Wu Shuang behind his daughter's back. Li Xingtian was determined to teach Qin Feng a lesson. Bang! The door of Yan Wu Shuang's room was pushed open. Li Xingtian rushed in and shouted, "Qin Feng, let go of Yan Wu Shuang! How could you do such an immoral thing?" Li Xingtian stood at the door, and Li Shanshan had already caught up with him. Li Shanshan was really scared because she still didn't know what had happened. Why did Dad suddenly lose his temper? "Ah, Senior Li, what are you talking about?" Qin Feng had already heard Li Xingtian rushing upstairs. He had already sat down on the sofa and was reading the newspaper with a cup of coffee in his hand. Yan Wu Shuang was tied up by Qin Feng and hung on the ceiling. Li Xingtian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw this scene. "Sister Yan, are you okay?" "Qin Feng, let go of Sister Yan." Li Shanshan came back to her senses and ran to Yan Wu Shuang's legs. Li Xingtian walked to Qin Feng and asked, "Son-in-law, what are you doing?" Because of Yan Wu Shuang's scheme, Qin Feng was cursed by Lu Bingbing and Hua Yan. Therefore, Qin Feng thought it was necessary to teach Yan Wu Shuang a lesson. So he tied her hands in the air, just like the art of binding in the movies. "I'm drinking coffee." Qin Feng pretended that he didn't understand Li Xingtian's words. He added, "Father-in-law, why did you scold me just now?" Li Xingtian suddenly choked and couldn't say a word. He realized that he had misunderstood Qin Feng. "Ahem, son-in-law, why did you tie Yan Wu Shuang up?" "Oh, this is the special training method of the Dragon Sect. Leader Yan is training her. Don't worry about her," Qin Feng said as if he was telling the truth. Li Xingtian looked at Qin Feng doubtfully and didn't ask any more questions. Li Shanshan had untied Yan Wu Shuang's hands. Yan Wu Shuang was so angry that she wanted to stomp Qin Feng to death. However, she had to pretend that nothing had happened since Li Xingtian and Li Shanshan were here. "Hee, Shanshan, let's go out and play. Don't disturb Qin Feng and Yan Wu Shuang's discussion." Li Xingtian was embarrassed. As soon as the two of them left, Yan Wu Shuang launched a scissor kick at Qin Feng's face. Qin Feng was prepared for it. He raised his hand unhurriedly, grabbed Yan Wu Shuang's slender leg and pulled her into his arms. "Ah, Damn Qin Feng, let go of me! Yan Wu Shuang shouted again. Qin Feng covered Yan Wu Shuang's mouth with his own and kissed her. After spending so much time with Yan Wu Shuang, Qin Feng's feelings for Yan Wu Shuang had been warming up. Although the two of them usually kept an appropriate distance from each other, Qin Feng had long regarded Yan Wu Shuang as his woman. In the beginning, Yan Wu Shuang struggled with all her might. However, she gradually stopped. In the end, Yan Wu Shuang lost herself in it. She hugged Qin Feng's neck and cooperated with him. The two of them hadn't seen each other for a long time. Yan Wu Shuang knew that Qin Feng had escaped from death this time. Yan Wu Shuang's hidden emotions burst out. She felt tired of hiding it all the time. She wanted to go crazy for once. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. It was a romantic and beautiful scene. After kissing for a long time, Yan Wu Shuang pushed Qin Feng away gently. Then she started to pant. Who allowed you to kiss me? You're so annoying. Yan Wu Shuang came back to her senses. Her pretty face was flushed. Her eyes were as clear as water. She didn't dare to look Qin Feng in the eye. Qin Feng liked Yan Wu Shuang's coquettish look very much. A touch of charm flashed through the coldness. Qin Feng still hugged Yan Wu Shuang and sat on top of her. His big hands caressed her back. Wu Shuang, I'm going to Acropolis City tomorrow. Then, I'm going to the outer martial arts world. 1 month later, I'm going to challenge the divine dragon. Yan Wu Shuang suddenly screamed before Qin Feng could finish a sentence. What? You're going to challenge the divine dragon? Qin Feng had challenged the divine dragon 2 months ago. However, nobody knew about it. Yan Wu Shuang didn't know about it either. She was stunned by Qin Feng's words. Wu Shuang, don't worry. I've fought with the divine dragon once. Qin Feng told Yan Wu Shuang about his fight with the divine dragon and why he went to Zhongchuan City. Yan Wu Shuang was dumbfounded. Then, you must be careful this time. Yan Wu Shuang wanted to persuade Qin Feng not to challenge the divine dragon. After all, the divine dragon was the strongest in the secular world of China. However, Yan Wu Shuang knew Qin Feng very well. She knew Qin Feng wouldn't change his mind easily. Qin Feng hugged Yan Wu Shuang tighter. Yan Wu Shuang didn't struggle. She lay quietly in Qin Feng's arms like a kitten. After the two of them were intimate in the room for a while, they went downstairs to find Li Shanshan and Li Xingtian. The four of them went shopping in the afternoon. Qin Feng bought a lot of beautiful clothes for the two women. The two women were indescribably happy. Qin Feng left at night. He still had to look for Lu Bingbing. Qin Feng planned to visit all the important relatives and women in the provincial capital. After that, he could go to Hero City with peace of mind. Lu Bingbing was the last person he wanted to see. Qin Feng planned to go back to Qin Mansion to pick up Ma Xinxin and bring her to Acropolis City. It was already night when Qin Feng arrived at Lu Bingbing's villa. Lu Bingbing was holding a glass of red wine. She wore a white silk nightgown and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, staring blankly at the night view outside. This morning, Yan Wu Shuang had shouted in Hero City, causing everyone to think that Qin Feng had slept with Yan Wu Shuang. Lu Bingbing had been suppressing her anger for a whole day. She hadn't talked to Qin Feng, but Lu Bingbing realized that Qin Feng hadn't come to comfort her either. Lu Bingbing was furious. She remembered the days she spent with Qin Feng in Acropolis City. At that time, Lu Bingbing hated Qin Feng and ignored him. Qin Feng always pestered her. Now that Lu Bingbing had given her body to Qin Feng, she felt that Qin Feng didn't cherish her anymore. Stinky man, you men are all the same. Lu Bingbing couldn't help but curse. Just as she finished speaking, someone responded to her, Bingbing, who bullied you? I'll teach him a lesson for you. Lu Bingbing was stunned because she recognized that it was Qin Feng's voice. Lu Bingbing was about to turn around when she felt a strong embrace. Qin Feng, let go of me. You want to beat up the person who bullied me, right? Then hurry up and beat yourself to death. Lu Bingbing knew that Qin Feng had come. She was so excited that she wanted to shout. However, she quickly recovered her cold expression. She was still angry at Qin Feng. How did I bully you? You're my woman. I can't wait to care about you. Qin Feng blew hot air into Lu Bingbing's ear. Lu Bingbing's body went limp and numb. Don't hug me. You just fooled around with that Yen woman in the morning. And now you're here looking for me in the evening. What kind of person do you think I am? Lu Bingbing struggled angrily, but she couldn't break free from Qin Feng's embrace. Lu Bingbing was so anxious that she started to stomp on Qin Feng's feet. Qin Feng felt a bit of pain and tore off Lu Bingbing's pajamas. Lu Bingbing screamed in fright, but Qin Feng pressed her against the floor-to-ceiling window. Bingbing, I haven't been back for a while. You're rebelling. I'll teach you a lesson tonight. Qin Feng proved his strength. Lu Bingbing was quickly defeated and started to beg for mercy. The two of them moved from the floor-to-ceiling window to the sofa. Finally, Qin Feng carried Lu Bingbing onto the large bed. The bed was filled with Lu Bingbing's fragrance. Qin Feng really liked this familiar smell. Qin Feng only stopped when the sky turned white. Lu Bingbing was exhausted. The resentment in her heart dissipated after fighting all night. Lu Bingbing suddenly realized that this was a good way to release her stress and anger. In the future, if Qin Feng provoked her again, Lu Bingbing would use this method to vent. Bingbing, how have you been? After Qin Feng calmed down, he hugged Lu Bingbing and stroked her long hair dotingly. Lu Bingbing pulled the blanket over the two of them. The coldness on her face was long gone, and there was still a tinge of red on her cheeks. I'm fine. Since you're so famous, no one dares to bully me. In the Dragon Gate, everyone takes good care of me. Lu Bingbing felt very warm when she said this. Although Qin Feng was usually very busy and couldn't stay by her side, many people gave in to Lu Bingbing because of Qin Feng's fame. I'm relieved that you're fine. I'll leave in a bit. Qin Feng looked at Lu Bingbing's white and tender neck and couldn't help but kiss it a few times. Lu Bingbing suddenly hugged Qin Feng's arm tightly and asked, You just came back and you're leaving again? Qin Feng didn't want to leave, but there were some things he had to do. I have to go. I have to finish a few important things. After I'm done, I'll go back to Hero City and pick you up. We'll be together every day. Lu Bingbing had joined the Hero Alliance, so she knew about Hero City. However, Lu Bingbing had never asked Qin Fen why he was building Hero City. Now that Qin Fen had told her about it, Lu Bingbing was touched. The reason why Qin Fen worked so hard was because he wanted to become stronger and build an indestructible home so that everyone could live a peaceful and stable life. Lu Bingbing was jealous because Qin Feng had too many women around him. However, she was more open-minded now. She felt that Qin Feng treated every woman with sincerity. Moreover, having more sisters meant he wouldn't be bored, so there was nothing wrong with that. Then you must be careful. If you encounter any trouble, shout in the Hero Alliance, and I'll be the first to go. Qin Feng's heart was filled with warmth. The women he met all said the same thing. You must be careful. Lu Bingbing looked at Qin Feng tenderly. Suddenly, she flipped over and sat on Qin Feng. You were the one who took the initiative before. This time, I'll take the initiative. Chapter 978. Qin Feng left Lu Bingbing's mansion. Lu Bingbing stood at the entrance and watched him leave. She was afraid that if she went to the airport with Qin Feng, she would also follow him out of excitement. Qin Feng went back to the Qin Manor. Ma Xinxin was still there. The people of the Qin Manor all came out to see him off. They knew Qin Feng was leaving today. The younger generation of the 4 major clans and 5 minor clans in the capital also came. The beautiful girl group, Dongfang Qingshui, Yan Wushuang, Li Shanshan and her father, Lu Shu Yangken, Sima Xiang, the crowd gathered outside the Qin Manor and filled the 2 streets. It was as magnificent as seeing off the Red Army. Ma Xinshin was dumbfounded. She didn't expect Qin Feng to be so powerful. He was like a big brother among the younger generation of the capital. Soon, Ma Xinshin found a few unfriendly gazes from the crowd. They were all extremely beautiful women. Ma Xinshin didn't fall behind. She purposely hugged Qin Feng's arm and acted very intimate with him for those women to see. They were so angry that they wanted to fight. However, seeing that there were many elders of the Qin family, they held back. Feng, you must be careful. Take care of yourself. Qin Huang's eyes turned red after saying this. Qin Shitian stood at the side and didn't say anything. However, when he looked at Qin Feng, they understood each other. Qin Duo Air smiled brightly and said goodbye to Qin Feng. However, looking at her red and swollen eyes, Qin Feng knew that she must have cried a lot last night. Qin Wudao also said a few words to Qin Feng. Everyone had the same thought. Qin Feng must take care of himself outside. Parting was always sad. Qin Feng didn't want to keep this sad mood for too long. After saying goodbye to everyone, he pulled Ma Xinshin and rushed to the airport. As soon as Qin Feng left, Qin Duo Air started to cry again. Qin Wudao took her back to the Qin manor and comforted her. The people of the Qin family slowly left. Lu Shu and the other young masters also left. Rao Sherman and the other women also left. Qin Huang and Qin Shitian went to a private study. Dad, Qin Fen has really grown up. With his current strength, I'm afraid that even you can't do anything to him. There are some things that I think it's time to tell him. Qin Huang looked at Qin Shitian with a solemn expression. Qin Shitian's thick brows knitted together, and after a long while he nodded and said he has indeed grown up. After he finishes challenging the divine dragon this time, if he comes back alive, tell him about his true identity and let him find his parents. Qin Emperor nodded heavily. I believe that the Feng can defeat the divine dragon. Acropolis City had become famous recently because of the appearance of Hero City. A few days ago, Hero City had a conflict with the herbal faction of the outer martial arts world. In that battle, 2 true energy stage powerhouses had appeared and had shaken the entire outer martial arts world. It just so happened that the Martial Arts Circle Convention was about to begin, and almost all of the outer martial arts world disciples who had come out of their mountains had gone to Hero City to take a look. However, many people did not see the herbal faction's sect master, Bai Yufei, or the mysterious true energy stage powerhouse from Hero City. In Hero City, Lu Jie, Yun Zhe, and Huang Jinggu personally led a team to patrol the surroundings every day. Everyone knew that the herbal faction would not let this matter rest. So the entire Hero City was on high alert, waiting for the people of the herbal faction to come over at any time. Hua Yan and the other girls also stayed in Hero City these days. Bai Qing, Liu Qin, and Su Qiuyu all put down the work in their hands. They also swore to protect their home with their lives. Who is it? This is a restricted area of Hero City. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. A group of people wearing brown robes with 100 leaves suddenly rushed in from the entrance of Hero City. The members of the phone group guarding the entrance had just opened their mouths to ask, but the other party had already brandished their swords and attacked. Brother Longhair, Brother Huang, the people of the herbal faction are attacking. Sword lights flashed, and in an instant, a few members of the phone group fell to the ground. The remaining people immediately ran into Hero City, calling for Lu Jie and the others to come and help. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few black figures suddenly leaped over. Lu Jie carried the Overlord slash. Huang Jinghua threw out a dozen flying knives, and Yun Zhe spun the fiery rod. The 3 of them had already blended in with the people of the herbal faction and started fighting. Bang, bang, bang. Sounds rang non-stop at the entrance of Hero City, and the huge commotion instantly attracted quite a number of martial artists to come over to watch. They're fighting. Everyone come and see. It's the people of the herbal faction. I remember their uniforms. That person in the white robe is the sect master of the herbal faction, Bai Yufei. He is determined to take down Hero City. Soon, hundreds of martial artists surrounded the entrance of Hero City. These people stood a few hundred meters away and watched as if they were watching a show. No one dared to step into the muddy water. It was obvious that Bai Yufei came prepared this time. There were more than 50 disciples of the herbal faction at the entrance of Hero City. Moreover, these disciples were very powerful. They were all specially selected elites, and the weakest among them was a Stage 5 inner Qi cultivator. Lu Jie and Yunzhe were Stage 6 inner Qi cultivators, and Huang Jingguo was Stage 7 inner Qi cultivator. The three of them were surrounded by more than a dozen Stage 6 inner Qi cultivators, and they were easily defeated. The remaining members of the Feng group and the disciples of the Hong faction were even weaker. They were forced to retreat. Originally, they were guarding the entrance of Hero City, but now they had retreated into Hero City. Ha ha ha! You want to stop me? Didn't I come in already? A white shadow flashed, and Bai Yufei landed in Hero City. He looked around at the tall buildings around him, and his eyes shone with a fanatical light. Big brother, this is such a great place. It's built like a modern metropolis, yet it has an incomparably dense spiritual energy. If we were to move the medicine sex base here, wouldn't it become the most luxurious and imposing base in the martial arts world? Bai Yun stood next to Bai Yufei. He was also extremely excited. How dare you come to Hero City to cause trouble? Don't even think about leaving this place alive. A feminine voice came from the sky. It was Hua Yan, wielding the blood shadow whip. Behind Hua Yan were a few beautiful figures. It was Zhao Lingxian and the other women. Pa, pa, pa. As a Stage 6 demon cultivator with dual attributes, Hua Yan's strength was comparable to a Stage 7 inner Qi martial artist. She waved the blood shadow whip in her hand, and frosty flames fell from the sky, instantly taking down 3 Stage 5 inner Qi disciples. Lu Jie and the other 2 were finally able to catch their breath. They quickly rushed to Hua Yan's side, and the 4 of them formed a circle, glaring at the people from the herbal faction. Bai Yufei and Bai Yun did not move an inch. They were not in a hurry to attack. In Bai Yufei's opinion, Hua Tuo was the only person in Hero City who could scare people. As for Hua Yan and the others, Bai Yufei could not be bothered to deal with them. Bai Yun alone was enough to kill them all. A few more figures flew toward them from the sky. Yun Tiankong landed in front of Hua Yan and the others with the Yun family. Because of the incident last time, Yunzhe had asked the Yun family to send some reinforcements. When Yun Tiankong learned that Hero City was in trouble, he personally led the troops to help. Chapter 979. Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in Hero City? Yun Kongtian's voice was cold. White Cloud stared at Yun Kongtian and yelled, Old bastard, we're from the herbal sect of the outer martial world. Today, we're here to wash Hero City with blood. I advise you to scram. Don't make trouble for yourself. Yun Kongtian's strength was at the middle stage of Stage 9 inner Qi. His appearance brought some pressure to the herbal sect. As a big sect of the outer martial world, how could you do such a shameless thing in broad daylight to steal someone else's territory? Yun Kongtian angrily stared at White Cloud and the others. Humph. What do you mean by shameless? There are countless conflicts in the outer martial world. Many sects fight to the death for a piece of territory. Stop talking nonsense here. If you don't leave, I won't be polite. White Cloud was clearly a bit impatient. Although Yun Kongtian was very strong, with Bai Yufei a true Qi stage expert, he wasn't afraid of Yun Kongtian. I want to see what you can do. Yun Kongtian was angry and slapped White Cloud. Boom! All of a sudden, the air exploded, and the ground where White Cloud had been standing just a moment ago cracked, forming a crack. White Cloud leaped and ran to the side. Yun Tian chased after White Cloud and started to fight. Bai Yufei's eyes became colder. He had come to Hero City to start a massacre. Humph! Since that old bastard Huatua doesn't want to come out, I'll make the first move. Bai Yufei slapped out, and a gust of wind blew. Lu Jia, Zhao Lingxian, and the other women couldn't resist at all and felt like they would be sent flying at any moment. Bai Yufei, you bastard. Today, I'll do justice on behalf of the heavens. Hua Yan's grandfather, Hua Bei, appeared in front of everyone. There was also a white silhouette that stepped through the void and swung its palm towards the ground in midair. Boom! The huge explosion didn't stop. After the two violent auras collided, the ground cracked and even the defensive walls of Hero City collapsed. The martial artists who were a few hundred meters away couldn't help but retreat. Although they were a few hundred meters away, they could still feel the two powerful auras pressing down on their hearts. Is that old man in white a true Chi stage elite from Hero City? The outer martial arts world's crowd burst into a commotion. It's him. I think his name is Hua Tuo. It's really a battle between two true Chi stage experts. This is the first time I've seen something like this in my life. Hua Tuo and Bai Yufei were fighting again, and Hua Bei was helping them. The 50 or so elite disciples of the herbal sect also began to attack Hero City. Lu Jia and the rest tried to stop the enemies along the way, but there were too many of them. They could not stop them at all. Grandsons, you want to go through here? Let's step over Grandpa's body first. Lu Jia was so angry that the fat on his face was jiggling. The overlord's slash in his hand rose and fell, and each time a medicine sect disciple would fall to the ground. However, Lu Jia wasn't much better off. He fought with brute force, and it didn't take long for him to be slashed several times. Yun Zhe and Huang Jinghua also felt extremely pressured. The two of them had been injured in the last battle, and it had only been a week since then, and the people from the medicine sect had come to find trouble again. Everyone's injuries had not completely recovered, and they were still standing here, fighting to the death. Smack, smack, smack. Hua Yan's figure kept jumping among the crowd, and the blood shadow whip in her hand unleashed flames and ice, temporarily suppressing the speed of the herbal sect disciples' attack. Rin Xiao Yao also came over. The waning moon sword in her hand flashed, and it looked as if there was a waning moon imprinted behind Ren Xiao Yao's back. The waning moon sword technique was extremely profound, and the sword chi flew in the air, knocking down many herbal sect disciples. Zhao Lingxian, Lin Bei Bei, and the other women were also fighting. However, these beauties were too weak, and their attacks did not have much effect. The herbal sect disciples had a huge advantage in terms of numbers. Even if Lu Jia and the rest fought with all their might, they were still forced to retreat repeatedly. Xiao Yao, we're here. A dozen or so black figures suddenly flew over and landed next to Ren Xiao Yao in a few breaths' time. Seeing the newcomers, Ren Xiao Yao felt a surge of warmth in her heart. Recently, she had been expelled from the Rin family, and the Rin family insisted that she stay in Hero City. Now, the reinforcements were some of the Ren family's experts. Grandma, why are you here too? Hurry up and hide inside. It's very dangerous here. Ren Xiao Yao pulled Grandma's hand and ran into Hero City. Grandma shook off Ren Xiao Yao's hand and said, Xiao Yao, I'm still healthy. I won't participate in the battle. I'll go and cheer for you guys. Oh right, where's our son-in-law? Why isn't he back yet? Grandma, he has his own matters to attend to. You should go somewhere else. The situation was urgent, and Rin Xiao Yao didn't have the time to explain the situation to Grandma. She arranged a safe place for Grandma and returned to the battlefield with the waning moon sword. The Rin family had sent 12 experts, and all of them were stage 5 inner chi and above. This time, Yun Kongtian had also brought a dozen experts from the Yun family. In addition to Lu Jia and the rest, there were also a dozen experts from the Hong sect. Now, the number of people on both sides was about the same, and the battle became more intense. However, no one cared about Lu Jia's battle. The outer martial artists were watching the battle between Bai Yufei and Hua Tu. The battle between the two true Qi stage powerhouses was the key to the entire competition. Even if Lu Jie won, Hua Tuo would lose, and Hero City would still be defeated. You bastard, if you have the guts, don't hide all the time. Do you dare to fight to your heart's content? Hua Bei cursed angrily. He and Hua Tuo had teamed up against Bai Yufei, but Bai Yufei didn't attack him at all. Instead, he kept hiding. Hee. My dear master, you want to fight, right? Don't worry, I'll teach you a lesson later. Bai Yufei smiled playfully, but he still didn't attack Hua Bei. Hua Bei chased after Bai Yufei, but he couldn't even touch Bai Yufei's body because he was much weaker than Bai Yufei. A cold gleam flashed across Hua Tuo's eyes. He seemed to have seen through Bai Yufei's intention. Bai Yufei was stalling for time, and Hua Bei knew that his strength would drop as time passed. Rumble. Hua Tuo had no time to waste, because he could feel that his true energy stage was dropping again. Bolts of lightning fell from the sky and enveloped Bai Yufei. Bai Yufei had suffered from Hua Tuo's lightning last time, so he was prepared this time. An invisible layer of true Qi enveloped Bai Yufei's body. The lightning couldn't penetrate the layer of true Qi around Bai Yufei's body. Crackle! Lightning flashed in all directions, becoming even more turbulent. Hua Tuo's face was pale. He was trying his best to support his body. Haha! Hua Tuo, Hua Bei, today is the day you die. The eyes of Bai Yufei, who had not made a move all this while, lit up. He suddenly unsheathed his long sword. Sword light flashed, as if there were thousands of sword Qi surging out, covering the space in front of Hua Bei and Hua Tu. The thunder stopped, and Hua Tuo quickly used his Qi to create a barrier in front of him. Hua Bei's expression changed drastically. He also used all his inner Qi to block Bai Yufei's attack. Rumble. Even though the two of them attacked together, they still couldn't block Bai Yufei's sword Qi. A violent explosion occurred in front of the two of them. Hua Tuo and Hua Bei fell from the sky and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Ha ha ha! Hero City is only SOO. It's not too late to surrender now, and I'll spare your lives. Hua Tuo's defeat meant that Hero City was defeated. Bai Yufei leaped up and stood on top of the gate of Hero City. He looked down at the entire city fearlessly. Hero City was prosperous, and there were many herb gardens. The place was rich with spiritual Qi, and it was backed by Devil Beast Mountain. Bai Yufei was determined to take over such a good base. The sounds of battle gradually died down, and everyone looked at Bai Yufei. The people of the herbal sect were cheering excitedly, but Lu Jie and the others' faces were as cold as ice. I won't hand Hero City over to you bastards. Even if I have to die, I'll protect Hero City. After a brief moment of absent-mindedness, Lu Jie charged forward with the Overlord slash in his hand. Yunzhe and Huang Jinghua followed closely behind him. Rin Xiaoyao and Hua Yan made their move, and the rest of the people followed suit. Even though they knew that they were no match for Bai Yufei, even though they knew that they could die in the next second, they still had to help Qin Feng defend Hero City. If they lost their home, what else would they have left? Humph! What a bunch of pathetic ants. Bai Yufei sneered. He waved the long sword in his hand, and hundreds of sword Qi appeared in the air. The sword Qi surged, and a few members of the Hong sect fell to the ground. Who dares to cause trouble in my territory? Don't even think about leaving this place alive. A deep roar came from afar. It sounded like the roar was coming from afar, but in a split second, a black shadow flew toward them. Rumble! The black shadow landed on the ground and created a deep pit. In front of this person was a huge shield. The shield was carved with ancient and profound runes, and it flickered with brown light. The hundreds of sword Qi were all blocked by the shield, but there were no cracks on the shield. There wasn't even a scratch. Lu Jie and the others stopped in their tracks. They looked at the familiar figure in front of them as if they were looking at a towering mountain. Qin Feng is back. The moment they saw Qin Feng, everyone's nervous hearts relaxed. This was a very strange feeling. When they saw Qin Feng, they felt an indescribable sense of security. What the hell is this? Someone is courting death again. Bai Yufei looked at the huge black tortoise shield and was stunned for a moment. Everyone in Hero City gathered around Qin Feng when they learned that he was here. Master, be careful of that guy. He's a stage 1 true Qi expert. Hua Tuo was the first to arrive at Qin Feng's side, and he communicated with Qin Feng telepathically. Qin Feng put away the black tortoise shield and looked at Bai Yufei, who was standing on top of the city gate. Are you the sect leader of the herbal sect? Chapter 980. Humph. Since you know the herbal sect's name, then get lost. Bai Yufei said disdainfully. White Cloud roared at Qin Feng while panting with rage. You've misunderstood me. I'm looking for the people of the herbal sect because I want to destroy them. Qin Feng looked at Bai Yun calmly. He wasn't bluffing. Ever since he found out about Hua Yan's background, he had been looking for an opportunity to destroy the herbal sect. Now that the herbal sect had delivered themselves to his doorstep, Qin Feng would never spare them. Whoosh! The crowd hundreds of meters away was in an uproar. Qin Feng was too famous in China, and some people had already recognized him. When they learned that Qin Feng, the Azure Dragon of China, had come to support Hero City, the show became more and more exciting. Damn it! You're asking for it. Qin Feng's words completely infuriated the herbal sect. Bai Yun leaped and slapped Qin Feng. Bai Yun was at the early stage of Stage 9 Inner Qi, and he could tell that Qin Feng was also at the same stage. Bai Yun was confident that he could send Qin Feng flying with a single slap. Bai Yun was so fast that he arrived in front of Qin Feng in the blink of an eye. Qin Feng didn't back down and threw a punch. Boom! Thunder rumbled and a tiger roared. Although Qin Feng was at the early stage of Stage 9 Inner Qi, he had the strength of a mid-stage Stage 9 Inner Qi expert. He could even defend himself against a late-stage Stage 9 Inner Qi expert. Their fists and palms collided. Qin Feng didn't move an inch, but Bai Yun felt a powerful force explode from his body. He was sent flying out of Hero City. Uft! Bai Yun fell to the ground and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Bai Yufei's eyes were bloodshot with anger. You stinking brat! I originally wanted to spare your worthless lives so that you could be my slaves in the future. Now, all of you can die. Bai Yufei was enraged. He swung his sword and charged at Qin Feng. Everyone gathered around Qin Feng and looked at Bai Yufei, who was descending from the sky. Bai Yufei was too powerful, and no one knew if Qin Feng could beat him. Qin Feng stood on the ground calmly, as if he didn't care about Bai Yufei. When Bai Yufei's sword was about to pierce Qin Feng's skull, a black shadow suddenly appeared and punched Bai Yufei away. Bang! Bai Yufei fell into a deep pit on the ground. Everyone was stunned. Damn, what's going on? What happened just now? The people of the Wuling world outside did not see it clearly. The speed of the black shadow was too fast for them to capture. That black-robed man is also a true Qi stage expert. This is insane. Since when did the true Qi stage experts in China become so worthless? I've been training hard for 30 years, and I'm only at Stage 8 Inner Qi. Not only were the people of Wuling dumbfounded, but Yun Zhe and the others were also dumbfounded. After sending Bai Yufei flying with a punch, Ouyang Feng stood motionlessly beside Qin Feng. Some people in the crowd recognized Ouyang Feng. Back in the soaring cloud mansion, when Ouyang Feng beat up Su Xiaotian, Lu Jie and Yun Zhe were present. Bang! The ground rumbled as Bai Yufei flew up and landed 10 or so meters away from Ouyang Feng. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and he looked as if he wanted to skin Ouyang Feng alive. Who are you? Bai Yufei felt a little guilty. He didn't expect Hero City to have so many elites. 2 true Qi stage experts, and 3 stage 9 inner Qi experts. This kind of lineup would be very powerful in the Wulian world outside, but he had never heard of Hero City before. You ant, you don't have the right to know my name. Ouyang Feng looked at Bai Yufei coldly. Bai Yufei was so angry that his teeth were about to break, but he didn't dare to make a move. He wanted to escape because Ouyang Feng's aura was stronger than his. Retreat. Bai Yufei thought quickly and quickly made a decision. As soon as he finished speaking, Ouyang Feng had already disappeared. When he reappeared, Bai Yufei was sent flying with another punch. You want to leave? You'll have to ask me if I agree or not. Ouyang Feng attacked, and this time he didn't stop. As a genius who cultivated both inner and outer Qi, even if his inner Qi was declining, his external realm was not affected by the earth. Moreover, the strength of the stage 10 external realm was too strong. Bai Yufei, who was at stage 1 true Qi, was nothing in front of Ouyang Feng. From today onwards, the herbal sect will disappear from Huaxia. Qin Feng roared and started to move. The heaven splitter axe in Qin Feng's hand became as big as a wheel. Every time he swung it, the air around him would change, and in an instant, a row of herbal sect disciples would fall to the ground. Haha, boss is back. Our hero city is saved. Kill, kill to your heart's content. Lu Jie and the others finally came back to their senses. They finally accepted the fact that the situation had changed. Ouyang Feng's strength was too strong, and it scared everyone. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Feng's return gave everyone confidence. Lu Jie carried the Overlord Decapitator and killed everyone, and Yun Zhe's fiery rod shot out balls of fire. The girls also came back to their senses. They were grinning from ear to ear as they fought. They hadn't seen Qin Feng for a long time, and he suddenly appeared at this critical moment. It was like a dream. Wow, boss, you came just in time. If you were a few seconds late, you wouldn't be able to see us anymore. Lu Jie fought his way to Qin Feng's side and fought side by side with him. Qin Feng kicked Lu Jie's butt and yelled, How could you not tell me that such a big thing happened in Hero City? I'll take care of you later. Qin Feng, you're back. Zhao Lingxian and the other girls also ran to Qin Feng and greeted him. Master, you're so cool. Ren Xiaoyao had really become Qin Feng's servant girl, and she usually called Qin Feng master. Qin Feng and the girls were affectionate to each other as they fought. When the people from the herbal sect saw this scene, they were so angry that they vomited blood. Not far away, Ouyang Feng was still beating up Bai Yufei. Bai Yufei had a bloody nose and a swollen face. The white robe on his body had been torn into a net. His original arrogance had been beaten away. That miserable appearance made people believe that he was an expert of the true Qi stage. Puchi, Qin Feng's heaven splitter axe, slashed down from the sky, and the long sword in Bai Yun's hand was split in half. The axe's aura was turbulent, and it directly fell on Bai Yun's head. In an instant, Bai Yun's body exploded into a pool of blood. Elder Bai Yun is dead. The sect leader can't hold on any longer. He's being beaten up by that old man. Run, run for your life. The herbal sect is really done for. Bai Yun's death completely stunned the disciples of the herbal sect. Some of them were relatives of Bai Yufei, but most of them were not related by blood. Seeing that the herbal sect had offended an important person and was about to be annihilated, these disciples were not willing to fight anymore. One by one, they threw away their weapons and started to run for their lives. Qin Feng did not give the order to chase after those disciples who ran away. This was because the main people who framed Hua Yan's family were the Bai family, and it had nothing to do with those disciples who ran away. Bang, 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 bang. In just a few minutes, the elite disciples of the herbal sect had either run away or died. Not a single one of them could stand up again. The martial artists who were watching from a few hundred meters away were all dumbfounded. This sudden reversal of the situation was beyond everyone's imagination. The the prestige of Hero City became even more valiant, and it was deeply imprinted in these people's hearts. They had already roughly guessed that Qin Feng was the city lord behind the scenes of Hero City. This mysterious man was really going to ascend to the heavens. Outside of Hero City, only Bai Yufei was left being beaten up by Ouyang Feng. Bai Yufei actually wanted to escape, but in front of Ouyang Feng, he did not even have the chance to escape. Ouyang Feng captured Bai Yufei. Qin Feng communicated with Ouyang Feng through telepathy. As soon as he finished speaking, Ouyang Feng carried Bai Yufei and landed beside the crowd. The sect leader of the herbal sect, a true Qi stage powerhouse, was beaten up by Ouyang Feng and had to run for his life. Now he was carried by Ouyang Feng like a little chick. Seeing the scene, everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. Bai Yufei, you bastard! I'll stomp you to death. As soon as Bai Yufei fell to the ground, Hua Yan could not help but rush forward and stomp on him. 10 years ago, the Hua family was like the sun in the sky. The Hua family lived a peaceful and happy life, but all of this was destroyed by Bai Yufei. Hua Yan wanted to cut Bai Yufei into 1,000 pieces with her own hands. Hua Bei looked at Bai Yufei, and his eyes were burning with anger. However, Hua Bei controlled himself and waited for Qin Feng to deal with Bai Yufei. Qin Feng, how are you going to deal with him? Hua Yan stomped on him for a while and ran to Qin Feng's side. Now that she was Qin Feng's woman, she had to listen to her man's arrangements. Qin Feng flipped his hand, and the spear of rat halos appeared in his hand. He handed it to Hua Yan and said, I'll hand Bai Yufei over to the Hua family. You can do whatever you want with him. Hua Yan looked at Qin Feng gratefully and glared at Bai Yufei with the spear of rat halos in her hand. Bai Yufei was a true energy stage powerhouse, but he was so scared that his body was trembling. He wanted to run away, but Ouyang Feng was holding him back. Seeing that the spear of rat halos in Hua Yan's hand was about to fall, Bai Yufei no longer cared about his identity as a true energy stage powerhouse or the sect leader of the herbal faction. He immediately kneeled in front of Hua Yan and Hua Bei. Master, please spare my life. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Bai Yufei's action shocked everyone. The spear of rat halos in Hua Yan's hand stopped moving, and Hua Bei hesitated. After all, Bai Yufei was her disciple. It would be a lie if she did not have any feelings for him. Seeing that Hua Bei's expression changed, Bai Yufei hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. Master, I made a huge mistake back then. I've been living in pain and guilt for the past 10 years. I really know my mistake this time. I hope Master can spare my life so that I can repay you in the future and make up for my mistake back then. Chapter 981. Hua Yan and Hua Bei hesitated. Bai Yufei, who was kneeling and begging for mercy, suddenly had a murderous look in his eyes. He leaped up and slammed his palm at the dazed Hua Yan. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone. They did not expect Bai Yufei to be putting on a show. Despicable ant, I've seen through your disgusting nature. Fall. Rumble. When Hua Yan came back to her senses, she was too weak to dodge Bai Yufei's palm. Hua Bei could not react in time either. Seeing that his granddaughter was about to be slapped to death, his intestines turned green with regret. At this moment, Ouyang Feng's furious roar sounded like rolling thunder. Before anyone could see the specific move, Ouyang Feng had already punched Bai Yufei to the ground, creating a human-shaped pit. Bastard, no one can save you now. As soon as Bai Yufei landed, Hua Bei's expression turned cold. She took the spear of rat halos from Hua Yan and pierced it through Bai Yufei's heart. Bai Yufei's eyes widened. He never thought that, as a true energy stage powerhouse, he would be killed one day. He also did not expect that the one who killed him was his master, Hua Bei, whom he betrayed 10 years ago. Rumble. As soon as Bai Yufei died, Qin Fen shot out a ball of destructive fire. In an instant, Bai Yufei was reduced to ashes as if he had never been in this world. Everything happened so fast that many people did not even have time to react. The sect master of the herbal sect was killed. The herbal sect was completely disbanded. The name of the herbal sect would disappear from the outer martial arts world. Hundreds of meters away, the spectators of the outer martial arts world were still in a daze. They did not expect Bai Yufei to be killed. After all, he was a true energy stage powerhouse. There were not many true energy stage powerhouses in the outer martial arts world. After so many years, they had never heard of any true energy stage powerhouse being killed. However, such a scene happened right before their eyes. Qin Fen had no feelings for Bai Yufei. After burning him to ashes, Qin Fen jumped to the top of Hero City's city gate, while many sects of the outer martial arts world were here. He glanced at the crowd and yelled, "From today onwards, Hero City is the base of the Hero Alliance. Anyone who dares to trespass Hero City will end up like the herbal sect. Now that the herbal sect has been destroyed, I will represent the Hua family to rebuild the herbal sect and change its name to the alchemy sect. The alchemy sect's base is also in Hero City. In the future, I hope that the heroes of the martial arts world will take care of us." Qin Fen announced 2 shocking pieces of news in one go. 2 powerful new sects suddenly appeared in the outer martial arts world, the Hero Alliance and the Alchemy faction. A cry of surprise suddenly came from the crowd a few hundred meters away. It turned out that someone had thought of the pill sect that was at its peak 10 years ago, but had disappeared in a single night. Pill ancestor? So it's an alchemy ancestor. I remember now. Isn't that the #1 elixir sect in the outer martial arts circle 10 years ago? It turns out that the Hua family of the alchemy sect has always been there. I understand now. The herbal sect seized the alchemy sect 10 years ago. This time, the sect master of the herbal sect, Bai Yufei, offended Qin Feng. In the end, Qin Feng destroyed the herbal sect and helped the Hua family rebuild the alchemy sect. He's too powerful. Everyone be careful in the future. Don't ever provoke that Qin Feng. 3 figures suddenly joined the crowd of outer Wulin. 2 of the women were as beautiful as fairies. Their muslin dresses fluttered in the wind, and beside them was a tall and handsome man. The 3 of them looked at Qin Fen, who was standing like a pine tree at the top of Hero City. One of the women and the man were stunned. Hua Xianyu recognized Qin Fen. A few months ago, Hua Xianyu and Qin Fen had joined hands to kill a 3-eyed elephant boar in Devil Beast Mountain. The 2 of them could be considered to have saved each other's lives. Hua Xian, you would think of Devil Beast Mountain from time to time. She thought of the big boy who cut his own blood to save her. In a flash, a few months had passed. Qin Fen had changed from that immature big boy to an awe-inspiring lord of a city. Hua Xian, you felt happy for Qin Fen in her heart. But in the end, she resisted the urge to greet Qin Fen. Hua Xian, you was a little worried. How awkward would it be if he forgot her? Ling Fei was also staring at Qin Fen. He also recognized Qin Fen. At that time, Ling Fei and Hua Xian you went to Devil Beast Mountain to pick herbs. Later, he mistakenly thought that Qin Fen had violated his junior sister, Hua Xianyu. At that time, he almost swung his sword to kill Qin Fen. Ling Fei glanced at Hua Xianyu, who was beside him. When he saw that his junior sister was staring at Qin Fen in a daze, a murderous look appeared in Ling Fei's eyes. Suo Ro also glanced at Qin Fen, who was standing on the city gate. She did not recognize this handsome and domineering man, but the moment she saw Qin Fen, Su Ruo Ro felt an indescribable pain in her heart. Junior sister Wu Xian, what's wrong? Hua Xian, you saw Su Ruo Ro frown and asked with concern. Su Ruo Ro glanced at Qin Fen again, and the pain in her heart intensified. She hurriedly withdrew her gaze and said to Hua Xianyu, Senior sister, we just picked a lot of spirit herbs and spirit pearls from Devil Beast Mountain. Let's find a quiet place to quickly cultivate. Hua Xianyu nodded. Before she left, she glanced at Qin Fen again. Then, she resolutely left the crowd with Su Ruoro. The three of them left very quickly. It was as if they had disappeared in a few breaths. After Qin Fen finished his important announcement, he flew and landed on the ground in Hero City. As for Hua Xianyu and the other two, he did not notice them. Hero City quieted down. If it were not for the dozens of corpses of the herbal faction's disciples on the ground and the bloodstains on the ground, it would have been as if nothing had happened. The martial artists who had come to watch the show had already dispersed. They were shocked by Qin Fen and Ouyang-Feng's might, and they did not dare to stay any longer. Qin Fen, I missed you so much. Lin Bei was scared to death when she saw the brutal battle. Now, she threw herself into Qin Fen's arms and cried. Qin Fen gently patted Lin Bei's back and comforted this weak little girl. The other beauties also surrounded Qin Fen. It was rare that they did not quarrel with each other today, and they all listened to Qin Fen. Ouyang-Feng's sudden appearance shocked the people in Hero City. No one could figure out the relationship between Ouyang-Feng and Qin Fen. Lu Jie and the others treated Ouyang-Feng respectfully. They usually liked to joke with Qin Fen, but now they did not even joke with him. Little friend Qin Fen, since the battle here is over, I will take my leave first. Ouyang-Feng took the initiative to leave, and no one dared to stop him. Brother Huang Jingua, hurry up and prepare the banquet. We will have a good gathering at noon today. Qin Fen saw that everyone was too scared to speak, so he smiled and tried to ease the atmosphere. Lu Jie finally regained his senses. He looked around again to make sure that Ouyang-Feng was not around. Then he jumped to Qin Fen's side and shouted, Wow, boss, you invited Senior Ouyang-Feng here again? You are too awesome. He is a true Qi stage powerhouse. But why do I feel like he is on call like your little brother? Lu Jie's words shocked Qin Fen. He thought that Lu Jie had found something fishy, but Qin Fen quickly calmed down. Lu Jie was a careless person.